The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Anything can happen on Friday the 13th, and it did at the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest, Romania. With the potential for a shakeup at the top, most leaders avoided any freaky play and steered towards safe draws. But Aronian is proving to be a grandmaster escape artist as well as chess player, after saving another wild position and his chances of winning the tournament. The stage is set for an epic final day of classical games. Day 9 of heart-racing chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 9 of the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic held here in Bucharest, Romania. This is it, the championship day, the day where a victor will be crowned, and we're going to know who the champion of the Superbet Chess Classic is, the first up of the Grand Chess Tour. Will it be Wesley So? Will it be Aronian or somebody else? Let's go to the studio and find out with Yasser, Peter, and Alejandro.
Fabulous footage of springtime in the Romanian capital as we welcome you to our coverage of the last round of the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest, our first stop of the 2022 Grand Chess Tour. Morning, I'm Peter Svidler, and with me is the inimitable Yasser Seirawan.
Peter, good morning to you. Hello, everyone. Bucharest has featured some great fighting chess, but it's also featured some noteworthy howlers. What will happen in this all-important decisive final round game? Peter, set the stage for our current standings.
Yeah, we have a very exciting round in front of us with three players realistically in with a chance of winning the tournament. Wesley and Livon are ahead of the field on 5 out of 8 plus 2. Their path there has been somewhat different in spirit, but technically they're completely tied on 2 wins and no losses. And MVL there in clear third on +1. The tournament has been a very, very tightly bunched together, and MVL is the only one with a realistic chance of tying with our leaders. With the rest of the field, fighting for pride, and perhaps it's. As a chess player, you know how important it is to the last impression of the tournament is the one that stays with you.
Exactly.
So winning in the last round makes you a lot more optimistic about the tournament that just finished. There will be plenty, I'm sure, plenty of fights for today.
And our format as we close this event, Peter.
The format is a 10-player round robin with 90 minutes for the first 40 moves and 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with a 30-second increment from move 1. The time control that is sort of universally accepted in official tournaments these days. No draw offers, and the standard scoring system is in place with a point for a win and half a point for a draw.
Playoffs are a realistic possibility. How would they work, Peter?
Absolutely. No mathematical tiebreaks are employed here, which I think is a very good approach.
Exactly.
So we get this situation where if only 2 players are tied, they play a couple of games of classical rapid 15 plus 10 these days is the rapid time control, the one that is used almost everywhere. If it's a tie of 3 or more players, in this case, I'm guessing 3.
Yes.
More than 3 would require some miracles.
Right.
Then they will play a round robin, 10 plus 5, not 15 plus 5, because of the amount of games they would have to play and time constraints. And if there is still a tie after all that, an Armageddon game is ahead of us with 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, and black gets draw odds.
Alejandro, good to see you, my friend. Good morning.
Good morning. Definitely early today. Championship Saturday, 1 hour earlier, but I'm excited for it. It's going to be a great round. let's see what's happened in the tournament so far, starting with the amount of decisive games. To me, it feels a little unfair to the tournament. We had so many opportunities in which tournament games could go one way or another, but still we have 13 decisive games out of 40, 32%. Not too bad, not too bad. In the tournament, White has done slightly worse than Black, and this is not a usual statistic for our events. 6 wins for White, 7 wins for the Black piece is pretty good there, led by Levon Aronian, of course. 9 out of the 10 players have won at least one game, except for Richard Rapport. He has been unable to win so far in the event. And the tournament leaders, they haven't lost a single game. But as you mentioned, Peter, completely different tournaments that they've had, at least spiritually, because Levon Aronian, he's been very, very lucky in some rounds. Definitely his game yesterday against Jan Nepomniachtchi was lucky, and lucky escape in the endgame, but he was also incredibly lucky to escape against Alireza Firouzja. He did take advantage of his opponent's mistakes in round 4 against Lanier Dominguez, and in round 6 just mauling Maxime Vacher-Lagrave in that Vienna game. Both of his wins coming with the Black pieces. Meanwhile, Wesley won early in round number 1 against Shah Mamedyarov, and in round number 4 with Jan Nepomniachtchi, a long endgame that his opponent fell under pressure, and now he's on +2. He has a tough pairing ahead, of course. The tournament is not over. We do think playoffs are very likely, but everything to be played for still in Bucharest. Let's see our key pairings with our friends there, Cristian and Anastasiya.
Thank you, Alejandro, and welcome back, everybody, to the final day of the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic. This is it, the championship round, the round where a king will be crowned. From location here in Bucharest, Romania, to give you all the live updates, I'm your host, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila, joined by my co-host, woman Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich. Anastasiya, welcome back to the show. Tell us a bit, as we are getting ready for the players to arrive, what have you been doing this morning?
Hello, Cristian. Hello, everyone. It's nice to be here for the last decisive round. My day started quite early. I gave already a few lessons to refugee camp, to girls in the refugee camp in Kakuma, Kenya. And of course, I've been talking about the Grand Chess Tour, and I told them who are on the top right now. So looking forward to the last round. What about you, Cristian? How was your day?
That was quite a morning you had. For me, it was more about the calm before the storm. I was relaxing. I took a walk in the park, just waiting for the fights to begin. And speaking of fights, what games do you have in mind for today?
Of course, I mean, we're looking, we will check, of course, the games of the leaders, and Levon Aronian plays today, of course, against Shahryar Mamedyarov. What a crazy life. I mean, Shahryar Mamedyarov was fighting for the first place last year, and today he has to fight not to be on the last place. So Levon Aronian has a better score against Shahryar, and looking forward definitely to maybe improve even his points today, and probably win the tournament if he wins this game. Who knows? It's going to be a very interesting fight. What about you, Cristian?
That is definitely a titanic clash. I have to say, the one between Lev and Mamedyarov. We know they're good buddies, but one game that I have my eyes on, and I bet you guys have your eyes on as well, is of course the clash between the two Americans, Lanier Dominguez and Wesley. So Lanier is trailing the leader, Wesley, by 1 point. So right now he has a clear shot at potentially catching the leader. We see the head up between these two players. 2 wins for Lanier, 2 losses and 7 draws. One thing about Lanier and his tournament that he's had, in general, we see Lanier making a lot of draws, winning 1 or 2 games, and then just cruising throughout the event. In this event here in Bucharest, he had a topsy-turvy event. He lost 2 games, he won 2 games, and right now, definitely he will pile on the pressure on the leader and potentially try to win this event. We have a lot of fights ahead of us here in the championship round. Guys, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Cristian and Peter. Let's take a look at all the pairings for this all-decisive, all-important final round.
Yeah, one final set of pairings. The 2 games that our friends in Bucharest spoke about are, of course, the ones that attract attention. Levon with the white pieces against Shah, and the game between Lanier and Wesley. But there is plenty to look for otherwise as well. Richard perhaps still in with a shout to improve his impressions of the tournament with the white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi, even though he he has been, and he is a very, very sincere interviewee.
Yes.
He seems very downcast and clearly, wouldn't mind already being in Warsaw and starting the next one. But that is a very interesting pairing. And of course, the one that we are very much looking forward to is the game between Alireza Firouzja and MVL there. MVL, I think, was quite instrumental in the idea of Firouzja moving to France and playing under the French flag. I think they're on very, very good terms. But Alireza is a very, very ambitious young man, and that potentially maybe makes him want to win this game even more. And there's also the tournament considerations to think about, because if he wins, he is, I'm guessing, guaranteed at least a tie for third, I would say.
Yep.
Whereas for MVL, if he somehow manages to get the better of this matchup, he could get into the tie for first if none of our leaders win today.
Well, you're talking about what winning and jockeying for position might mean, and what are they fighting for, Peter? Because those extra half points could be very meaningful.
Extremely crucial with how tightly the standings are bunched together right now. As you can see, a plentiful prize fund, as is the case with GCT in general. It's increased by 25,000
this year
over the last year's prize fund, and 100 grand up top, and 12 or 13 GCT points, depending on whether you win with tie breaks or without.
100,000 for first, 65,000 for second. That's a big diff. 350,000 in total as we see these two players, Lanier and Wesley, getting ready for a comeback.
Yeah, and this is someone I know quite well.
Yes.
This is a good friend of mine, Natalia Zhukova, who is a grandmaster from Ukraine. She won the European Women's twice and is now very involved in city governance in her hometown of Odessa. Yeah, very nice seeing her make the correct first move there.
I'm not sure. Where's the English when you need it? Nice to see Natalie as well. And speaking of chess,
yeah, and I think there's going to be one more first move, and yeah, we can sort of, I can pass this one over to you.
Yeah, Romania's first grandmaster, Florin Gheorghiu. Florin played all over the world, broke into the top 10, played 9 games against world champions, actually more, played 9 different world champions. And Florin Gheorghiu at the board once more, 1, D2, D4, and you can see with his little elegance how he knows how to make
a definite flourish there, yeah.
Yes, you can see that. Yeah. And he has to do it again because of photographs.
Yeah, but actually the way he put it back, I think, gives away that he's a chess player even more than the way he put it forward. Like
nice.
Kind
of as he said in his book, chess and art. There you have it. Nice to see Florin as well. Predictions, playoffs or not?
I think playoffs are huge favorites today.
Yeah, and of the scenarios we have in front of us, I think the one scenario that is the likeliest to avoid playoffs is Lev winning with the white piece. I don't think. I mean, I don't want to jinx Lanier necessarily,
right.
But Lanier doesn't lose very many with the white pieces,
no,
and Wesley also, specifically against Wesley is a tremendously strong player, but in a situation that he's in right now, in tournament standings being what they are, I don't think Wesley will, attempt to disbalance it very much. I think he's okay making a draw today, feeling that, winning chess games is hard. Levon starts, with white. It's a favorable matchup for him because he, as we've seen on our screen, he has lifetime positive score against Shahryar. But still, no one is ever guaranteed to beat Shahryar with the white pieces. Knowing how well booked up Lanier is in the openings, I'm expecting Wesley to play it safe. Obviously, if he gets a chance, he will. We have seen in this tournament how well he does when people give him.
I'll buttress further your point. It is remarkable that Levon, with the white pieces, finds himself with, like you say, the best opportunity of winning the event clear. And Alejandro, when you think about the positions that Levon has had, stating that he's about to win clear first is rather shocking.
It's like his opponents could have chomped half a point here, half a point there, but they didn't. He proved resilient. He found resources all the way to the end. That rook c1 that he played against Nepo yesterday,
sweet.
that came as a cold shower for his opponent. But he's hung in there, and that's part of the fight in this tournament, right?
Yeah, very frustrated. One very, very frustrated Nepo. While you were talking, Peter, about the pairings today, we broke away for a shot of the two players, Richie and Nepo at the board. And you saw two very disgusted gladiators, I've got to say. In that particular shot. And there you have it.
Alejandro used the word lucky quite a bit when introducing Lev's tournament. And it feels both sort of correct and incorrect, because in order not to lose positions that Levon hasn't lost against players of Alireza and Jan's caliber,
you're fighting hard.
Yes, you did probably do something wrong to get in those positions, but then you need to, scrape and fight tooth and nail to stay alive. And he found study-like ideas in both games to stay afloat. And you still call it lucky, because that's the easy way to describe it. But it's not really luck in the universal understanding of the word. It's
players make their own luck too. And,
absolutely,
Levon is definitely one of the great fighters, no question about it.
Bit of a surprise there already on move number 3 here between Levon Aronian and Shak Mamedyarov. Knight c3, inviting the 4 knights. It's kind of a rare guest nowadays at this level of chess.
That is interesting. I wonder if he's going to say, I won 2 games with black in this tournament. I'm just going to go knight f6, a3 and play one more.
He did that. He did that in a Magnus tour once.
I'm honestly not joking, because I think that the classical 4 knights these days is very, very empty.
Right.
And he has played the 4 knights as well. He has been known to just play 4d4 here. I don't think he is very much a bishop b5 player. And bishop b5 does these days, against somebody who is booked up, lead to a number of seemingly completely forced draws after knight d4 specifically. After bishop b4 you get a game, but after knight d4 there are some lines which continue until move 25 and then end in repetitions. It gets very, very sharp, but sharp stands for, it doesn't really mean much when everything has been properly analyzed with good engines. So yeah, I'm expecting either 4d4 and then some kind of a bite, try some kind of a small new idea in those lines, but you're not really fighting for very much. Or you could play a3 or perhaps g3, but I think a3 of those two moves, I think a3 is more likely, knowing what kind of a player Levon is. I think this is more likely than g3, and just saying, let's play a game of chess. I don't particularly want to contest theory.
And what's happening in our Lanier Wesley So game, Alejandro?
It's just going to be an Italian. We have only a few moves on the board still. We're just waiting to see the definition of the variations. This is the Italian opening. We've seen it plenty in this tournament. The idea of going d5 quickly has been something that we've been seeing very often, but of course there's so many ways to handle this position. Wesley employs pretty much all of them. That's what makes him so hard to prepare against, especially in this e4, e5 lines. So an Italian here, MVL playing what looks like a King's Indian / Grunfeld. You see that he still has the option of going d6 or d5. No Queen's Gambit accepted. He could have gone d4, d5, but none of that against Alireza will be a little bit more of a fun game. Alireza plays the move g3, the fianchetto variation, and now it's up to MVL whether he wants to play King's Indian or the more traditional c6 and d5 Grunfelds, which he's chosen. A little bit more of a solid approach, but makes sense.
MVL has been a symmetrical Grunfeld player for quite some time. And, I actually the repertoire I gave in my Grunfeld course was in part inspired by what MVL had been doing.
He did dabble sometimes with castling knight c6 before playing the move d5.
Absolutely, yeah. But for the most part, he's been playing 6d5 systems and doing quite well with them. So yeah, I was expecting that more than anything else.
Just turn our attention for a moment to the game between Daniel and Fabi, because I think Fabi is a very hard player to nail down in terms of his defenses. He plays a lot.
He plays everything.
And
he plays everything.
Well, the Slav today, after knight e5, knight d7, knight takes c4 earlier in the tournament, we have seen knight b6.
Yeah, Richie played this against Levon, the knight b6
Yes.
line, but there was also this really, really crazy game between Lev and Alireza,
Right.
which did feature the move queen c7, which used to be the main line, and then people started shifting away from it.
Exactly.
And I wonder, how much of it was inspired by the fact that Alireza seemingly, indicated that he thinks it's fine.
Right.
Because I think the reputation of the line, I don't follow the theory of these particular Slavs very closely, or not at all, to be honest.
Right.
But it definitely, at the very least, became unfashionable. It was very, very fashionable at the turn of the millennium.
Yep.
Due to mainly the efforts of Alexander Morozevich and the introduction of the move g5 here.
Exactly.
And then it sort of disappeared, which to me indicates that people have started getting to grips properly with how to meet it, and it wasn't working as well as it was prior to that moment. But yeah, if I'd be playing this, I haven't really seen him play this very much, or maybe not at all.
Yep.
But it's a very sharp fighting position, and perhaps also an indication that he wants, a full-blown struggle today, and not just to equalize and go home.
Go to Warsaw. G2, G3, an obviously very combative move. Black just posted his queen on C7. And what do we love about developing with gain of time. So bishop F4 on White's agenda, as we see Levon, as always, sporting a new fashion, new look.
Yeah. Yeah, e5 for d5, knight e5 before, all of this already on the board. Knight fg7 is pretty much forced. The big question,
game? Sorry, Levon's
the
game?
one, no, the one you had on
sorry.
your screen. It's
Oh,
progressing
sorry.
very quickly towards potentially the Morozevich variation. After bishop g2, of course, you are not obliged to.
Sorry, I'm just having a. There it is.
We'll
at
get
the
there,
bottom.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, they have progressed to.
Yeah, you're not obliged to play g5 after bishop g2, but considering that I haven't seen Fabi play this very much, I don't expect him to play f6 and play the old lines, which really do only seem to aim to equalize, whereas g5 does lead to very double-edged and
Yeah, you're going
sharp
back to the
position, yeah.
1935 World Championship between Max Erva and Alexander Alekhine with the move f7, f6, g7, g5, definitely the most topical move, and it looks to me like
Yeah, g5 played already.
Fabi has already played g5.
G5 played already. I will, my first slice of humble pie today. I said Levon will play either d4 or a3. He has, of course, played bishop b5 in the four knights.
Inviting
In the four knights.
one of the very, very, very lengthy long-winded theoretical draws. Over to you, Alejandro. What do you have for us?
We have a very typical Nimzo Indian in the game between Richard Rapport and Jan Nepomniachtchi, but a little bit of a twist. Here, this position, after the move a3, this is the Capablanca or classical Nimzo Indian. Bishop takes c3, queen takes c3, d5, bishop g5, takes, b6. This has been seen many times at top level of chess. Rook d1 and bishop a6. So you hit the queen, and here queen c2 has been tried a few times for an advantage. Queen a4 is certainly the main line, trying to force black into playing queen d7 at some point, so that when you take on f6, you might be forced to take with the pawn, or also to avoid the move knight bd7 coming up. But Richie played the move queen c1. I've never seen this move. It's a novelty, at least according to my Elite Chess database.
Right.
I don't know what the advantage is of having the queen on c1 over the queen on c2, but we're going to have to find out, because Nep was playing what seems to be the most logical way of playing knight bd7, followed with either rook c8 or queen c8, prepare c5, and I get it, it's a novelty. I assume there's some kind of new idea behind it, but what could possibly be the advantage of having the queen on c1 over the queen on c2 when you're trying to fight for the advantage? We're going to find out. I don't think that White really has the time to transfer this queen to the king side or anything like that. You still have to develop your king side. So we'll tune in. Knight f3 already on the board. I expect one of these two moves, rook c8 or queen c8, and just prepare c5 for the next turn. And without the move e4 coming, because this is usually why you play the move queen c2, right?
Clear.
You have e4 coming. I don't really know what's going to happen. I guess you could play e4 anyway, because
you could
h6,
still play.
g5 you don't really want to play. I guess
was
that's
going
why
to
queen
say
c8
that.
is a little more precise, perhaps.
Yeah, queen c8 also, I mean, rook c8 doesn't look illogical as well, just trying to prepare for the c5 break. But yeah, Richie already played knight f3.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And e4. And yeah, if you go for h6, g5, I'm assuming the queen on c5 is...
I assume so, right? If after rook c8, e4, you take h6, and we're not going to sacrifice this somehow, either with bishop h4.
No, we have to, yeah.
You have to at this point.
There's no choice.
But at this point, it might also win. The computer says it is winning. To do this, king h7, e5, you attack the knight, and you can't move the knight because check would pick up the queen. So perhaps this is the reason that the queen is on c1. In some ways, it defends the pawn on e4 indirectly, and it's just a little different twist. We'll see what Nepo plays after knight f3.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alejandro.
And in the meantime, we have a somewhat dispiriting set of developments in our four knights game because Levon, hard to imagine this being very, very ambitious for White. The full symmetry. White, of course, has the tempo because White is the one starting the game, but the position is very symmetrical. Black has no semblance of weaknesses anywhere. Yeah, it does look like Levon for today did not feel like taking too many risks. You know, this is not a draw yet. If Black plays imprecisely and White, I don't know, gets some pressure against the c7 pawn, for instance, you do see these positions, you know, evolve into situations where Black has to defend for the rest of the game, and it might become a bit unpleasant, but you get the feeling that it really is a matter of, I don't know, a couple of precise moves here, and it all dissipates just due to, you know, complete symmetry.
I remember when I was a kid, there was a book that I had studied in it, and it was the white player was Weiss versus Schwartz, and it was like an identical mirror game throughout, and a draw agreed. So this game, unfortunately, well, I mean, Levon was probably saying, look, I've had some fantastic luck in this event. It'd be nice if I finished in a tie for first with Wesley, so I'm going to shut this down. For Shaq, what a disaster. I mean, no other way of putting it. I mean, he came into the event as the defending champion, Peter.
I mean, this position is not a disaster. I don't think Shach will mind having a shorter day today. But yeah, the tournament in general, yeah. He did end up winning a game against Nepo in round 7. But even that was somewhat spoiled, I think, for him by the realization that he made at least one sort of glaring mistake
as well
on the way, which always does kind of put a dampener on your feelings about your victories.
Yeah,
not really a particularly fun event. He will not remember it too fondly, I would think.
No. Queen f6 on the board, and let me just go around the horn. Okay, we still waiting for...
Jan's still thinking, plenty of choices. You could... No, I won't say you could maybe even make an argument for c5, d takes c5, rook c8, but that looks like allowing bishop takes f6 with the pin is probably ill-advised, yeah.
I would think so.
Yeah, I don't think, because, yeah.
This is not what you exactly...
No, GF I'm not even going to discuss.
Exactly.
You know, my idea would be to maybe take with the queen and rook d7, rook c5, and claim I have compensation for the piece. But
good for you.
I mean, yeah, it's okay, not 5 anymore, it's 6 a.m. and I'm a bit dizzy here. You know, obviously you don't want to be giving up material this early. Yeah, it's uncalled for.
I would second that sentiment.
And in the Grunfeld, you know, the one game I feel reasonably confident talking about. I think this is what I give, and sort of reasonably confident, not very confident, but reasonably confident. 95 is a move that sort of didn't exist as a serious option. Like, people took on d5 there as a matter of course, or you could play b3, you could play queen b3, protecting c4 in those ways. Knight bg2 is a move. All of those moves are, of course, like major theoretical starting points. But knight d5, specifically without the trade on d5, was always a very fringe move until Kramnik started making it, as usual, and then you start paying attention.
Yeah, led the parade, if you will.
Yeah, you start paying attention to it. And I personally lost a game to him in this position.
help sales of the chessable course.
And I think I ended up. Yeah, I think I ended up recommending specifically this.
D5 takes C4.
Yeah, in my game against Vladimir, I played Bishop C6 immediately, which is also a very logical idea. But I think, yeah, Knight A3 here, I'm not sure is. Yeah, Knight A3 is a playable move, but I don't think it's a central move. I think they do recapture on C4 immediately. Yeah, we play Bishop B6. White probably plays
against Knight A3 or Knight takes C4.
Against Knight takes C4.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, after Knight A3, I can also play Bishop B6, probably with transpositions. But yeah, this position is what I was discussing mainly. And after B3, I think I started with Knight A6. But the point here is we have pretty much always have the option of playing Bishop D5 and trading the G2 bishop off the board. But we don't have to do it immediately, because a very typical Grunfeld idea of just playing Knight A6 and trying to push for C6, C5 as early as possible is also something that could be entertained here. White does retain some hopes, because it's not that easy to push C5 in every single position here. But I felt that these lines do offer Black relative equality while also keeping the game afloat to a degree. Knight C3, I guess we go Knight D5. We can probably start with Bishop D5 previous move as well. This is playable. This is I think it's a very good choice by Alireza, because of the things you can do against a symmetrical C6 D5 Grunfeld, this arguably gives you the least explored positions while retaining a shot at advantage, because you can do something completely random and it will not be heavily theoretically studied, but it will also completely lose any hope of getting anywhere with White out of the opening. Whereas this, as is often the case with Kramnik endorsed ideas, this definitely does require precision, and is a nice little try. Which
can I invite you down the rabbit hole just a little bit after Knight A3? If you did want to play Bishop E6, Knight takes C4.
I'm not sure you actually want the knights in this configuration. Well, Bishop H3 is definitely something they do in these types of positions.
Right, because I was trying to hunt down the light squared bishop.
Yeah, but I don't think, like, when the knights are on E5 and C4, I don't think I have to play Knight D5 necessarily. I can start with Knight
Bishop
B7.
D5.
Yeah, sorry, Bishop D5. Yeah, I can start with Knight B7, or perhaps even Knight G4 is a move you could think about.
Knight G4.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can see why people need to get your course.
Yeah,
Knight G4 is not the first move that would jump to my mind.
I think the point about the structure is that if all four knights somehow come off the board, Black is more or less instantly fine, because your structure is way too solid for White to exert any pressure.
Exactly.
So if I get to trade the F6 knight for the E5 knight and then go Knight BD7 next move, White will potentially struggle to actually keep the knights on the board.
I see.
And then, I mean, I'm ever so slightly more passive in terms of the pawn structure, but it's just not very much.
So just to buttress the point that you're
here, I will take on C4, I think, even.
Oh, maybe. Even taking on C4, okay.
Maybe. And the pawn on D4 is kind of under pressure, right?
Yes.
It's hanging. It's not quite clear how to protect it. If you play Knight E5, I think I will quite happily take on E5, take on D1, take on E2.
But as a Grunfeld player, you don't like being pawns ahead. You like being pawns behind.
Yeah, well, you do have to make exceptions so that people kind of start second guessing your decisions.
Good point. Good point.
And if you play something like Bishop E3, I play Knight D7. I really don't see why Black is in any way in trouble.
All right, we'll keep an eye on this one. And Alejandro, what do you have for us in the Fabi game?
We have a theoretical discussion in this kind of Morozevich-Slav that we're seeing between Deac and Fabiano Caruana, but a little bit of a twist. And I don't know if Fabi's familiar with the twist, because he's not moving. We know that Fabi loves playing his preparation pretty quickly. He's not the type of player that likes to hide his hand or pretend that he doesn't remember a variation. If he remembers it, he just plays it. And in this case, he's stuck after the move castle. In this position, after G5, which you guys mentioned, of course, the move Knight E3 is the main line. It's been the main line since that STEM game between Morozevich and Kasparov in the year 2000. But Bishop takes E5 is a variation that exists. This is not a variation that is particularly new. We have seen it several times throughout the years. And after Knight takes E5, the main line is Queen D4. You have to play F6 at this point. You have to defend this knight. And there's this ugly pin on the D4 HA diagonal. So there's no choice but to move F6. And the main move by the far in this position is castles. 93 also exists, but castles is the most logical. You can see already the differences between this kind of positions and the ones that we saw in, for example, the game between Levon, Aronian, and Firouzja, which we had the same opening. And you see in this position, black cannot castle long. Difficult to attack here because you castle long as white, but this is a little bit more insecure. You're not going to be throwing the pawns forward. Definitely a different variation, a different type of sharpness to it, as white might be looking to blast open the center with the move f4, take advantage of the king being in the center for the time being. So certainly a very sharp position. Plenty of games have been played from here. We see MVL has played this against Levon Aronian. Morozevich himself played it with black. Bu Zhangji championed this variation with the black side in the late 2000s. So certainly it's something that we've seen at the top level of chess many times. However, Favi is currently stuck. He's not playing at the moment. Most people play bishop e7. Rook d8 has been seen. My engine is throwing bishop e6 as an interesting idea. Tons of things to consider here. But again, curious to me that he hasn't made a move yet.
Wow. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a nice theoretical battle. I'd just like to turn our attention, because we haven't mentioned it yet, Lanier versus Wesley So.
We spoke about it a little bit, but yeah, it was move 5, and they have progressed far, far past move 5 by this point. And
it was a Joko piano, bishop c4, bishop c5 Joko piano, as opposed to the two knights, knight of 6,
I think apart from the lines with the immediate d7, d5 on move 6, what Wesley has done here is maybe the most fashionable of all the options. Black has this early a7, a5, which has become very, very topical because of white understood at some point that gaining space on the queen side with b4 and a4 is very beneficial to white. So a5 aims to prevent that. Rook e1 castles. Lanier actually is one of the sort of most devoted champions of the idea of playing bishop h5, bishop g5, bishop h4 when black castles without h6. So I'm curious as to why he didn't do it here, but all of these move orders are ever so slightly different. And I do know that this is arguably the absolute central position of the Joko piano, like the one after bishop e6, together with a couple of others. I would say that this is maybe the most heavily discussed position in the theory of the entire line.
Including knight d7?
Knight d7 is a bit of a less well-studied move. Queen b8 is by far the most important move in this position.
That was the move that I knew best. I didn't even know that knight d7 was a move, actually.
Knight d7 exists, and you see that very strong players have played this. There's a very recent game played by Sergei Azarov on the black side of this, and the Yuri Krivoruchka played knight d7 earlier against Aryan Tari. The idea, I guess, is to push d6, d5 as early as possible, and to try to equalize this way. Queen b8 leads to unbelievable messes.
Yeah.
And once again, we see Wesley, making a conscious choice to sort of play solid positional chess instead of getting involved with. Yeah, and these are the standings prior to today's round, and the three players singled, or not singled, it's three of them, chosen there on your screen are the ones in contention for the first prize.
Most likely, with the opening in the books, Levon Aronian seems geared towards a draw.
It does appear that this one, is
Giving.
It seems very, very equal to me. There could still be some things happening, but it's less likely than prior to the start of the round.
And should Wesley draw, that would give MVL an opening, if you will, a chance to tie.
Even though the G3 Grunfeld is not something that fills your heart with joy in terms of winning prospects, but the position is still very much alive there in the Firouzja MVL game. And to finish with Wesley's position,
they're still blitzing away. I mean, all of these moves: Queen f6, Queen e2, Rook f8 to d8,
Rook e1, Bishop
which
f8.
is also an awkward move to try to explain to our audience.
Well, a2 is hanging. I think
the training's working. The a2 pawn is hanging. Okay.
No, I mean, if we're comparing Rook a1, Rook e1, I think you go Rook e1.
And we are, of course.
Yeah, a2 might hang at some point. So you play Rook e1. Rook e1, by the way, created a kind of a cute tactical threat of Rook takes d7, which is why Bishop f8 was played in response. there's also this kind of a dance where black clearly is happy with bishop takes c5, because Wesley has been allowing it for a bit, but not happy enough to take on e3 themselves, developing the knight on f1 4 wide.
Right.
And here, this kind of a stalemate was broken by the bishop going away to f8.
I must say, I like this move a lot because I'm not afraid. Afraid is a strong word. The knight on g3 doesn't bother me as much as the knight on e3. The knight on e3 going to d5 will be disturbing.
Absolutely. And knight h3 creates a kind of a semi-idea of knight h5. But the queen, I think, quite happily just goes back to e7. Queen
Exactly.
G6, queen g6, knight h4 would force it to h7, which is maybe suboptimal. But
a5, a4, maybe stopping a2, a4.
And just generally gaining some space on the queen side. This is very much why they play a5 in all these lines. The idea of gaining space on the queen side, gaining a foothold for potential counterplay. In this particular setup, I'm not entirely sure what it does. But it doesn't have to do anything immediately. It's just a very useful pawn to have, which restricts white's options on that side of the board.
Kind of locking the a2 pawn into, say, a target. I kind of like that. a5, a4, and from the speed of play, I'm guessing that we still deep into theory, and theory recognizes everything.
It's a very rare line, and I don't think it's official theory, so to speak, but it's something they have clearly looked at before. And
both players.
Yeah, this is seemingly the first pause in the game with Linier on a very, very comfortable 125.
Looking,
Which by move 16 is, not a given where Linier is concerned.
Jump right in, Alejandro. Your perspective of this position.
Well, we're out of theory, and clearly Linier doesn't know what the engine thinks. So let's go back and forth between us. Let's see what we can try to find out with the position. I hate analyzing this kind of variations with the engines because I've looked at a lot of Italian throughout the last few years. It surged in popularity. You had to look at it, especially when I was working with 2600s on my university team. It feels like everybody's playing Italian with both black and white. So you inevitably have to look at it. So what would you consider White's plan, following moves, kind of maneuvers that you want to play in this position? Because this pawn on a2, it is getting hit. You don't really want to put it on a3 because bishop b3 is super annoying. You could play bishop c4 and exchange
But I think this
is
why we played a4. I think bishop c4 gets met by knight a5.
Yes, and if bishop c4, knight a5 is pretty annoying because if you take on e6, queen takes e6, the queen has the same pressure that the bishop had exerting on the a2 square. And I never want to play a3. This pawn on a4 is awesome at clamping down the structure. We've seen it in recent games. For example, this one in Levon Aronian with the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana, where the bishop on b3 just held the entire structure. Here, a knight on b3 would be very annoying. So what is White's plan in this position for to continue? Because hard to get rid of the bishop. You've kind of maximized the knights. I guess you could consider knight h2 g4. This is what the engine wants to do. But it isn't apparent to me what the knight is doing on g4 exactly. Now, of course, you always have the option of taking on c6. But this structure is going to favor black. You might be wondering, why don't you play this as white? Just destroy the structure. So many weaknesses. But it's not enough. It's not enough that the pawns are potentially weak. You don't have any pieces to attack them with. And this rook is coming to b8 and actually hitting them on b2. And I think White's queenside is actually weaker than Black's in this position. So that's why you don't see people rushing to take on c6. And that's just going to leave Linier with the question, what do I do with my light squared bishop? I think bishop c4 is a very logical move. And the more I see the points behind a4, I agree, the more I like it.
Yeah, and it's good that you put the position after bishop 6, bc6 on the board, because I think for people who have looked at these structures even a little bit, it is such a poor move that you don't consider it. But for the viewers, it's really not obvious at all. So it's important to actually demonstrate. Black gets immediate pressure on the queen side. The bishops on f8 and e6 are a very, very nice pair of pieces to sort of secure the queen side against White's incursions. And also b2 is a pretty serious weakness. I wouldn't say White is immediately much worse, but I would instantly prefer Black after bishop takes 6, bc6. And like long term, it's just I'm definitely picking Black here over White. And it's just nice to show these little bits of evaluations, because maybe it's not immediately as clear as it should be here. The bishop pair is extremely powerful in these types of structures.
Yeah, I guess asked and answered. there by Alejandro. I find myself drawn to knight h2. I've seen enough Rui Lopez positions where the knight comes to g4, chases out the queen, the knight drops in on f5, the queen comes to f3, and somehow this pressure isn't so easy to shake off.
It gets annoying in some positions. And another thing I want to attract attention to is, I think for me, I can trace it back to precisely one specific game. The concept, and here it's not as striking, but there was, I think it was a game in the candidates I played myself in London in 2013. There was a game that Levon Aronian won on the black side of a very quiet Gioco Piano against Timur Rajabov. And in those years, people didn't play a5 yet. I think Gioco Piano was just coming into its own, but the theory of the variation wasn't developed nowhere nearly enough
like today. Yes.
Like today. And people were still very much playing sort of the old main line where you play a6 and you put the bishop on a7. That was done, as a matter of course. Like you just did that with your hand, and then you started thinking.
Okay.
And in response to that, Timur played something very slow, like he put a bishop on b3, played knight f1, knight g3. And at some point, Levon spent 2 tempi playing bishop a7, c5, and bishop c5, f8. And at first I was kind of surprised, and I mean, shocked may be strong, but I was definitely surprised that he spent 2 tempi.
Bringing the bishop from
bringing the bishop from seemingly, a very long diagonal where it does something, it controls some squares, challenges the bishop on e3 if it comes there, and so on. But the more you think about this, the more you realize that very often, as you're mentioning, spiritually this is not very far from Rui Lopez's, and White often wants to do something on the king side.
Exactly.
And having this additional protection of having the bishop on f8, controlling the g7 square, supporting your pawn on h6 so that you can play g7, g6 easier if you need to, just makes your king side gel together so much more that you are much freer to do things on the other sides of the board. And this, by this point, I think, became a sort of universal understanding that it's often better on f8 than it is on a7, and we see it here as well.
Solid, I wanted to say. a5, a4, to my mind, I would really like you to push that pawn one step further. I would love you to play the move a4, a3. Whether I play b3 or whether I play b4, I'm not sure. And for me, a desirable move would be the move queen c2 until I see my h-pawn being lopped off in such a fashion.
Yeah, there could be tactical issues with this. Yeah.
And
otherwise, I agree with you. Queen c2 would be a very serious candidate here.
And that was why also a second reason why I was drawn to knight h2.
Has been played, by the way.
Knight h2 has been played.
And Wesley more or less instantly replies with queen g6. He knows the knight is coming to g4. I mean, knight h2 is about as telegraphed an idea as you can get.
without playing a bugle in the playing hall, right?
Pretty much, yeah. So he very much knows that queen g6 probably will need to be
is needed.
Yeah. So he does it first.
He sidesteps knight g4.
Perhaps, I'm not entirely sure, but maybe if you go knight g4 here, Black can consider playing h5, h4.
I thought about it, but I think h5, knight takes h5, I think works.
Rook d7 works, yeah. Sorry,
I was going to go knight h6 check.
Also, I missed one thing. I actually considered knight h5 and thought it wasn't working because knight f6, knight takes f6.
Exactly. You're not winning the queen this way.
Yeah, but any other way.
Rook takes d7. Rook takes d7, actually. No, bishop takes g4, I take. Sorry. Doesn't work. Good morning, St. Louis. We are an hour earlier here today.
Very noticeably an hour earlier.
Well, now that two things come immediately to mind. Now that I've pushed you, I've bullied you away.
So queen c2, yeah?
2 moves, yes. Queen c2 first and queen f3 with the idea of cementing the knight to f5, Peter. So queen c2 first. Gift me the pawn.
Yeah, I had a kind of a stupid idea here, but it is stupid, so I'm going to. I was wondering, sort of in the spirit of solving our queenside problems tactically on the king side, as we were doing in the previous position with knight f3 and a queen. I wanted to suggest knight c5.
Knight to c5.
Yeah, using the fact that if you take on c5 to win the pawn on a4, you will lose the potentially lose the knight on
g3. Oh, that is nice. Let me just show that to everybody. Oops.
And also knight c5 is not a horrible move positionally, but I think the issue with it is that you can take on d8. I don't really even want to discuss knight takes d8. It's a bit too ugly for
Discussion?
for this early in the morning. And if I take with the rook, you can take on a4 without taking on c5.
Right.
I always hate parting with my bishops, but if it's a full healthy pawn on a4, I think I will
I think that's what it's
leave
all
with
about.
my disappointment.
The question of healthy and like good and healthy. Queen c2, a dual purpose move of
Absolutely,
attacking the pawn and maybe.
I think black does play a4, a3 though, because
You do?
yeah,
Okay.
because I think in general you would prefer before as a reply to b3 because it takes away some squares. It's kind of you feel like you're playing more proactively by playing before.
Correct.
But with the bishop on a6 exerting a decent amount of pressure against the a2 pawn, I don't think black is that unhappy about those developments. And if
Let's
b3,
just put it on the board. B4,
Yeah.
B2, B3 is, as you say, alternate choice. But I do like the idea that this knight on D7 is temporarily stuck.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if I can start solving that issue immediately. I'm very undecided about the idea of playing knight b6.
Knight B6.
Yeah, because on the one hand, bishop takes b6, I very much like the idea of having more bishops than my opponent.
Yes.
But after that trade happens, I am left with this knight on c6, which is a bit silly.
The pawns controlling.
Does not really have very many squares.
Yeah, even if it was to give it a turn or two,
exactly.
it's not exactly
my issue is I understand it's a poor piece, but I don't understand how to improve it.
Right.
And it's the second part that's annoying me here, because you often have pieces you would very much like on different squares, but you can immediately say what those different squares are.
Right.
And here I am very, very unsure what I'm doing with this piece. On the other hand,
I would want to get rid of your two bishops if I were in white shoes at this moment. Something along the lines.
This actually
of this,
allows me a
or-
very cute tactic.
Oh, please,
Bishop
wonderful.
a4. I think knight takes b4 works.
Oh man, that's
CB rook dc8.
rook dc8. That is pretty
And the bishop on a4 appears to be gone.
gone.
And with it, probably the entire game, because
Yep.
this is not
Yep.
great.
Yep.
So it's a very unclear position, but once again, we probably should limit ourselves to the discussion of it. It's kind of far away from
Well, knight h2, queen g6
queen
on
of
the
3.
board.
Let's look at queen of 3.
Okay,
I thought that was
please.
also a very sensible idea. Just plonk a knight on a 5.
Right.
And go from there.
I remember, help me on this. Wasn't there a game Wesley So versus Gada Kamsky? It was one of these beautiful Rui Lopez's where there was, Wesley or Gada won with the white pieces in very, very nice style by putting a knight on f5. You don't remember? Okay. Good morning, St. Louis. We'll warm up as the broadcast gets going. But yeah, it was a U.S. championship.
So
Very
you're
important
you're
night.
shaming Alejandro for not remembering a very vague description of a game that's been.
Do you remember that one time where Wesley played God and put a knight on f5?
Yeah, we're not even sure
It was good. It was good. Queen f3.
Yeah, queen of 3.
I'll interrupt you guys for a second. That is a fascinating position, but I wanted to take a look at this one as it's just exploding.
Oh.
And it's still theory, so I'm wondering what Fabi is thinking about this. Is he remembering what's going on? F6 castles, bishop e6. I did say the engine did like this move, and it's been played before. Gelfand tried this position with the white pieces a couple of times, including a game against Mirosevic. So certainly two experts of this position have played it out. F4 played in this position. It is, apparently, the main line. Everybody's played F4 so far that's got into this position. The point is that if you take on C4 here, I'm going to take on F6. And you have this double attack against the bishop on E6 and the rook on H8. Apparently this is deadly, but it's not deadly if you throw in the move G takes F4. Because after G takes F4, knight takes F4, queen takes F6. There's two ways to do this. My engine likes queen F7, but everybody's done it through bishop F7. The idea is that when you take on H8, I have this counterattack. Queen takes F4 check. Now, the queen could have gone through F7, so there's also bishop F5 ideas. And after king B1, bishop G6 check, which is what everybody's played. King A1, you see that this position starts getting into a mess. The king's in the middle. White is currently up on exchange, and not just any exchange, because rook HF1 is coming, attacking the queen, attacking the rook. So white is also attacking black, but black's to move, so they have the initiative for the moment. The move knight E3 has been played in some games, including an old game of Yobava against Carlsen. Yobava won that a game in 2005. So 93 has been essayed. Rook HF1 has been seen. Rook D2, the engines are saying is very strong because you're allowed knight takes G2, but it doesn't quite work. It's a huge mess. The engines have looked at this before, though. There is precedent to this position, but judging by the time, Deac would have thought usually 30 minutes to get to this position. He is very well aware of the theory, and Favi's the one that's not. Favi, which is supposed to be the better prepared player, 2,800 going into the candidates,
Right.
He's doesn't seem aware of the variations in this position because he's just going into the tank.
Well, let's jump to Bucharest and get their impressions. A view from Romania. Cristian.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, I do want to talk a little bit about the approach these players, and in general, professional players, take to the final round. How do you stifle the emotions? How do you shut down the nerves? But also, I want to talk about how do you approach it from a technical point of view, what variations you're going to choose, and so on. So let's start with the technical part and try to understand what these players and what their thought process was going into this round. And we're going to start with the leaders, of course. Aronian has the white pieces against a struggling Shahryar Mamedyarov. Normally, if you make a draw, you likely expect Wesley also to have quite a good chance, quite a good shot at making a draw and potentially going into the tiebreaks. Now, you're playing against a struggling opponent, Shahryar Mamedyarov, but are you willing to take the unnecessary risks? And it does seem like Levon went into this game thinking, I'm not going to take any unnecessary risks. What I want to play is a position in which I have a very slight advantage. Imbalances in the pawn structures? No, I don't want to see any of that on the board. We have facing each other pawn structures, equal position, the same material balance. I really like the way Levon approached this game. So I'll give him this one. And of course, Lanier versus Wesley. Lanier trailing by 1 point, Wesley. So with a victory, of course, he's going to catch him. But will he win the tournament? Likely not, because Levon Aronian is playing with the white pieces, and if he doesn't lose it, then Lanier is unable to catch him. So will he take any unnecessary risks? No, I don't think he will. Once again, he's looking for a long game, and I like his approach. He's playing this gioco piano. I remember in the American Cup when he played against Fabiano Caruana, and we were wondering, will Lanier in the gioco piano be able to find something? And he did find an advantage. So let's see if he's going to be able to get an advantage against Wesley as well. But let's talk a bit about the psychological part as well. Anastasia, what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, first of all, I wanted to say that I went to the playing venue just a couple of minutes ago, and I saw Wesley. So he stayed quite a lot of time next to the board next to the board of Levon Aronian, watching the game and the position, and really he spent lots of time there, wondering probably what he should do now with his position, knowing actually that Levon chose the position with a small advantage. I think it's not that easy to understand what to do, and actually you are playing in the last round. You kind of play two games at the same time, right? You play your game, and at the same time you go and check what your opponent is doing. So I think everybody would be happy probably with a draw in the last round, and then we will have a probably interesting tiebreak. But at the same time, he understands that Dominguez also doesn't want to make a quick draw. Probably he also tries his chances in the last game. In any case, I believe that decisive rounds are really interesting to follow, and I always think what the players' thoughts can be at the same time. How do you play these decisive games? Like, do you sleep before? How do you sleep before that games? And of course, we know this famous quote from Mikhail Tal, who said that he was nervous until he understood actually that in decisive games, not only him who is nervous, but also his opponent. So you should think about this too. But we don't know how nervous is Shah, I mean, and how nervous is Levon right now. I don't know, Cristian, what do you do when you play the decisive game? What approach do you have?
Well, that's a very good question, and a question that is so difficult in general to answer. I think it's individual based. Like, how are you as an individual going to deal with this type of emotions? Of course, I tell to myself that I'm grateful to be in the position. I put myself in the position to potentially win the tournament, and that's enough for me. And I'm going to give the same advice to my students as well. I think this is the easiest way to deal with the nerves. Everybody will have nerves. Of course, it's going to be impossible to just forget about your nerves. But if you put yourself in the position going into the final round to succeed, I think that is enough.
Yeah, and I also remember many decisive rounds, many last rounds in different events. Of course, one of the most exciting games to follow were from London Candidates Tournament 2013, and we know that Peter Svidler, who is in the studio right now, was one of the heroes of that round when he beat Magnus Carlsen and with black pieces. And I think he has a lot of things to tell us about that game and his approach when you play the decisive game, or when you know that your opponent has a decisive game. So I wonder what he thinks about it.
Guys, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Thank you, Cristian. I'll put it to the man himself. What is your psychology going into these all-important decisive last rounds?
I agree with
Peter?
much of what was said there in the studio in Bucharest. I think sort of trying to tune out the tournament situation, because there's still a chess game in front of you.
Precisely.
And, yeah, you still have to play it as well as possible, and you know, whatever happens, happens. It's very difficult to completely ignore the importance of that round.
Right.
But in as much as you're capable of doing it, I think it's better not to think about the tournament situation very much. But the specific example Anastasiya mentioned of the 2013 London candidates, when I had the black pieces against Magnus and Vladimir Kramnik, who was also very much in the running there to get to a match against Vishay, playing black against Vasily Ivanchuk. I did beat Magnus there, but I felt that, you know, I had a decent candidate. I ended up on +2. I shared third. But for me, the tournament was sort of effectively over. By that point, nobody was in the running apart from those two.
Exactly.
I'm still very proud of that game. It was a very difficult. It was a very difficult game. There was a lot of calculation involved, and yeah, it's one of the better games I played in my life. But, you know, compared to the amount of pressure Magnus was under,
Right.
I had a free roll.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there was some money at stake and pride.
Sure.
But for Magnus, it was potentially a culmination of a lifetime of trying to get to the match, to the very summit of chess achievement. And he very much played 2 games that day. I played 1, he played 2, because
as did Vladimir.
As did Vladimir, who also ended up losing to Vasily. And I mean, for Vladimir. You know, you kind of have to feel for Vladimir in particular there, because Vasily had a horrible tournament.
Losing 5 games on time.
Yeah, he lost, I think, 5 games on time, and he lost, I think, 6 in total. But as is often the case with Vasily,
he played a brilliant game.
You absolutely have no
genius.
idea which Vasily you're getting on the day, right? It might be the one that is going to be like down to 3 minutes. And you have to remember, London was no increment.
Yeah, okay.
So he might be down to 3 minutes by move 22.
Right.
Or he might just play the kind of Ivanchuk game that we've seen throughout the last, I don't know, 30 years, where like everything goes to precisely the right squares, and you're under pressure from move 1, and the clock is under control,
right?
And you're just not enjoying a moment of it. and you know, throughout the tournament, we saw a lot more of the bad Ivanchuk, so to speak.
Right.
And Kramnik got to play against the good Ivanchuk in the last round, on top of having to figure out whether he needed to play for a win.
Exactly.
And I guess I lost kind of badly with white to Magnus in the first round of the double round robin.
Yeah.
And I think Vladimir's opening choice
of the Perk defense
of the Pirates,
Vasily.
Against Vasily, very much kind of indicated that he did not think very much about my chances against Magnus with black. I think he probably thought this is going to not be very pretty.
No 4 knights.
Because, you know, if he thought draw is enough,
right,
you probably don't play the Pirates in the last round against Ivanchuk there.
Right.
But I ended up being kind of on point on the day,
right?
It perhaps backfired a little bit.
Yeah, but overall, my approach in these last round decisive games is I avoid thinking about the meaningfulness of the game and why it's so important that I win this game in the title, whatever. It's more, my approach has been, I want to get the kind of game that I need whether it's a chaotic game or a soft, slow, strategic game or a technical game. So I'm really focused on that aspect of what it is that I want to achieve.
Yeah, but that, once again, you need to think about things on the board.
Yeah.
And then what you're saying makes a lot of sense. Just getting a position you're comfortable with, and potentially a position your opponent is the least comfortable with, that suits you. But that is specific chess questions that you need to be asking asking yourself and choosing. But yeah, in as much as you can, you should really tune out the tournament situation.
Let me jump over to Alejandro and get him involved in this question of last round, your psychology going into these last round crucial games. Alejandro.
I think you guys said most of it. Last rounds are really tough, not only because of the tournament pressure, but also the accumulation of how tired you are. I mean, normally by the time that you get to the championship rounds, there's such a tournament on top of you. I mean, you're mentioning, Peter, this candidates tournament. Candidates is a marathon.
14 rounds.
14 rounds, gets some of the top, best players in the world, and you got all this pressure of the months of preparation leading up to the event. So you got to manage so many different things in this one game of chess. It's a tough thing to do. It's a tough thing to do no matter what the level is. I feel that even at the collegiate level of chess, you get this last round and you know that you need half a point under your opponent, and you end up looking at so many different boards, right? Trying to figure out what's going on exactly in the other ones, even though you have to focus on your own. And sometimes it's difficult to do so. So certainly, a little bit of nerves here for the players, but Levon, he's a professional. I mean, he's been in this situation how many times?
Right.
How many times has Levon seen this particular story unfold in front of him? So he knows what he's doing. I like his approach. It's just extremely solid, and he's going to think, well, Linier with the white pieces. Yeah, he's a solid player as well, but he nibbles once in a while, right? I mean, he's particularly good at this Italian openings.
Right. It's easy for me to be a little bit more critical. I mean, I'm sitting here in studio. I don't have anything at stake. But myself in Levon's shoes, I think my approach would have been different from the four knights. I mean, I am, after all, white. I am playing. The player is actually having a really bad tournament. I would love to get a game where I'm putting more pressure on my opponent. And I think this approach basically is very, very soft. If he were to win the game, then I take it all back. It was a genius.
Seems unlikely now with the position that we have on the board.
A genius decision of playing this, but no, I think it's just a little bit too tepid for me.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah. Something that Anastasiya mentioned in the pre-show, I sort of hesitate to bring it up as a very serious part of the equation there, but they are friends.
These two players.
Levon and Shah are on very, very good terms, and I don't know how much that play. Once again, Levon is a professional of, I don't know, 25 years, probably not 25, but definitely 20 years of playing at a very top level. This shouldn't inform his decision very much, but perhaps it informs it a little bit.
Right.
And yeah, it does seem like he just thought, I don't really need to overcomplicate matters today too much, because yeah, this is about as non-critical as Levon gets with the white pieces.
Exactly. Let's just jump into that game, because when we left it, we had just seen this move by Levon, Queen F3, and the discussion is that white has a slight advantage and so forth and so on. Bishop E4, Queen G3, trade, 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 and guess what? We're now in a semi-open position, 4 versus 4 on the queen side, 3 versus 3 on the queen side, king side. I think
it's nothing really, because the pawn on C7 is a little bit weak, but the knight on D6 blocks it very, very comfortably. And also, I think all 4 rooks just disappear along the E file, and then I put the
chopping block as we.
And then I put the king on E6 or D7 or wherever, and start shuffling. Exactly. And I just don't see how white even asks a pertinent question there, to be honest.
Agreed.
I think this one is just going to be
truly dead. Let's just jump.
He's just taken on D6. That is even more. I mean,
I mean, the pretense,
If you're going to take on D6, which he has done, by the way, remember when I was saying Weiss versus Schwartz?
Yeah.
Take a look at this mirrored position.
It is very, very nicely symmetrical.
Well
yes.
done. Very professional.
Exactly. Very, very.
And
very.
what they often do in this structure when they get it in the Rookie 190 Berlins is they actually play b4 with white and b5 with black, and then everything gets
be
shut.
sure
just to
that
make
it's shut
sure
down.
that nobody goes anywhere. Yeah.
Exactly.
Stay right here. Yeah.
Yeah, b4 and b5 would mean that no entries for either king are possible.
Yeah.
So that game we can definitely
I think we will
chalk away.
return to it when we watch the handshake. Yeah, there's no
And
particular need to watch it
I w-
until then.
I want to get right back into the game that Alejandro found very, very exciting. That was the Fabiano game with Daniel. Daniel playing that move f4, which, by the way, I think is a hilarious move. For me personally, when I see this move, bishop f5 to e6. I'm attacking your knight, and I'm attacking it twice. And white says, "You are? I don't think so.
Go on, then.
Go on.
Go on, then,
Execute your threat, f2, f4. And you had taken us down a rabbit hole there, which was, I thought, pretty fun. Knight takes c4. You never came to a definitive conclusion on any of this because it seemed so far-fetched. But rook d8 was...
Also not a novelty, but supposedly not the best move, even though I have seen a Nagy play it, and whatever Nagy plays generally cannot be all that bad.
Yeah, rook d8 is actually the best move according to my engine, better than the move knight takes c4. Remember that a lot of this theory is dated. Some of these games were from the early 2000s or mid 2005. Engines have evolved significantly since then, and rook d8 is the choice by Favi. It is the best engine move. Now, there's not a lot of choices for white to continue in this position if you're looking for an advantage. And I don't think that Deac knows this move. He's stuck right now after the move rook d8. If you move the queen to e4, there's bishop d5. The line kind of continues, but because knight takes is not possible because pawn takes e5 and then queen takes c4, you need to find a good idea. You could still continue the line with bishop e3, queen e3, still a mess. After the move rook d8, you could start with the move queen e3 and then force me to take on c4. In this variation, there's also a move like bishop c5, absolute madness. But let's say bishop takes e4, pawn takes e5, queen takes e5. It looks a little dodgy for black to play with the king on e8. But you're currently up a pawn, you have the pair of bishops, you are covering a lot of good squares, and I don't think that queen takes a7, which is the main move of the engine, is really something that's going to refute the variation. You could, according to the engine, take on d8, queen takes, rook takes, go to an endgame. You have to take on c4 to get your piece back, and the question is how do you evaluate this one? There's two connected passed pawns in the center of the board.
Marshall.
Yes, Marshall type of compensation, as you have the two bit. I'm not even going to finish that. I'm not saying that. That is not a Marshall type of compensation. Not even close.
No.
I mean,
no, not really, no.
But these pawns,
two hammers.
if these pawns get connected, and somehow you break the light square blockade, then white's just winning. But you're far away from that. You're still a little underdeveloped. This pawn in particular is very advanced. So you could try to create some counterplay. And it's very vulnerable.
Yeah.
Because of its advanced nature. So right now the engine is saying almost full compensation for black. It doesn't fully see how to get the pawns back exactly, but it kind of gives away h7 for f6 and then fights on with a pair of bishops, saying that, well, at the end of the day, material is very reduced, the position is very open, this bishop is not particularly great. Yeah, you'll enjoy an extra pawn as white, but your winning chances are rather low. That being said, winning chances for black here? Well, 0, right?
Wow.
Not very many, yeah.
One game that has just kind of zoomed, went past the opening, zoomed past the middle game, and we're deep into the ending. I'm going to bring up the game between Richie and Jan here. This queen c1 didn't seem to perplex
Not very much,
Jan
but also,
too much.
I mean, once again, after yesterday, Jan has had a kind of a traumatic event, honestly, because he started really well by beating Alireza in that monster of a game,
right?
Which featured some swings, but it was, I think, very, very well played by both of them. And then he just had a series of unfortunate events. Yeah, it's like Lemony Snicket kind of tournament since then.
Yep.
And very, very deflating. You know, losing to Shah from a position which at one point was just completely and utterly winning with one precise calculation, and then not winning yesterday after playing a very nice game against Levon.
Exactly.
So I don't know how much credence we can give to his 125 on the clock by move 20, honestly. But yeah, it does seem like he has not been shocked by Queen C1, and his reply is being sort of blitzed out somewhat convincingly. And the endgame they have on the board right now, C7, C5 is by far the main idea here for black. So yeah, Richard understandably goes Rook C1 here, and it happens anyway. Jan went C5, DC, and he went Knight D7, Knight B8, which is one of the ways to avoid spoiling your queenside structure with B takes C5.
This is a definite no-no.
I mean, in some positions it's playable because you do have counterplay against the B2 pawn. It's not as if you create a weakness, but you get absolutely nothing in return.
Right.
I don't think it's unplayable, but I think keeping the structure as is, if possible, is sort of the saner choice.
Now, for me, having the knight appear on C5 is less tolerable than having it appear, for example, either on the C6 square or even the C7 square.
Yeah, we can
Take
choose
your
between all of those things. Yeah.
Put your pieces backwards, and I would assume that he doesn't want the pawn to be captured on the C5 square, but rather the C7
Absolutely,
square.
yeah. You never allow knight d7 takes c5.
Exactly.
Yeah, so white clearly has a pleasant free roll here, but it's not very much. It's I think these positions generally get held, but
I guess it depends what you ask, because the engine hates it.
For black.
really hates it, yeah.
Like +1, +1.5, depending which one you ask.
Right, because there are...
I saw the evaluation on the screen a bit earlier, and I didn't recheck since then. So it really hates 97 specifically, right? Because I think
it really hates 97, but the entire idea of playing c5 without preparation, it really disliked it. It thought you should go knight d7 first. And I'm going rook c6, just take the draw with knight b8, knight d7.
No, I assume Richie would have put the rook on c2, maybe,
and played on,
double,
but
yeah.
you still prepare the move c5.
Yeah, absolutely. So knight d7, let's say king e2, c5, rook hc1, and we go, I don't know, rook cd8 or something.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, you break the...
Yeah, I can very much
white
get behind
still
that.
retains
A bit of a plus,
a bit of a plus, but it's not as much as in the game. In the game after c7, I mean, if you just put some moves on the board, you start seeing how black gets in trouble.
Oops, sorry. Yep.
Yeah. Knight b8, c7. Yeah, knight a6 you kind of have to play. And then either king e2 or knight d4. It doesn't matter that much.
Knight d4 even.
Knight d4 even.
This I just...
I like knight d4 just to...
yeah, and the one I'm not surprised at all is if you take on c7 here, white will just play king e2, follow it up with rook c1. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of a position you just kind of lose.
Yeah, because particularly here, this knight on c7 is so dominated.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you can't play e5. You just can't make yourself play that.
Giving up the f5 square is very, very painful. Right. Yeah, and this is why I said that, you know, normally in a tournament like this, when you see somebody who has just played a world championship match, you know, sit there with 125 on the clock, although maybe it's not 125 by this point, but yeah, not much more than that. You would assume he's just quoting something from memory, but Jan does it, you know, in particular when it's going as poorly as this one is going. He does get into these kinds of moods where he just makes moves and hopes they're good on the day. Like, you know, not much thought really goes into them. I mean, he is definitely gifted enough to trust the autopilot on a good day. It's just that when it's not a good day, the autopilot could malfunction.
Exactly. Just because Richie is taking a quick second before playing the move c6, c7, it did cross my mind that knight d4 is actually
Rook e d8 is annoying, I think.
Yeah, that's the problem, was that the desirable rook c4. I've got a back rank issue.
b5
suddenly,
I think is very strong. e5 knight f5 maybe is actually playable for white, but b5 is very strong, I think.
Oh, because of knight e7 check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking, okay, but b5.
b5 is very strong. Yeah.
Is a nice way of taking advantage of my fact that I'm actually not castled. My king is on f1. All right, well, we'll keep an eye on that. Alejandro, well, they didn't get in b5, b4 yet, the two players, that is to say, Shaq
I mean,
and
we don't
Levon.
have to return to this.
Exactly,
No,
but what's going on with Wesley So and Lanier, more or less after
Half
the
an
move queen
hour.
g6?
Half an hour
A
30-minute for Lanier.
We're back on form here.
We're back on what we need to. Yeah, one decisive game today for draws. Lanier thinks for 20 minutes, 30,
Right.
40. Yeah, this one is going very slowly. Lanier trying to figure out what to do.
Okay.
It's not easy. I mean, it's really not easy to try to understand these positions. Every move looks similar, and they're met in such different ways. For example, I was trying to understand what does happen after Queen C2. It looked like such a normal move to me.
Right.
And
it's the most forcing.
Yeah, the top engine move I would have never thought of in my life. Queen C2, Knight A5.
Knight A5.
Yeah.
No, that was not on my agenda either.
Oh yeah, it's very clever though. I've looked at sacrifices like this, but not here, because here it looks like you're really pushing it. So bishop A4, Knight C4, kind of forcing bishop C1 potentially.
Yeah, bishop C1, and then you still have Knight C5.
Yeah, and you just chase down that bishop, trade it for one of the knights, and you have
The
plenty
Marshall.
So martialish, yes.
No. I refuse.
I
refuse.
Rook takes, bishop.
Bishop B5, C6 simply, or bishop B3. I guess we can think about.
You can go Rook A8.
Yeah.
Rook A8. I pulled you off the A file so you wouldn't do that to me, but now you're playing Rook A8 anyway. Oh my.
It's a very clever move because it stops you from going bishop takes C4, bishop takes C4, B3, liberating your position.
Precisely.
It's very deep. It's hard to even conceive this idea there on the board. But if you know it, if you just know it and you come prepared from home, and the engine tells you, well, you sacrifice a pawn, go Rook D8, Rook A8, and you equalize, well, that's all you need to do, right?
Knight A5 is a very, very nice move. Yeah, I really like this.
That is something special. One other look, because maybe bishop C1.
Rook A4, Knight B2 is a threat.
Rook A4, Knight B2.
I wasn't doing it out of,
the goodness of your
goodness
heart.
of my heart, yeah.
There's not much goodness.
Precisely for that reason.
Oh,
Stuff is hanging. So.
Stuff is hanging.
Yeah.
Just for the audience, I was thinking, well, I'll recapture on E3. Peter says, no. I have got a fork in mind. Rook takes A4, Knight takes B2, hits these two guys, and Black advantageously wins back his pawn in this case. So Knight A5, quite the resource. And we've seen it show up actually earlier too, that Knight A5 was...
yeah, but not in a position like this where seemingly the A4 pawn is completely free. Yeah.
Right.
We were giving it up in slightly more understandable circumstances, but here, White spends a full tempo attacking the pawn on A4, and you sort of give it up more. You even remove the Rook A8 from the protection of it.
Right.
It's a difficult idea to conceive of, as Alejandro was saying, but perhaps Linear realized it exists because
he's definitely paused, and we were basically in Linear shoes. We were saying, okay, two choices: Queen C2 and or Queen F3. Queen F3 was the game that I was trying to remember, which actually I was told was from the U.S. Championship 2016, and it was a great game. Queen F3 with the idea Knight F5, and I think this was the one that attracted you most, Peter.
Yeah, we were looking at this, and honestly, having listened to Alejandro, I'm wondering if even here maybe Knight A5 is playable, but I think it's probably less interesting here, because I can go bishop A4, Knight C4. And I can take on D7. The difference being that Knight takes E3 is much less of a sort of a winning threat here with the queen.
The queen being able to
and you take on
recapture.
D7 with the bishop. I played B3. There is still going to be compensation because the bishop pair here is definitely not nothing.
No, that's
but
for
white,
sure.
but white doesn't spoil their pawn structure at all. You do have to give up both of your bishops for that pawn.
Which is,
but it's a solid enough pawn. I will play Knight F3 back. I will hopefully play Rook D2, Rook A G1. Here I'm picking white.
Okay, fair. So Queen F3, Knight A5 would be quite the move. Knight, but if you don't do something,
yeah, it feels like Knight F5 needs addressing because it will be awkward.
Right. There's more than one way to do so. Knight F6.
Knight F6, I was going to say, yeah, stops.
It stops both knights.
Yeah, exactly. It stops both Knight F5 and Knight G4.
Yeah, because now Knight takes E4, and because the Knight on F5 is hanging, and you don't have Knight G4.
My issue with that move was specifically Rook takes D8, because I kind of hate the idea of taking with the Knight, but maybe I shouldn't. Maybe it's fine.
It's okay.
Yeah.
While taking with the Rook, I will definitely clip the pawn on A4. Taking with the Knight, maybe your Knight isn't any great shakes, but for the moment, White's pieces are kind of
There's
stuck
also a
as
bunch
well.
of pieces on the king side which do nothing, and maybe we go c6, b5 to follow, and knight b7, knight c5 later, or knight b7, bishop c5 or something. Yeah.
Well, and I will return to the game at some point.
Yeah.
I'm guessing
White's just not fast.
I'm guessing the desirable queen d1 just will also hang the e4 pawn.
Bishop d3, but yeah, I think I can play f5 if all else fails. Yeah.
All right, it's that time, Peter, where we inform everybody of our specials
And
at Q Boutique.
Today I have glad tidings. Today,
Oh,
as a parting note for the viewers of this tournament,
the Grand Chess Tour.
a kind of a one day of everything must go. 20% off on the entire catalog.
Wow.
With the promo code ROM20. That's read only memory 20.
Nice association, Peter. I'm not sure what video games you've been up to, but okay.
Yeah, I couldn't resist. I
please.
thought, yeah. So, 20% off all regular price merchandise today only with the code ROM20. That obviously stands for Romania, and not what I said.
Yep.
At checkout, and the offer is only valid with at Cubitic. STL.com, but yeah, plenty of very interesting stuff there.
And as we go on
check
break,
it out.
Yeah, and as we go on break, Anastasiya has been playing catch up with Zhukova and Onishuk. See you on the other side of the break.
And here we are with another guest of the tournament, Alexander Onishuk, Ukrainian-American grandmaster. You were in different times Ukrainian champion, American champion, played for both countries, for the national teams. Alexander, welcome to the Grand Chess Tour. How is it to be here?
Thank you, Anastasia. No, it's great to be here. Thank you for inviting me. It's great to see this event like in person. It's been a while I've been to such big tournaments on this one, and especially not in the US, because in the US obviously I attend some tournaments in St. Louis, but this one is just an amazing tournament with lots of great players. It's nice to follow the tournament, and many interesting games, many decisive games, and I'm glad to be here.
Who was the most impressive player so far? I mean, for you, which games did you follow with interest?
Well, I mean, I should say all of them, obviously, but of course I'm rooting for American players, and I'm glad to see that Wesley So is leading the tournament with Lev Aronian. I hope one of the US players will win this event.
You were the one who took part also in this fundraising event for Ukraine. What were your impressions? What do you think about such events?
I think it was a great event, and many thanks to the main sponsor, Superbet, and obviously everyone who attended the event. It was great to meet all these people. I have talked to some of them next day, and they were telling us stories, like their personal stories, how they support Ukraine, Ukrainian people. And quite frankly, being here in Romania and meeting so many people that do their best, helping refugees, helping Ukrainians. It's very important for me to kind of meet these people and thank them.
Alexander, how did your life change in a way after the war started? Because of course we know that you keep Ukrainian, you have Ukrainian relatives in Ukraine and friends.
Yeah. Well, it has changed a lot, I should say. As you know, I'm originally from Crimea, and I still have some friends there. I used to have more friends in Crimea, and overall, I should say. But my life has also changed a little bit. Of course, I started being more involved once the war started, and helping Ukraine, also taking part in some events in my hometown. We have a small Ukrainian community, and I mean, Americans, they support Ukraine so much, and we Ukrainians living in the U.S., we are very grateful to everyone who puts a flag outside of their house or just donates the money, and it has happened from day one. And I think it's very important for the U.S. and very important, of course, for Ukraine to have such a support in America.
Thank you very much, Alexander, and welcome once again to Grand Chess Tour. And we hope to see you once again here, as I know that you are going to Poland as well. Here we are next to the playing venue, together with Natalia Zhukova, two-time European champion, Ukrainian grandmaster, who came directly from Odessa, from Ukraine. Natalia, how was your trip? Tell us. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here. Yes, I came here a couple of days ago. Yes, of course, it was a difficult trip. I came by
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the final round, the championship round of the Bucharest Chess Classic. And as you see on your screens, there are two leaders playing today in MVL, potentially catching up to them if he wins with Black against Alireza, which is a very tall order, but it has been done. It has been done even in this tournament.
Exactly.
And he got himself a fighting position, even though White is under no pressure there. But it's a fighting disbalanced position, which is something you don't often get in a G3/C6 Grunfeld.
But during our break, the game that got our attention is Nepo. Well, he's in real trouble, Peter.
Yeah.
When we left it, he had just played the desirable move c5, but he didn't prepare it with the move knight d7 as recommended by Alejandro. First you play knight d7, then you play c5, and eventually you fight your way to a equal position. Instead he jumped with c5 right away, and what's this, said Richie. I'll take it, and I'll
push it all the way to c7.
I'll push it all the way to c7, and now when you recapture the pawn...
Can you click one more? I just want to see. So Nepo spent 8 minutes on knight a6, c5 here. This is what I wanted to take a look at. Knight c5 straight up loses to best play.
Right.
The result would no longer even be in doubt if Richard found the most precise way to put this to bed, which isn't what he played for. And I think I figured out why. I think I know exactly what Richard missed there.
By all means, sure.
The move to win here is the move b2, b4, forcing the knight away from the c5 first. And if you go knight takes c4, we can play knight b5 here.
Right.
Rook e7 is obligatory, otherwise you allow knight takes a7 and it costs like a full exchange.
Fair.
And now we go king e2, very simply king e2 followed by rook hd1. And
stopping any knight d2.
Yeah, and rook d1 d8, the idea is very simple but also completely unstoppable. You can't really deal with this in any kind of reasonable fashion. And yeah, the black position just collapses here.
Just to knight
king
a7,
f8, king e8, king f8, king e8 is currently is the only one I don't quite understand. Well, I guess you go rook hd1, king e8, f3, a6, knight a7, knight c6. I guess, yeah.
f3,
yeah.
a6.
This is the one final touch you need to find. Knight a7, rook c7, and knight c6, attacking not only the exchange but also rook d8 checkmate is a bit of a threat here.
That's a very powerful threat. Rook d8 checkmate. Wow.
And instead of that, Richard played knight b5 immediately, which we thought, honestly, before we
was also winning, actually.
Yeah, we thought was completely winning as well. But I think the point is, after knight b5, and rook e7 already blitzed out by Richard and Nepo. Yeah, king e2, a6. Yeah, actually, it's simpler than I thought. After rook hd1, black can actually take on b5, right?
Yes.
Rook d8, rook e8, and this doesn't win because there's knight b7 in the end. We go rook d8 check, rook e8.
I don't know if it doesn't win, right?
We take on e8. Oh, rook cd1 is also possible. We go rook d1 here, and black goes knight b7.
How do we evaluate the endgame after b4 here, though?
Better for
rook
white.
c8.
Yeah,
you have c takes b6 there, yeah?
Yeah, that's kind of the point.
You have c takes b6. It probably, yeah, this looks very promising as well, but for some reason the engine doesn't really...
It's not disturbed.
Yeah, and
this looks dead lost.
Yeah, this looks dead lost. But the engine goes rook hd1, king h7, and this is what I thought was being missed. And then I realized this exists. In the like rook hd1 move 25. Instead of a takes b5, the machine suggests you can play king h7, which looks like it just resigns to rook d8. But black does have rook takes c7 there. I think this is what he missed.
That's easy to miss, though.
I think this is what he missed. I think he thought the game is over. And then, by this point, he realized that king h7 followed by rook takes c7 actually solves the biggest issue black has here. The engine still suggests white is massively better after king h7, knight d6, followed by b2, b2, b4
or something.
Yeah, and we get back to the kinds of endgames. Like the most famous one is, I'm guessing, Matvenik Alekhine, right?
Yeah, this just looks really, really messy.
Yeah.
In better days, one win for Richie against 7 draws, so he's definitely done very well against Nepo.
Yeah, he's had the better of this matchup, but not by a large margin. But yeah, it's a huge big miss, obviously, because had he started with b4 instead of knight b5, the game would have been over by now.
I see.
But
yeah,
now
he must have completely missed king h7.
Yeah.
Do we have, and we do have, in fact, King H7 on the board.
Yeah, and he will now have to go back to playing a very pleasant endgame.
And just to show the audience, you might be thinking, King H7, why not King G7?
Yes.
But you guys can take that one.
I'm assuming there's going to be some very nice knight forks in this one.
There must be, yeah.
Yeah, but how?
But where?
Yeah. This is
Yes.
the one. Yeah, you go
Yeah.
knight d6 and b4.
And before, correct.
And when the knight leaves, we take on c7 and we go knight e8 check, and that
Bingo.
once again ends the game.
Oops.
That's why
Getting
the
you
knight-
from behind.
That's why the king's on H7 and not on G7, the subtleties of the position. Yeah, you know, Richard's such a good calculator. He's proven it this tournament, the way that he played against Shak. Wow, what a game that was. But this one, it just feels like both players have kind of checked out mentally from the tournament.
Right.
They're making moves. They're not double, triple checking the way they normally would. Because at this level, guys, this is...
He should
Yeah.
see before.
Should see this.
All,
yeah.
all of this is, eminently findable. Yeah, before
Yeah.
knight
And-
the entire line is also just completely streamlined. There's nothing else to calculate. You cannot allow knight a7 here.
Exactly.
Rook e7 strictly the only move. You play king e2. He knows the idea exists. He played it in the game as well. So it's
Yeah.
not as if he doesn't realize this is the winning idea in all of these positions. And you follow it up like all of the calculations here are, take 30
Very
seconds.
straightforward.
Yeah, they take 30,
It's
30
very
seconds.
straightforward, yeah.
Yeah, and I liked the final the most, that threat of rook d8 checkmate, as you stop, if only temporarily, the rook from landing here until you see that.
No, I think you probably should include F3.
I play
E6,
F3
right?
first. Yeah, I
probably
beg your
should have.
pardon. Yeah, that I did it wrong. My apologies. F3. Your knight can't move because of knight d6 check. Only move is a6. Knight attacks the rook. The rook has to take the pawn, and then suddenly, not only are we attacking this rook, but we also have the threat of checkmate in one.
And the knight on e4 continues
And
hanging.
the
So
knight on e4 is
it's
hanging.
completely lost position.
Yeah, that's a straightforward piece of calculation. It shouldn't have been difficult at all for Richie. Our first big miss, Alejandro. What else do you have for us?
First of hopefully not many, but yes, this game, a little dodgy. But let's go back to our tournament leader, Wesley So, with the black pieces against Linear Dominguez, playing what I call ugly chess. Ugly but effective. We have in this position, after the move knight g4, Wesley blitzed out bishop d6. And we had considered this idea of bishop c4 earlier, training the light squared bishop, hopefully getting some squares here for the queen as well. And here, Wesley could play the move knight a5, but he said, you know what, give me that bishop, and let me play the move queen e6. Top move by the engine, by the way. So no surprise there. Queen e6, and the engine say, go back, don't take on e6. I would obviously take on e6, and as did
Impossible,
Linear. Yeah, you'd never go back.
No.
You look at this structure and say, that is ugly. That is two isolated pawns that are blocking this bishop for the rest of the game. They're never going to get better until I break them with the move g3, f4. Then I remember that in some game, Carlsen beat Karyakin. It's a sort of important game with this structure. I think I can torture my opponents the same way. Not human, but the engines think, look, the pawns are not really that weak because who's going to attack them? The pawn on e5 is already very well defended. There's no real ways to get to the e6 pawn, so white needs to have a second front, and that's what Linear does with the move b4. Takes, but Wesley not really spending a lot of time getting to this position, also blitzing out the move knight a5. He hasn't really thought at all. His clock is sitting at 1 hour and 25 minutes. Rook db1 played, and instantly, well, a couple minutes think on this one, b5 on the board. The edge is saying zeros, not even a slight smidge of an advantage for white. Thinking black's just too active. You have these problems on the queen side that are more real than the problems that I have on the center with these two pawns on the e file. Black's pretty active everywhere. The knight on a5 is on the rim, but it's kind of tying all of my rooks together here on the queen side. And this knight's on g4 and g3, they look pretty, but what are they doing with the rest of the pieces? Maybe you want to coordinate in this way. For the moment, b4 might be an idea, knight c5 coming as an idea. These knights are far away from the queen side, and black apparently has solved their problems.
Thank you for that, Alejandro. And turning our attention to Fabi's game. Sorry, Peter, did you have
And this is the
another one?
scenario that Alejandro was actually describing when we started talking about the endgame after ef6. He did mention that the pawn on f6 often gets traded for the pawn on h7, and I wasn't entirely sure how that is happening, but the players have shown us basically.
Exactly.
And it started with the move that I think it's in particular because Fabi did not appear to know very much about the position. King c7 is a very cute move to make here, especially unprepared, because it seems like you need to start attacking the pawn on f6 straight away, but he says, I need to sidestep the checks, I need to secure my king, I don't actually have to address the pawn on f6 just yet. Pass the move to white, ask white exactly what white needs to do. Well, King c7 is, he's basically saying, King c7 will be useful every single time, so I'm starting with this and I will react to your moves. And bishop e4 looks logical, but it does take away the e4 square from the knight, meaning that now black can attack the pawn on f6 in full knowledge that it does get picked up.
Right.
And we see a very logical follow-up from there.
The problem though with the immediate knight e4 is maybe bishop d5, right? You're walking into a
maybe even bishop takes e2. I'm not saying it was strong here. I'm just saying the option gets taken away by placing the bishop on that square.
Clear. Cute.
Yeah, and then kind of a forcing variation continues from here. Bishop h6, bishop g5. F7 square is covered. So yeah, the pawn f6 is gone, but it does get traded for the pawn on h7. And the rooks will come off. I'm pretty sure white is
white does
incentivized. Yeah, I mean the rook on h6 would be way too strong to allow.
Exactly.
So I think the rooks are coming off, and then my initial feeling here is that it's not even a difficult draw.
It's not a difficult draw.
It's not even a difficult draw because and we will finally get the promised handshake in the Aronian Mamedyarov game. Everything
got hosed on the queen side.
Yeah,
and it's 3 versus 3. Weiss versus Schwartz.
Absolutely, yeah.
King g3. Somehow the rooks should be on a more mirrored squares, if you know what I'm saying.
They haven't done it as perfectly as perhaps they could have, but
my teenage book.
Yeah, efficient enough. You can't really complain here.
Levon Aronian is not going to complain at all about his final result as he goes into the clubhouse with a half a point lead, waiting for the results of Wesley and MVL.
Absolutely, yeah.
And again, if we do get to a playoff, Peter, what would it look like?
Yeah, the playoff rules are, I wanted to say straightforward, but I mean, they're streamlined and very nicely for the spectators. There is no, Excel spreadsheets involved. This is the format of the tournament in general, as you can see. But the tiebreak rules are, people play it out.
Right.
If I don't want to use too many words there, people battle it out over the board, which is way preferable to calculating arcane tiebreaks. And
we need the playoff.
Yeah,
playoff rules. In case of 2 players, they're going to be playing head-up match.
Just a straight-up two-game micro match with game in 15 plus 10. Yeah, those are the rules we were looking for. 15 plus 10, and if that is still tied, there's an Armageddon. And if Wesley draws and MVL wins, which currently doesn't look very likely, but is still nowhere near, very possible.
Mathematically,
yeah, possible. So in case of a tie of 3 players, we will get a round robin, 3 round, I can't speak English anymore. So they will play a proper tournament, not luckily for us, not double round robin, but a single round robin. Yeah, and that will be with a slightly shorter time control due to the amount of rounds that they will have to play. And the important bit is they will have to wait until the entire classical round is finished, which is very understandable because people start banging on the clock in Rapid, and you don't really want to distract players who are still playing their classical game. But 15 minutes after the final game is finished in the tournament proper, we will have our tiebreak start, and after the match between the 2 or the round robin among all 3, there is immediately an Armageddon game if people are still tied for first. With 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, and black getting draw odds. And this is the view of the playing hall, as you can see. Still plenty of spectators. Obviously, this is the most important day of the tournament. And the reason they're not watching the stage there, as you can see, all of them intently watching something on the left.
Yeah.
Clearly, there's a large screen there showing all the live boards, and this is what attracts everybody's.
And let's take a look at the game between MVL and Alireza. Oops, that's And what is the chances of MVL? I mean, clearly only a victory gets him into a tie.
Yeah, some somewhat surprising decisions were taken since we were there last. I very much liked his approach, and actually I was just sitting there. I'm pretty sure I gave, instead of knight b7 that he played after bishop b2, b3, bishop d5, bishop b2 happened here. I think I still had this position in the course. I think I was recommending here to play knight a6, knight c3, take on g2, and play queen c8. I think that was my recommendation, kind of combining the ideas of rook d8 and ideas of c7, c5, c6, c5, and the queen is often very well placed on the e6 square. I still feel like this is playable if I remember correctly what the course says, which is also not a given.
I could give you a good discount on your own course for you. There,
thank
Peter.
you very much. Yes, but what MVL did is actually very, very streamlined as well, and I quite like this idea. You play knight b7, you lure the knight to c3, and you immediately attack the knight on c4 with b7, b5. And you obviously need, you need the knight on d7 to do this, because knight c4, e5 would be the ideal square to retreat to. But with the knight on d7, it's not really playable. But e7, e5 is a bit questionable. If we go back after knight d2, you can definitely make an argument for playing something like queen b6 here and following it up with c6, c5, which I think pretty much instantly equalizes here. And I think that the fact that MVL also quite quickly played e7, e5 here is a nod towards the tournament situation, because completely equalizing is all good and well, but that, considering how Wesley's and Levon's games are going, is not going to give you a tie for first.
Exactly.
It's going to leave you in.
He's got to do something to imbalance this. But as we get to their position, let's just jump over to Bucharest, where Cristian is with Levon Aronian. Cristian.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are indeed with Levon Aronian, the leader, as we are waiting for the result between the game of Lenier and Wesley. Levon, first of all, congratulations. Quite a solid event for you. I would say remarkable event for you. How would you assess your performance in Romania?
I think I was playing rather terrible, but so was everybody else.
And definitely the defensive side played quite well in your favor in a couple of games.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I was making very obvious mistakes. I think I'm, playing so much rapid chess online kind of kills your concentration. At least that's how it works with me. So I was struggling with my concentration, something that I need to work on. And that's why I was making such mistakes and putting myself in real danger. But I'm happy at least I was fighting back.
Co-leading the event going into the final round, you had White against a struggling Shahryar. How did you approach this particular game? What was the strategy going into today's round?
Well, the last round has its specifics. It's like in poker, we say you don't play your card, but you play your position. And my position dictates me to actually play very solidly, because in case if I had lost, the difference would have been huge in GCT points.
And the whole tournament is spoiled.
Yeah, and also in price bound as well.
So you always assess it as a risk-reward ratio.
Yes.
Got it. And right now, it does look like Wesley most likely will probably defend this one. It's probably going to end in a draw, and you guys very likely will end up in a tiebreak. Now, you know Wesley quite well, and recently you played a mini-match in a rapid time control. Also, you played a lot of other matches in rapid time control in the American Cup. How would you assess your chances going into that one?
Well, Wesley is a very, very good player in rapid and generally in chess. Of course, he's a tough opponent always. I think he won this tour quite a few times with his performance in the rapid parts. So, well, I'm going to try to play my best and try to repeat what I have accomplished in the American Cup.
Would you say that result is going to weigh heavily on the performance of both you and Wesley in this potential playoff?
I don't think so. It's a new tournament, new opportunities. And Wesley is playing very well here, so it's going to play differently, I'm sure of it.
Levon, thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you go. Get ready for the potential playoff, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and our congratulations to Levon on his very solid outing.
Absolutely, yeah, and seems like he thought he was playing on the button this round. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't quite get all the poker analogies, but you play your position, not the cards. That's the way it works. Wesley, by the way,
or perhaps he played so tightly. Maybe he thought he was like early position, or I don't know. But let's not go down.
Okay.
I'm going to be thinking about this for the rest of the break. I'm so interested in
because
how that works.
I can't remember when he used poker analogies to describe his positions.
I've never heard him do that before. And
now we're perplexed.
My eyes are,
B5, B4, Peter, by Wesley. Alejandro was explaining, even though these pawns look really pathetic and shame on you for having them in the first place, the problem is that this knight on A5 does well and truly tie down a linear. Linear did not want to invite the knight to occupy the C4 square. Rather, he played the move knight D2 in order to knight F1 in order to play knight D2.
And then
so
B3,
then he
B4.
could play B3, B4. And Wesley kind of beat him to the punch.
Absolutely, and I think this is, apart from controlling the B3, C3 pawn pair, B5, B4 specifically is very much why we have played B7, B5, I think, on the previous move, because this puts white in a kind of a weird spot, because if you play C4, you give up this really gorgeous square on C5 for the black pieces. And even the immediate bishop C5, I think, makes
it definitely comes
sense.
into consideration.
Yeah, because if the bishops come off and the knight lands on C5, white would be
maybe in big trouble, right?
Already in severe trouble, because the pawn on B3 is very, very weak.
Exactly.
Meaning that you have to, pretty much you have to allow this trade of the pawn on B4 for the pawn on C3. And the big question is exactly how you do this. How you do this.
Maybe
Bishop G2 to start is definitely an argument could be made for that. Or you could just take on B4 and then play. I was looking at CB4, Bishop B4, Rook A4, trying to perhaps utilize the fact that the black pieces are somewhat misplaced. I mean, not misplaced, but maybe could be put under some pressure.
A little bit awkward, yeah.
Yeah, and let's say knight C6 here, which looks logical until you spot that Rook C1, I think, is quite strong. Because you definitely don't want to take Rook A4, BA4, improve my position, and the pressure along the C file is quite significant here. But instead of the knight C6, there's a number of things which I think are quite healthy for black. In particular, C7, C5, I think, just equalizes.
Does it?
With the idea of knight B6, and then perhaps...
I had a trick for you if you landed
knight B6? Rook takes B4 works here.
Yeah. But it's not the end of the story, because still,
variation sort of continues, but after Rook B1, maybe white is better, yeah, right.
I'm forcefully reminded of the ending that we had yesterday of the two minor pieces against the Rook between Nepo and...
So it does feel to me that C takes B4 and Rook A4 is the one try which could potentially give white, a semblance of hope, because I'm not entirely sure how you're supposed to reply. Maybe Rook A B8 is fine.
Rook A8 to B8,
maybe
just to getting off the A
But then
file.
I thought maybe we can play something like Rook B1, D1, and try to continue exerting, asking some questions of the pieces which are still not entirely coordinated. If you take on B3 here, I will take on E5, D8, and B4 and claim that I'm ever so slightly better in this endgame. Still a draw, I would assume, but maybe I'm a little bit better due to my slightly better structure. Who knows? Rook D3 is quite good, though. I missed Rook D3. I thought the knight had to go to A5, and then I would claim I'm a bit better, but Rook D3 is a good move here. Linier played Rook A4 straight away, which is very interesting.
Whoa. Similar
very,
ideas,
very interesting.
But Whoa, because he is.
I'm guessing
inviting...
Deac just loses the piece to Rook A1, right?
Whoa! I wouldn't. I mean, that pawn is one square away from coronation.
Yeah, I'd be worried about it.
Two. I
would be
apologize.
worried,
Thank you.
But obviously, Deac C3 is nowhere near forced. You can play Knight C6 here.
I understand.
And be completely fine.
Lanier obviously spent quite some time calculating this, but I just want to be sure that I mean, I'm sure.
Yeah, Bishop
he's
C5
right.
specifically was what was worrying me. Takes, Rook A5 and C2. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, but
Bishop C1, I guess. Yeah, Bishop
exactly.
C1 followed by Rook A2.
That ends the discussion is the Bishop C1 move, and so we're back to your Knight C6 plan.
Knight C6 seems fine, and the difference is after C takes before here, of course, we're not taking with the bishop, we're taking with the knight, and that's a much
very
more,
happily so. Yes,
much more harmonious setup compared to the previous line we were discussing.
We still have the two uglies.
Yeah. If I could play Knight F1 C4 here, I'd be quite happy, but I get the feeling I will not be in time.
Knight F1 C4, that would be a great.
That would be a good move here. That would be a strong move.
Nice. Okay, we'll keep this one on our back burner. What do you have for us, Alejandro? What has caught your attention?
Well, Richard doesn't seem to be putting the best pressure on Jan Nepomniachtchi. He had a lot of chances. He had the chance to win immediately, as we saw. Missed that one, but even in this endgame that they got, after the move Knight B5 and the precise Rook E7, King E2, A6, Rook HD1, King H7, a very important move. Knight D6, Rook C takes C7. We still had this endgame in which White is definitely better, but it does require a couple of precise moves. B4 is the start. The Knight cannot take on E4 because it's currently defended. That was the problem in many of the variations. You don't really want to go to the side, so you kind of have to go to B3. Problem with going to A4 is that in so many variations, the Knight kind of gets stuck on that side of the board. You don't want to play that. And Knight B3 kind of forces the issue because after takes on C7, takes on C7, I have some ideas of Rook C2 check. They don't quite work out for Black though. Knight E8 would have been strong. You attack the Rook, you attack the pawn, force the issue again. Rook C2, you would think is the only move, but it doesn't quite work out because after King D3, Rook takes F2, King C3, this knight is just trapped. It doesn't have enough squares. Exactly. I'm going to pick up the knight, and because of the structure and the weaknesses on B6 and A6 that can be easily attacked, Black simply does not have enough counterplay, despite technically having 3 pawns for the piece for the time being. So this would have been a really good endgame for White. The engine saying that after Knight B3, takes 98. You have to find moves like Rook C3, keep some pressure alive. It's not easy to untangle as White, but you are going to get that pawn on F6. You will get it with the check as well. The knight will return eventually. The engine's climbing and climbing in evaluation. But they didn't like the move that he played in the board. F4 played instead. Trying to figure out exactly where he did that. He wants to cement the knight with E5 or something. I'm not sure. Knight B3 was plunked quickly down by Nepo. Definitely the best move in the position. The difference compared to many of the other lines, first of all, the second rank has been opened a little bit more. And more importantly, the pawn's not on B4. So this knight's never trapped.
Right.
For example, if I take on C7, and I go Knight E8, you could play King D3 here and still fight for the advantage. It's not like the advantage has completely dissipated. But I cannot play Knight E8 anymore because after Rook C8 check, King D3 takes, Black gets just about enough counterplay. It's still a mess. There's a lot of checks here for Black. Knight C5, pawn on E4 is weak, but there's also problems with the King on H7, Knight F6 check coming in some positions, F5 coming in some positions. So it's still kind of a messy endgame, not the most clear cut. White is definitely the one that's preferred because of the piece activity, despite the fact that you're getting a lot of pawns in many of these positions. But definitely not the advantage and control that he had he played B4 instead of F4, and certainly not the advantage if he had just won the piece earlier.
F4, Peter, I'm sorry. I find that to be such a peculiar move. Here we have the current standings with 1 game finished.
Yeah, and this is why Levon is sitting pretty there on top, alone on 5.5. But yeah, with the way the Wesley game is going, you expect that to also probably finish in a draw. I think very likely. I think it's difficult for Wesley to create winning chances there, but I don't expect him to. Yeah, and we do have a pretty sharp, by G3 Grunfeld standards, we have a pretty sharp position in the MVL game. And Alireza is burning quite a bit of time. He is down to less than half an hour on move 18. The position is simplified. I'm pretty sure Black is completely fine. But generating winning chances here as Black is not very straightforward.
I find the move rook f1, e1 a little confusing. I mean, I understand that if I do play a move like e2, e3, Peter, I am weakening my f3 square
I actually
or
like
something.
e3 knight e2, yeah.
But I like to put the knight, pardon me, let me put it another way. I would like this diagonal to be open.
Contested, yeah.
Yeah, where do I would like to take your pawn on c6. The knight on c3's got to go.
Yeah, e3 knight e2 is a very logical continuation here. And
Exactly. So e3 will prep the move knight e2. I'll open up my bishop. Maybe on a good day it'll land on d4 and or f4, and I'm happy camper.
I do want to say that after something like, let's say, h7, h5 is a very, very topical move in all of these positions. I think once the bishop on g2 gets traded away, h5, I'm actually surprised MVL hasn't played it in the current position yet. I would assume like his hand must be reaching for it already. And the point here being that h4, knight g4 is very unattractive.
Clear.
So you play h3, and then like the inclusion just, you gave Luft to your king on g8. So if h5 is always automatically met by h3, I think there is no downside, and there is potentially some upside, because you can imagine some scenarios in which h4, g4,
and a knight lands
and
on
then
g5
I don't know,
or f5.
yeah, or queen
f7,
e6,
f5.
knight takes g4 somewhere suddenly works for some reason.
Right.
It normally doesn't.
Right.
But if it doesn't, you don't play h4, and you've just included h5, h3, which should be in your favor. But then, then white wants to go knight e2. But my point is, once you play knight e2, I guess I just play c6, c5, and I ask, why am I supposed to be worse here? I don't know, rook fd8 here. I'm also attracted to the idea of playing a5, but specifically against e3, knight e2, I think a5 maybe is somewhat...
For the moment, I don't want to give up the d file. I would like to contest it.
Yeah.
Do you like... Well, I mean, it's a completely different ballgame, but
Yeah.
get behind
First
the move
off,
e2, e3
yeah,
from... pardon me. Get behind the move rook f1 to e1.
It
Explain
seems to
me
suggest he wants to play e4, but e4 I think is kind of, it's a very risky, well, not very risky, but somewhat risky in the structures, because it does give up some squares potentially. Like the knight could start jumping, the knight going to g4, e5, or d7, and then e5 and or c5, and yeah, I actually kind of prefer the pawn on e3, where it presents less of a target than on e4.
Okay, let's go. Let's have some fun at their expense, of course.
Yeah,
I mean, h5, a move I can definitely get behind, but let me try to channel my inner Alireza.
Maybe he actually wants to play e5 against anything here. Like you go knight d7, white maybe can still go e5.
That was my channeling. I mean, if you're going to put your rook on e1 and you're going to try to exploit the fact there is a queen on e7.
If white gets in f4 and knight e4, this is the absolute dream scenario, of course. But black has some moves to counter.
Right. You're not a sitting target. Yeah.
And this is where my idea, I don't like, it's not very topical against specifically rook e1, but I do want to bring up the idea of, instead of h5, playing a5. I seem to be only playing with my outside pawns here.
Bent Larson would
be
very...
And the idea here, I'm not very sure how I assess the position after a4, b4, and knight somewhere. But yeah, this is my point. I want to play a4. I want to get rid of this slightly backward pawn on a7. I also want to ask the question if white sort of agrees with the trade of everything along the e file. But yeah, e5, ab, can you go ef? no, a3, no, a3, ef here. Oh no, that's actually very clever. Yeah, ef queen f6. Yasser.
Good morning, St. Louis.
Yeah, very sharp.
But a5, a4...
It's a bit slow, specifically against rook e1. It feels a bit slow. Against other moves, I was very much in favor of that idea strategically. But against rook e1, it might be on the meditative side.
Well, it's weird, because one of the things, I mean, I'm a Queen's Gambit accepted player, and I always know the value of a c4 square when I see one.
I wasn't sure about this. I wasn't, maybe I should be quite worried. On the other hand, it gets very concrete. Like in that position, it's not very topical, but just even queen e4 check.
Queen e4 check. This is the end game that I thought I was trying to embrace as white.
Well, I very much want to trade the bishops and not my knight on f6 for the bishop. Like if my remaining 92 here, I think I'm better, right?
Yep.
This is all very concrete because strategically I'm sort of busted. But because I left my knight alive, your pawn on b3 is a legitimate target here.
A legitimate target, yeah.
And your pieces are kind of ill-equipped to deal with the threat of knight d2, somewhat weirdly. It's actually a very, very annoying threat in this particular position.
Knight d2 and or knight
and
c5.
on knight c5. And
right.
Yeah.
Now I can take and then play rook b1, which looks completely
Yeah, but then I don't believe
wrong.
I'm much worse, to be honest. Like rook f8 here, or
rook
what
f8.
have you.
I'm trying
rook
to get
d2,
rid
knight
of.
c3. Like.
I'm trying to get rid of this guy.
But now I go knight d2, c5, c4, and once again
Knight d2, c5. Oh, whoa! That was a little fast, Peter. c5. I get to play knight e3.
Yeah, c4.
c4.
Yeah. Why not?
Well.
Yeah, but I don't.
I mean, why not? Yasser saw a pawn. And
Wait a minute.
The man saw a free pawn.
Are we seriously arguing the black is worse?
No. It will be a draw. It will be a draw.
I'm not doing like I don't pretend black has much winning chances, but I think it's playable. And in general, I think a5, a4 is something that is not ridiculous as a plan.
Alejandro, weigh in here, because Peter is oscillating between h5, playing on the king side, and a5, playing on the queen side, and he's coming to the conclusion that both work. Is he right?
Personally, a5 I find quite good. h5 I do not understand almost at all. Because h4, I mean, I don't really understand. Do you want to take on g3? Do you want to play h3? I'm just going to lead you. Do whatever you want to do. So against h5, I'm going to go e4, and black is in actual trouble because e5 is coming. a5 is a little more cagey. But if you want to start any of these operations, the engines think that the best move is rook f8. a5 is fine. a5, e4 goes into a little bit of a mess, but rook f8 is probably a better way to equip yourself against e4. If you don't think e4 is a big deal, go ahead and play a5. You think that e4 is a big deal, you play rook f8. Why? Because against e4, I have this move knight d7, and knight c5 or knight e5 is actually coming into the position. So you're thinking, why not e5 in this position, right? That was the whole point. It has a little tactical drawback. This move, queen c5. a5 is also fine, by the way, in this position. No problems with the black position there, according to the engines. But queen c5 is cool, because now you're threatening to take on e5 since there is no pin, and you've counterpinned this knight on c3 to the queen on c2. So b4 is a winning threat. White can't really defend from both of them. You have to play the move e6. Tactically, it works out, because after pawn takes, you don't take on e6, because again, b4, but you're giving up the pawn to make a weakness, and you can play rook e2 and defend the queen. Now, are you playing for an advantage? Not really, but you are kind of equalizing. This is not fun for white at all. So I think the move rook f8 is a pretty cool way of meeting e4, because knight d7, knight c3, knight d7, knight c5, knight d3 is going to be a very strong idea. You guys mentioned that the moment the pawn on e4 comes there, the knight hops become very dangerous, and you were mentioning exactly the square on d3 as a potential hop for the knight. Gets there, it's very strong. Knight d7 is very good. Queen e6, a5, other moves are also quite good. The engines think that they're all the same. I personally am inclined to moving the knight, because it opens up the bishop and it allows the knight to maneuver where it wants to go. So a lot of resources here for MVL. It's one of those positions where the engine says every move is 0. It doesn't matter which one he chooses, he's going to be in a fine position. But I still think that practically there will be some stronger decisions than others. Meanwhile, speaking of practical, Linear Dominguez against Wesley. So yes, we've been talking about Wesley playing very quickly. And what is this causing? Linear to be linear. 12 minutes left for the white player in this position. Still 13 moves to make. An hour and 2 minutes. An hour and 2 minutes difference there between these two players. And the engine's thinking that Linear is the one that needs to start thinking about equalizing.
Wow.
The knight on g4 a little too far away from the rest of the pieces.
Yeah.
And if you could, Alejandro, clear a few cobwebs about the move rook f1 to e1 for me for a moment. Had Ali Reza played, in Ali Reza's game, had Ali Reza played the move e2, e3, did the computers find that to be a superior or as good a move as rook e1?
Inferior.
Inferior.
They think that.
And now h5 makes sense.
Now h5 makes a little more sense, because. But it makes.
Waiting for your chance there, Peter.
All right, but you have to admit, it makes a lot more sense when you have the light squares opened up, because h3 at some point might be an idea. It doesn't think it's a much worse move, but it also not really sure what your follow-up is because
it was intended for knight e2. I think that was the intended follow-up, was to go knight
so
e2.
let's just make a random move. Rook f8.
Okay, well there I would challenge the rook, but okay, fine.
Yeah, and now you're just letting me.
Yeah, as I said, just the moment you play knight e2, I go c5.
You go c5.
I still don't believe black has anything, but black should also be completely fine.
I don't know if black has nothing. I mean, you go c5, rooks, because this knight's not going to d4.
No.
On f4, it's okay, but it's not doing that much. I'm just going to play rook c8, c4, and at that point, I'm going to have a nice choice between taking with the rook or creating a passed pawn that I understand could be weak in some scenarios, but I mean, if I can tactically force it to c3, that's going to be very dangerous for you. And where is white's plan? Because I get it, with the pawn here on d5, you get this isolated hanging pawn position, knight f4, you pressure the center. Without the pawn on d5, the pawn being on b5, this structure is fine. And it's going to start rolling at some point. You have more tactical threats with queen b7 and light square problems on the king side than black does with this diagonal. So black starts getting a little bit of an initiative here. I think rook c8, even h5 at some point, a5, a4 comes very easily as black ideas, and I don't see the white ideas, and which is why the engines are thinking that rook fe1 is a superior move to go e4. Start using your majority, start pushing your majority in this position. And after a long thing, queen c5 on the board by MVL. Initial impression of the engine is not a great move. We're going to let it think. Sometimes the initial impressions are not that important. Rook ac1 already on the board because, well, b4 was kind of a big threat, and you're putting more pressure on the c file. Initial impression is also, I'm not really a big fan of this move because of the pressure on the c file. It feels like you're just helping white develop.
Yeah.
But we're going to let them think here a little bit. Man, they can't think it's linear, so I want to pay special attention to the next few moves here. Because Wesley's playing very, very quickly and putting some real pressure in this position. You can see that even though this structure is definitely superior for white, this rook's coming to a2, knight c2 is an
Knight
idea.
c2 is specifically extremely annoying.
Knight c2 is a very annoying move. This knight is one of those really pretty knights.
But it doesn't do anything.
It doesn't do anything. This is defended. This is forever defended.
It needs to be on f3
Right, it needs to go
exert
somewhere.
some pressure against the e5 pawn.
The thing is, you don't have that much time to maneuver, right? Black does have threats in this position. It's not like you can just move the knights around forever. At some point, you're going to have to do something concrete with the white pieces. I just don't see what it is. And remember, 10 minutes now.
Very good. We'll definitely keep an eye on this one, as will Levon Aronian. After all, if Wesley were to win this game, no playoff. I'd like to jump back to the game between Richie and Ian for just a moment. F4, a move that we quizzed, let's be frank. Knight b3 takes. Okay, now we see Richie's idea. He did want to cement the knight.
Yeah, he wanted to support the knight on d6. Optically, it looks a little bit better for white, but I would assume it's now very, very close to nothing.
Close to nothing.
Because you know, so much came off the board that there needs to. I think there has to be a way to clean this up for Jan.
Unfortunately, at least the engines don't find it. They think that rook d7 was just...
Yeah, but rook d7 really confused me. I will say that, you know, considering e4, e5 is coming, why are we abandoning the one open file that we have and the potential counterplay that we have?
Thank you very much for that. I was like, you give up the open file? I'm not sure. I thought you would want to playing moves like rook c2 at
I guess
this
he
stage.
didn't like the line starting with knight takes f7, I would assume, because otherwise you just kind of insta play this. But
right?
Yeah, you can even include knight d2 check, but I don't know if it's
I didn't know if I wanted this knight
this early. Yeah.
Yeah, this early.
Let's say rook d7 here. I can see
Rook
why you would
7.
be you would be worried about this, because
I can go knight c5 even. That's a nice tempo.
Yeah, knight c5 is clever. Yeah, and rook, let's say a7, you can maybe. Yeah, but the king on...
Honestly, there's no discovery. Because
Yeah,
the knight on
h6,
c5,
h5 maybe, yeah.
h6, h5 I think is very safe because the knight on c5 covers e6. This is very important, right?
Yeah,
It protects e6 as well as a6.
As well as everything is defended.
True.
And now rook
And
b3
if
check
you
is
put-
rook b3 check is a much more serious.
And now we start thinking
counterpart.
about winning, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I. But the move for me that was very confusing was rook
Yeah, this I
c7 to
don't quite
d7,
understand.
because this is what white wanted.
This has been a series of confusing moves. I mean, this entire game has been a series of confusing moves. I understand some of the tactical blunders that we've seen here, but playing c5 without preparation,
right.
to me was just bizarre. I mean, play knight d7 first, then play c5. The entire game has been very strange, and I think we're just following this series of strange moves. Because rook d7 was played, and after e5 takes, well, your rook's kind of stuck there.
Right.
I don't see exactly where the plan is for white, but this pawn is backward.
And then maybe start pushing on the king side. It's slow.
It's slow, but what is black doing, right? I can consider putting my rook on f1. I can start considering putting my king somewhere on the queen side, so the rook never actually penetrates on c2. Start pushing this, guys. How's this king rejoining the fray? The pawn is doing a very good job of keeping the king out of f6, keeping the knight keeps the king out of f5. Right. So you're kind of stuck on the king side. This king has a little bit more freedom. The knight on b3, it's not easy to attack, but again, it's so far away from attacking one of white's pawns, right? It's 1, 2, 3 from this one, 1, 2, 3 from that one. So it's not in an ideal position either. Perhaps it's difficult to break through, but again, white is the one with all the pressure.
Agreed. I just wanted to say about the game between Daniel and Fabi. It is those two bishops versus bishop and knight. There is this extra pawn on h2, but that pawn on h2 is not advancing.
Yeah, it's just
soon.
very difficult to imagine how it even reaches h4. I don't think white wins even if it does, but
I was actually thinking that Fabi might just bank his bishop on h3 and say, get rid of me.
I think he wants to introduce the idea of b7, b5 simply. I think bishop d7 is an indication that he wants to remind Bogdan that there is a majority on the queen side, which is not moving currently, but you could start, because black's, the easiest way to make a draw here is to actually continue trading stuff.
Yep.
And b5 followed by king b6, and by exerting some pressure on the queen side is a way to further distract white from making any progress on the king side.
Makes perfect sense.
Should be a draw.
It's a funny position because I don't think the evaluation changes at all if you just remove the pawn from h2.
Yeah, I was going to say that. It's kind of weird that.
Right.
White could play h4, bishop takes h4, and still not lose, but also. White is not winning any of them.
No, never. Yeah.
And again, returning to our Wesley So game. Wesley So, of course, fighting for the first place here. With black, we just saw the move bishop e3
I
to
think
d2,
it's
making
a nod.
way.
Yeah, it's a nod to both of the problems we were talking about earlier. Knight c2 was annoying, attacking this bishop, and also the knight on g4 needs to be brought back into
the fray.
And knight c2, I guess he goes knight g3 here, and knight d4, knight c4. But yeah, the pawn on b3 is definitely the biggest weakness on the board, and your stuff starts hanging. It's you have to be very careful here with white.
There is a double attack that could be nasty, and you kind of intimated this already yourself, Alejandro, that, well, maybe Lanier should just be a little careful. But first of all, let's jump to Bucharest with Cristian and a special guest.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are here indeed with Michael Khodorkovsky, the executive director of the Grand Chess Tour and one of the masterminds behind this global project. Michael, welcome to our studio. First of all, tell us a bit about this tournament, the Superbet Chess Classic. How do you assess it from a viewer's perspective as well as from an organizer's perspective?
I think both very well run on one end and very well played on another. So I think players met all expectations, and we are basically to the wire, and very possible that we're going to have tiebreak. So therefore, I think organizers are happy, spectators are happy, people keep coming to see the action until the end of the day.
And tell us a bit about the selection process, because one thing that strikes me about this tournament is the eclectic mix of young talent as well as experienced players, and of course, 4 candidates. Tell us about that.
That's our goal. First of all, to have top players, and of course, to bring young guns, to give opportunity for young aspiring players who already showed good skills and good results in different tournaments. Not necessarily they're welcome to any other tournaments. Therefore, we give wild cards to those who may perform well and actually be recognized. And especially here in Romania, we have a couple of interesting youngsters, and one of them is Bogdan Deac. And last year he played here, and he did well. as well as this one. And right now he's playing last round against Fabiana, and I think that he will finish on 50%. Very decent result. And I'm sure that Romanian chess community will be very happy to see that.
Now, one thing that helps us bring all these amazing players here in Bucharest, as well as all the other stops of the tour, is the partnerships that you guys are creating. Now, a big one is with the Superbet Foundation. Tell us about that, as well as all the local sponsors that you guys have engaged for this year.
Yeah, Superbet Foundation became our major partner in Europe, and they're sponsoring all three events in Europe, Zagreb, Warsaw, and of course Bucharest. And because of that, obviously they have aspirations to be probably capital of Europe. If St. Louis Chess Club is national capital of chess in the United States, I'm sure that Bucharest may become capital of Europe. And obviously, Romanian players will have more opportunities for growth. And I just met, during the course of this tournament, I met several youngsters. I even played some games with them. I visited school where we established the program. So little by little, Bucharest and Romania become, I would say right now, big hub for European chess.
Michael, you've mentored so many young, aspiring chess players. How important is it for these young Romanian players, as well as Polish and Croatian young players, to see the best of the best compete face-to-face?
Well, you know, I remember my youth, and of course, every tournament that we attended, and we saw legends, we saw our heroes on stage playing, it was inspiring. We certainly wanted to be at least one of them, if not all of them. And obviously we have our own heroes maybe to follow, but it is very inspiring. And seeing here many youngsters from the opening ceremony, from playing simultaneous exhibitions and visiting day by day every round, you can see that it's big interest and it's a factor of future of chess in Romania.
Absolutely. As this tournament finishes, we're getting ready to go to Warsaw, a new stop in the Grand Chess Tour. How did that came about, and what are your expectations for that stop of the tour?
Well, it would be first time. And again, it's because Superbet Foundation has its offices in Poland, and they decided to open new stop for us on the tour. And having Duda and Wojtaszek playing, especially Duda is another candidate for the World Championship cycle. It would be very excited for Polish crowd, and I know for sure it would be packed.
Well, I love the fact that a competition almost feels like brewing between Romania, Warsaw, and all these stuffs trying to establish themselves as the European capital of chess. Now, to finalize this interview, I would like to ask your opinion about the games today, Michael. Okay. We know that we do have a draw, and of course I want to ask your opinion about this one. How do you see the position? Does Wesley have any chances of actually winning this one outright?
Well, you know, it's hard to say whether he will be able to win outright, but definitely he will be pushing for that, because this is the chance for him to win first leg and grab first prize and bonus point towards Grand Chess Tour. So this game will continue. You know, he will be pushing.
And as we were entering the interview, you also mentioned this game and MVL potentially trying to do something in his game against Ali Reza. What do you think of this?
Well, two Frenchmen are playing against each other. Obviously, each of them wants to win. For Maxim, it's opportunity to catch up with Aronian, with the leaders, Aronian, and potentially so, and it would be a three-way tie. And that would be even more exciting to see a long Saturday night chess. And again, this tournament showed us that nerves are not very steady for the chess players. There were some blunders. Here is very dynamic, balanced position, and we might see some excitement.
This type of exciting chess is exactly what we are looking forward to see in this type of events. Thank you very much, Michael, for joining us, and we'll see you soon in Poland.
Of course.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Michael. And let's just jump into the game of Wesley. What's your take on this game, Peter?
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out exactly how to equalize properly with white, and I came to no conclusions. It's a weird position where it looks like you have the better pawn structure, but the knight does come to d4 in all of these lines. The other one is aimed towards the c5 square. And the pawn on b3, in particular, now that we played bishop d2, I understood why the move bishop d2 was played, but it also takes away the g2 square from the knight on f1, meaning that protecting the pawn on b3, if it comes under severe pressure, is going to become more difficult. So, and you know, if you couple all that with the fact that Wesley is an hour ahead on the clock, Linier has been in this spot before. 7 minutes for 30 moves is nothing to him. But, but still,
with the increment.
Yeah, but still, this is not where he wanted to be. I'm pretty sure today. And,
exactly.
I think somewhat weirdly, Rook A4, this kind of a fancy move on move 26, this
is a culprit?
Tactic. I think C takes before was probably cleaner in terms of making sure that you're never worse.
Exactly. Rook A4 kind of misfired.
A little bit.
Boomerang,
a little bit, yeah. And yeah, it's also very difficult to choose moves because all of your options here appear to be very similar. You can play bishop c3, you can play f3, you can put a knight on e3. I suspect that if a knight goes to e3, it's the g4 knight because the f1 knight is easier to find jobs for, later in the game.
Right.
But yeah, all of them seem similar, but all of them also don't entirely solve your underlying issues of, precisely this line, for instance. We appear to have lost a pawn here.
Which
and
is why he
does address it by
F3.
playing f3, yeah. Just to make sure that at least the pawn on e4 is never going to hang for the rest of the game.
But this is where I start to get very seriously worried. I see a move like f3. I can even see, well, I don't know, but the rook can come to b8. The bishop can even land very powerfully on this diagonal.
Knight c5, d3, rook a2 is another way to kind of make progress for black here. Just forget about the b3 pawn for now. Activate all of our pieces. Get this knight to a very nice square on d3. The other one goes to g4. And white starts kind of experiencing problems, finding breathing space for their pieces.
Victor Korchnoi had an expression that I like very much. White starts having unpleasant sensations. Unpleasant sensations. Okay, I got that. Is White having unpleasant sensations, Alejandro?
I think this is pretty clear, right? Pleasant sensations are there. But is it enough? That's what we have to see because White's position is extremely solid.
After f2, f3
Very difficult to attack anything besides perhaps the b3 pawn, but even that one is difficult to reach. And White is preparing to regroup, right? This knight is going to go to e3, it's going to go to c4. This bishop might reroute to c3 at some point. This knight will either go to d2 or e3. On d2, it's going to do a good job of defending the b3 pawn as well. So not easy to make a real progress in this position. Perhaps knight d4 is a move. How would you even start in this position? Because everything seems tempting, but you can only choose one move at a time. I think rook a2 would be my choice because you just control the second rank before deciding what to do on the next moves. I can understand why on some occasions you might want the move rook b8 to attack b3, but I think at this point it comes down to style. Knight g3, for example, knight c5 is playable, and after knight c4, the edges are saying, look, you got to play a little bit on the slow side. Just go bishop e7, try to reroute the bishop in some variations, and just allow yourself to go knight d4 with time. Don't rush it. And black is better, but in none of the variations do they show a very clear advantage. Linear always having the possibility of minimizing risk, minimizing damage. It's very passive in many positions, but very difficult for black to actually make a breakthrough.
All right, thank you for that, Alejandro. Turning our attention for a moment, Peter, to the game of MVL for a moment. I'm not a big fan of MVL's decision to trade queens. Can you explain that to us, please?
Well, I think it was
right back here.
Yeah, exactly. I think queen c5 is the real culprit here. Having gotten to the position after rook ac1, rook e8, knight d1, I can relate to queen takes c2 because queen d5 check f3 I didn't particularly like either.
Right. Oh, that in that case, I feel like White's pieces are really well coiled to make an expansion, whether it be by e4, knight e3, or
I think knight f2 d3 is,
or even knight f2. But I like this because for White, I mean, Alejandro a moment ago was pointing out that if Black gets to go c5, c4, he's the one having the fun.
Yeah, and this is currently very difficult to organize. So it feels to me that queen c5 really was the beginning of a wrong plan, and I'm not entirely sure what was missed there. Maybe he just felt less optimistic about his position in general after rook fe1 than we thought he should. But yeah, currently, like, it doesn't look like it's much, but it's very, very obvious that Black is not going to be playing for a win anymore in this game. You just have to defend this carefully and hope that everything holds. With the pawn on b7, Black, of course, would have been completely fine.
Yeah, totally different animal.
But with
right
the pawn on
now.
b5, you do have to worry a little bit about your position.
It's a backward pawn on the half-open file, and White's play rather speaks for itself, right?
Rook e6 played in the meantime. Yeah, I wonder. You still don't really have any proactive replies to knight e3, and I would say that it's probably a little bit too slow, but e3 is, generally speaking, not the ideal square for this piece. You want it on d3.
Yes,
but I think getting it to d3 is a bit too slow. No, I mean, you can go f3, knight f2 in the current position. Like the way to get g3 would be not to put it on e3 in the first place, I think. But f3 looks like allowing knight d5 in this kind of a position just doesn't feel right to me at all.
Exactly. No. But on the other hand, Peter, I'm thinking as White, I'm really anxious to double the rooks on the c-file and kind of control the play on the queen side.
Yeah. And I wonder what does rook e6 signify in terms of what MVL is planning to reply to this with. Maybe he actually wants to go knight e4 here.
Okay,
let's say bishop g7, king g7, rook e c1, and play maybe c6, c5, hoping that it works out tactically, because f3 currently can be met by knight takes g3.
Yes.
This is a very, very high-risk strategy, because obviously on c5, this pawn is being supported by heir.
Right.
Basically. So if White manages to attack it in a way that it's sufficient...
It's kind of hard to believe this works. Yeah, knight d5 or something.
Knight d5, yeah. I wanted to just start chasing, like I go rook d8 here.
Well, you mentioned that bringing the knight to d3 might be ideal.
But let's continue for a bit. Like rook d8.
Rook David 8.
Yeah, yes. Knight f4. I want to go rook a6. Maybe.
Pause. Sorry, I'm looking at knight c7.
Yasser has seen so many lines where he's winning a pawn. He just doesn't know what to do with himself.
I feel like it's Christmas.
Yeah,
you know.
Knight c7 is very annoying. I thought I solved it, but actually there's knight a6 there in the end. I thought I will go rook b6, rook b7 and be kind of okay, but that actually f3, rook b7, knight a6 is very, very unpleasant.
Exactly. That's the healthy pawn that you didn't want to fall into. So there are issues suddenly for MVL. And
absolutely.
The culprit, in your view, was queen c5.
Yeah, this is a kind of a position where you have weakened your queenside structure by playing b5 very early on in the game. But as long as the queens stay on the board, it's not as keenly felt, because you always have some tactical counterplay. But once you voluntarily, pretty much here, take the queens off the board, those structural issues, they come into much starker focus. And I don't like what he's done to his position, if I'm honest here. I just don't like it. I'm struggling to figure out what his intended reply to knight e3 was. Maybe he wants bishop h6, bishop takes e3. But like all of this is very artificial.
Yeah.
And it also indicates just how unpleasant it is if you play normally.
Yeah, just thinking of these games that I've witnessed of Ulf Andersson, Ulf would capture this knight, put a knight on d3, and just, champion White's cause for the next 100 moves.
It's a very serious option even here, but if you take on f6, it takes you so long to get the knight to d3
that's
that
the issue.
I'm not sure it's the best.
Right.
But it definitely is something you could seriously consider even here.
Right. And Alejandro, what is Richie and Nepo doing?
They've really traded off into an endgame. It's a 2-result endgame because you see this powerful rook on d6. It's hemming in this rook on b7. You can't activate because you take on b6, of course. And the judges are suggesting the move b5. I cannot imagine b5 will not be played, so I'm going to put it on the board. And we got this endgame between this powerful rook and this kind of lame rook on b7, but it's not so easy to make progress. Also, the problem is this king coming to f5 is really annoying. It's really annoying in any position. And also, how do you make progress here with the white pieces? Yes, you have this problem with the rook not being able to move, but the king can't penetrate on the queen side.
Queen side.
If you don't play the move b5 and you try to go this way, king f5, king takes e5 will always be a resource for the black side. You're never on time to do so. So b5 is currently on the board as expected.
It was played, yep.
And I don't see the breakthrough. The edges are saying pretty much equal. They give white a very slight advantage, like 0.3. But at this point, it's really nothing. And they just don't think you can make a whole ton of progress here. So optically better for Richard. However, I think that this is a defensible position for black. And I expect the game to eventually fizzle out to a draw.
All right, thank you for that, Alejandro. As we're in break territory, we want to say that during our break, we have an interview with Natalie Zhukova and Anastasiya. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Here we are next to the playing venue, together with Natalia Zhukova, two-time European champion, Ukrainian grandmaster, who came directly from Odessa, from Ukraine. Natalia, how was your trip? Tell us. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here. Yes, I came here a couple of days ago. Yes, of course, it was a difficult trip. I came by own car. I was alone. And on the road, it was some tanks, military, I don't know how to say. Cars, yes, and so on. It was very big traffic, you know, and in our country now it's a problem with gas for the known reason, yeah. And my trip was about 12 hours.
Finally, you are here and you were invited as a guest of the tournament, and you came just on time to take part in this fundraising event for Ukraine. What were your impressions?
Yes, first of all, I would like to thank organizers and sponsors Superbet that they support Ukrainian people, what is very important for them. Ukrainian people feels that they are not alone. They are fighting for freedom for whole world, you know. I mean, the price is unfortunately very high, but people are very brave, and we are very thankful that everybody support us, you know. This fundraising event, also the money goes to them, to refugees in Romania. Yeah.
You are also a very, very brave person, Natalia. We all know that you stayed for 2 months in Ukraine before you came here. And I know that while you were still playing during that day with fundraising event, you were fighting still for the victory. How did it go?
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, when we started the game, you know, I started to think about chess before, and now it's difficult to concentrate, of course, because every time, you know, you scroll up news, you know, you just follow everything. And yes, it was a very nice, interesting game, you know, against Wesley So, yes, and I don't know with whom he played, with sponsor, and we won.
2-0 even, you have won 2-0, right? And it was very good games, and I heard you had a lot of fun.
Yes, had a lot of fun with trash talking, you know, with nice moves, you know, on the board, you know. Yeah, it was nice.
Coming back to the Grand Chess Tour, did you have a chance to follow the games and the event? Did you come to the playing venue?
Oh, you know, the tournament is great. You know, this Grand Chess Tour, it's just a fantastic event, and everybody missed OTB chess because pandemic was also, you know, just catastrophic. What we said that pandemic is the worst thing. We thought that pandemic is the worst, but we see that not. And now we see these games, and I saw some game Maxim Vachier-Lagrave against Caruana, some with sacrifices rook f3 or something like this. You know, it was very nice. Yeah.
And Natalia, my last question. I mean, you are a chess player yourself. We belong to the chess world. Do you feel the support of chess people? And how is your life in Odessa these days?
Yeah, actually, from the very first day, CEO of Kasparov Chess Foundation texted me and offer support. We fundraising the money for the chess player in Ukraine, which I send them. You know, we collect this money, and it's very, very important for them. You know, because people now have the problem with salary, with with everything, you know, some houses are destroyed, some people, many refugees, as I know, 5 million already had to go out from our country, probably a couple of millions inside the country, and of course it's very, very big problem. And yeah, once again, I want to say that we are very thankful for everybody, their support Ukrainian people.
Natalia, thank you so much. You're a very brave woman, and I wish you all the best of luck, same as for our country. And thank you for coming here and for joining us today. And we are going back to the studio to Peter, Alejandro, and Yasser.
Welcome back to the final round of the Bucharest Chess Classic, and we still have a lot going on with one of our leaders and one of the leader's pursuers still very much in play.
Absolutely, Peter, but in the meanwhile, we do have a result in the game of Richie, and Richie is with Cristian in Bucharest.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we are indeed with Richard Rapport after quite a tense game. Richard, first of all, welcome back to the studio. Take us through today's game as well as your strategy. It seemed from the beginning that you were determined to finish with a victory in this one.
Not really. I mean, I went for this novelty Queen C1, but I think he was well prepared. And he reacted in a very principled way. But then, of course, he was playing a tempo, and here he should insert G5, bishop G3 to fully equalize, and then Knight B8. And here Quebec is just fine. Yeah.
And you were still aware of this variation?
It's first line of engine, so it's not too much of a mystery. And then he went for allowing me to take on F6 and Rook C1. Okay, I think I'm slightly better here, and then, okay, I mean, there's a reason why we are in the last two places, yes. So he was playing very quickly. Still, he played C5. Takes just to move, just to try to prove that he's equalizing immediately. Takes, okay, he's already worse here, but then he went knight e7, which is again trying to, you know, to recapture with a knight, which just doesn't seem to work. So after this point of knight d4, I felt like it's okay, completely over. And he went knight c5, which makes things even worse for him. And then I, of course, as per usual in my white games, there was only one thing to blunder in this position, and I managed to accomplish that. After which, obviously, I was clearly not able to recover, so to speak. Because, okay, I see this position of knight c5. I think I have like 1 hour or something like that.
1 hour, 58 minutes.
And then I say, okay, I have two winning moves. So knight b5 is one, b4 is the other, right? And okay, I was just like 50-50. But of course, one of them is clearly winning, and the other is, you know, what I did. And yeah, I'm still much better, I guess, in the end game after rook takes c7.
So what exactly did you miss?
Well, I missed this king h7. I mean, it's not that hard to spot actually, right? Because the rook h3-1 at this point, and here I was expecting the line with knight b7, knight a7, or takes, and there's this very pretty line here, which I thought, okay, is b4, rook c8, bc5, rook c7, cb6. And, you know, like, yeah, and then promoting. So, okay, but king h7, and he just takes the pawn. After which, obviously, I still have a big advantage.
And it does seem like king h7 is the only one. Yeah. Why not king g7? Explain what's the difference.
Rook c7 will be hanging, yes, after before.
And now
yeah, trade and the knight e8.
Trade and knight e8. Yeah. That's an easy thing to miss, of course.
Well, for me, apparently, yeah. And then, yeah, after this, I'm still, of course, much better in this endgame, but I just, I couldn't. Okay, I'm not playing for anything, honestly, and I mean, such a miss on any level really, but on this level with 1 hour on the clock is just unexplainable. So I figured I couldn't focus on the game too much. I was very happy not to lose this one at least, you know. Like.
Now, Richard, of course, for a professional player such as yourself, you have to get used to sometimes losing or sometimes not having optimal tournaments because you're just going to play in a couple of days. How are you going to deal with that? What do you do to get back in shape?
I don't know, we'll see. Okay, I'm not the only one, I guess, who's not doing things too well. I mean, also Jan, of course, played a horrible game today. I mean, yesterday as well. And there are some of us who are on the receiving end of things, sort of. I am the only one, I think, who will be playing in Poland. But okay, it's just Rapid and Blitz, so, you know, I might get away with things like this. Who knows? We'll see.
Is there a specific psychological trick that you like to play in between tournaments to try to get back immediately in shape? Or just go and play and see where that takes you?
Not at all, no. I mean, okay, I just really don't see the point of showing up to games which I play this way. I mean, it's kind of a disrespecting of chess, in my opinion. I mean, it's a very nice game. I have 1 hour on the clock, and then I make a move with the ruins, you know, everything. And also like that we have these scenarios also against Deac when I'm winning in 20 moves, and yes, so here. It's very strange, I mean, and then, like I said, to score half point out of these two positions. So I feel like, you know, I feel kind of, I don't know how to put it. I obviously don't feel good about this, but at the end of the day, it is just a game, and, you know, this is how I've played it this time. So, okay, we will see what happens next. I guess eventually it will stop happening, you know, one way or another.
Richard, you're still one of the best chess players on the planet. Go get your rest, and we're going to see you in a few days. Guys, back to you.
Cristian, let Richie know that we all on staff on the panel love his tie. We love his tie.
We do, but honestly, it doesn't feel like he's perhaps in the best frame of mind to appreciate that right now.
Richard, everybody on the panel loves your tie.
Oh yeah, my tie. Yes. Yeah, it was actually I think the first gift from my wife back then. We were just dating. She bought me like long years ago. So yeah, this is very
it's very
special
sweet.
to me.
Very symbolic.
Yeah,
It's great. If you cannot see it, it has robots on it. It's brilliant.
Yeah. Your tie, your wife has great taste. Great taste. Great taste. Yes, indeed, Richie. We hope to see you back. No question about
Love
it.
ties and robots.
There you go. Not his tournament, that is for sure. We'll put this one away and say next.
And he has plenty coming up because he is a very busy chess player. He's actually playing in another super tournament even before the candidates start. So playing in Norway chess. And
I think it's him and Timur, right, of the candidates.
Yes, I believe him and Timur Rajabov will both be playing in Norway. That will be their last stop before the candidates. So a lot of chess for him coming up. I believe he's playing another tournament between here and Norway.
He is playing in Warsaw.
Warsaw. You have the game of Fabi on your screen.
It's not much of a game. I just have everything on the board. But here, King C2, Bishop H4, King C3, Bishop E7 is some sort of weird repetition. But they will find something to draw this game. There's no way White can make progress with the knight against trying to support. I mean, this is just dead. The bishops are too strong. There's too much pressure everywhere else. Materials too reduced. Nothing to do in this position. 0-0 with everything. Lanier and Dominguez. Lanier, Dominguez, and Wesley Saw. This is the game that keeps the intrigue. Bishop E1 was a great defensive move. Allowing other pieces to come to D2, it also removes the bishop from the tactical tricks of the rook. Question is, what do you attack here with black, right? You have this bishop pressuring the pawn on B4, but it's not so easy to get more attackers on it because White already has defended it twice. This pawn on G2 already defended by the knight on E3, so even if you go knight E2, knight F4, you're still not hitting the pawn directly. So the question, again, similar to what Firouzja has, how do you make progress in those positions? Because Firouzja does have a slight edge in his position. Well, not anymore, according to the engine. When we left it here at the move rook E6, knight E3. And MVL played rook D8, which I liked quite a bit. A knight F1 was played in this position, which to me is kind of a mystery where the knight is going.
Wow.
We'll find out. I thought he was going to play rook c1, and perhaps what he didn't like was his chances of winning in the following endgame. Knight d5 looks more or less forced. You have to defend this pawn somehow, and tactically this does the trick. You cannot take on g7 because this is check, and so I take on d5. Bishop b2, knight f4, and then take on e6. Not so clear if that's a dead drawn endgame. There's still some life there for White because of the better structure. Probably better to take with the rook. Bishop takes g7, king takes g7, and then e3 at the end. You don't want to take on c6. That immediately ends the game in a draw. And how many chances do you have of winning this endgame? Honestly, I don't think it's very high. You put the rook on d6, you transfer the king to d7, you hold on to your only weakness. Yeah, these rooks are better than this ones, but this majority is not going forward anytime soon, really. Is White better? Yeah, White technically is better. But perhaps Alireza did not like the amount of chances this gave him, wanted to keep more pieces on the board, played the move knight f1, but after knight d5 takes, and a3, you have this powerful knight compared to this knight on f1, so that causes quite an impression. And after a move like a5, or even the immediate b4, you could break up the structure on the queen side just to target the pawn on b3, or you could play something like a5, consider the moves a4 or b4, then take with the pawn and establish a knight on c3. You're kind of playing for the three results. I still feel it's a very equal-ish endgame. But the move knight f1 just indicates to me Alireza is here to fight. Is he going to get there? That's a different question.
No, that move knight f1, it feels a little distasteful. I'll go back to the game of Wesley So for a second, because let me get your take here, Peter. Like whenever my
I am very unhappy about that.
repetition.
Wesley.
I sense a playoff.
Oh yeah.
Very, very, very quickly coming here. I was about to say I like the position for black. I agree with Alejandro. It's it's a long process for you to prove some kind of an edge. But if I could get
Yair
my
is not
king,
fooling around here. He is not. He is not even asking for the third knight to check. He just called for an arbiter and said King G1 here will repeat.
Right, and
I think
Wesley does not disagree.
Yeah. Wesley clearly would have played knight to check anyway, but you don't. You don't actually ask the question because Wesley could perhaps, if you feel that he has a very safe edge. But the question that we were asking earlier, just how you make progress, I don't have an answer. It's very, very unobvious.
King to b5.
Yeah. Well, I don't even necessarily. I know what you're saying, and off air, as we were listening to Richie give an interview with Cristian, I did say I think Wesley will win this. You have two witnesses here to that. It wasn't on air, but I did say that it felt to me that he is making enough progress here, and it's his type of position. It's a riskless free roll.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking
where
too.
White will never have an active move to make for the rest of the game quite clearly, and you just grimly protect your one weakness, and you have your pieces are fighting for breathing space on the on the bottom three ranks. Wesley has won positions like this many a time in his career.
Right.
But I guess he just didn't feel optimistic enough about conversion, and he probably feels reasonably optimistic about those tie breaks, which are now,
assured.
Yeah, MVL is fine, but I don't think MVL wins. I think it's a two-way tie break that we are headed towards. Yeah, I would be shocked if MVL, even against 6 minutes, and you kind of glossed over the fact that Alireza is keeping the position as complicated as possible. I mean, it's not very complicated, but still, he's clearly keeping pieces on the board and keeping everything in play, while also having 4 minutes against 30. But it's a reasonably simplified endgame. You're not really running very many risks, and he is,
That's true, but
child of
the
modern age.
The longer you prolong the simplifications, at some point they're not going to be there anymore.
Yeah, let's say if you give black time here to play 95 b6 and a5 a4, which obviously you're not going to.
No.
But if you make two passing moves here and black goes knight b6 specifically and then a5 a4, none of your options are particularly attractive. Ba knight takes a4 is kind of horrible, but allowing the knight to come to c4 is maybe even worse. But obviously that would require Alireza to just pass for two moves, which is not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
Yeah, he's played knight g2 and now b5 b4 I assume is a very comfortable move to make. If black wants to make a draw here, black makes a draw, it feels to me. Because before, I mean, a4, knight c3, actually maybe a4 is playable here, knight c3, knight
I think
c4.
he has to play a4.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you see? There's a tactical problem on the first rank, right? If I take, your knight takes, oops.
Yeah, the way to go for this position would be to play knight c4 instead of ab. AB just loses material.
That's what I meant, yeah.
So if you want to not play a3, a4 here, you go knight c4, ba, knight takes a3, but you don't win this position. The b3 pawn is weak enough for black to generate enough counterplay against it. Also, knight b4 continues being annoying, actually.
Exactly.
The rook has to go to some weird
But
squares.
I'm thinking that b4, he will play a4.
But what is this position? Let's say knight c3.
And then...
knight b1 as well. And knight c4, rook d5. I was going to say, I will play rook d5 here, and I will follow it up by rook c5. And I will start pretending I want to sacrifice that exchange. I'm not sure how believable that pretense is.
Well, maybe.
Rook c5.
Is it...
well, here I think I am very seriously considering take
well,
c4.
there's actually knight takes a4.
Knight takes a4, I need to prepare, but I wanted to take and play rook e4.
Take.
Like the way you put your pieces, I will take, I will play rook e4 here. And if I pick up the pawn on c4, I am,
That's a great knight.
Kind of curious about whether this is playable for black or not.
It looks dead for white, because you pick up a4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about that, but it definitely is playable. Knight b1 is a very serious move, though, but I guess we can just go back and say, yeah, like, how useful is this? And rook e1 now.
I don't think black is worse in any variation, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't really look like much in all of these spots. You need a lot of tempi before you can start seriously playing for a win. This one I don't like very much, though, because rook c5 is even maybe more of a problem than rook takes c6.
I like white.
Yeah,
I like white.
So you have to be more precise. Like if you play before, you need to find a way. I'm drawn, like it's very, very elaborate, but I'm kind of drawn to the idea of playing b4, a4, rook e3.
b4, rook e3.
I thought about it, but I didn't see what the point was after taking on c6.
I want to go rook c3. And the question is, can you take and give me this passer? I have a feeling it's probably not great for white. And then I think I make a very comfortable draw, because if all else fails, I will just go knight e3 check next move and everything gets traded off.
I don't know. Rook e3, very, very fancy stuff.
It is very
there,
fancy,
Peter. 2 games remaining with 3 games in the history books, all draws, by the way.
Yeah, so far it's been the first actual quiet round of the tournament.
Yes.
I would say.
I think the exhaustion of the players was
Yeah.
pretty self-evident in that
Yeah.
interview with Richie.
Even though, once again, we have a game which ended in a draw, which should have been won by white in 20 moves.
That was Richie's game.
I shouldn't oversell just how quiet it was up until now.
Wesley and Levon definitely have a playoff in front of them. They're just wondering whether or not MVL could join.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it will be a 2-horse race for who will be champion.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll continue watching. It does seem that the game between Bogdan and Fabi is also headed towards some kind of a repetition.
And let's jump to Bucharest, where Cristian is with Wesley So.
Thank you, Yasser. We are here with Wesley So, one of the players that later on today will be playing a tie-break match for the first position. Wesley, welcome back to the studio. Take us through the game, and how did you approach, from a technical point of view, today's match?
Well, I had the black pieces. Linear is very strong. I have huge respect for his chess. Also, he's extremely well prepared. He's just opening preparation just insanely deep for the most part. So I really wanted to give my best today, because the last 10 days of work all depends on the last round. So I wanna give my all. And fortunately, I prepared well, but I wasn't sure which line exactly he was going for. But as it turns out, everything went well.
And you guys went into this Gioco Piano. Were you at all
Italian, yeah.
concerned, because he did play a terrific game against Fabiano Caruana in the American Cup in the Gioco Piano, where he
yeah.
actually out-prepared Fabiano.
Yeah,
Were you
definitely.
worried at all, or?
I mean, I was worried, but there's nothing I could do about it. At the end, they just gotta go and play it. And if he plays e4, I'm going to play my best opening, which is e5. So I have no choice but simply to go for it. I did see that game against Fabiano, the American Cup. I mean, I think he prepares very well. The opening was equal, but he prepared much deeper.
Much deeper. Now, take us through this game and its critical moments.
Yeah, first of all, the opening was interesting, because normally he castles, knight f6, and then here c3, black gets a very solid option of d5.
Right.
So he played this first. So I assume if he castles, he will either play bishop g5, or he will play this weird line a4, a5, bishop g5, which I faced in a blitz game recently, and I had some problems. So I'm not exactly sure all these a4 ideas. Like, it's not clear what the difference is with the pawns on the a file. So anyway, I just played d6 just to clarify things, because at the very least I delayed castling. So if he plays bishop g5, then in some cases I can play queen e7, maybe castle long. So that's why I play a5 here, so that if he plays bishop g5, my king is not. I mean, here he can play bishop g5. But Linear usually plays this line, h3. White can play knight b2, but Linear always goes h3.
There are so many nuances both players can employ in this Gioco Piano.
Yeah, it's so funny. Like 10 years ago, no one plays the Italian, but now.
Now the theory
everyone
resembles Sicilian.
Yeah, there's so many.
Completely crazy.
There's so many insane lines. Like, I think Anish Giri made a chessable course on this slow Italian, but even he can cover many lines. Like, here I played queen b8 actually in the American Cup Blitz against Sam Sevian. So I assume Linear saw that game. Like, queen b8 is the main line, also the most solid.
And he decided to surprise him with knight to d7.
Yeah, Ray Robson played knight d7 recently.
Was he still in his preparation?
Yeah.
It seemed like he was.
Yeah, he was blitzing his move.
And perhaps this one was his first thing at this moment.
I kind of thought he would play g4 here, because he played g4 against me in a similar position in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. But
perhaps he wasn't willing to take too much risk in this game either.
I mean, if he wins, he doesn't tie for first.
Even if he wins, then Levon with the white pieces is quite unlikely that he will be losing. So it's interesting to see what his perspective was and how much risk was he willing to take. But I assume not as much.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to say. I mean, I assume Linier wants to push, but at the same time, he's got a very solid style.
Yeah.
And he normally doesn't go all out like other players unless he's deeply prepared. But I just thought he would play G4 here. The computer gives all zeros, but it's more complex.
It does look like the more destabilizing move for the position.
So actually, my preparation ended on move 25.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All the way here. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a funny line here. Also, knight e2 takes, which I just got to show. Takes, check. And if you block with the piece on c1, then I have knight c5, knight d3, and king h2, h5, and then this knight is trapped, and somehow black equalizes after rook c2.
Incredible.
Yeah, so knight f1, of course. But I think rook a4 was a slight mistake, because if he takes on b4, I was going to play knight c6 in any case, because the bishop on d6 is very solid. So rook a4 was inaccuracy.
Now, let's get back to the end of the game, because it did feel like you're getting closer to an advantage, actually, than to equality. Did you feel like that, or were you just ready, given the fact that there's limited options on the board and limited material, to just simply make a draw and
I mean, I was up an hour.
secure the tiebreaks?
I was up an hour on the clock, so if chances go my way, I was definitely going to take it.
But you didn't feel like at the end you had any chances?
Yeah, I mean, Linier thought he was slightly worse. I also thought I was a little bit better, but I wasn't 100% sure because I have the double e-pawns, so, so you never know. And I thought I played, like here, I could play knight d3 or knight c2. I mean, if rook b8, he will take, yeah, and then f3, and he's very solid. So I thought knight c6 was logical. I didn't expect f3, but maybe f3 is very good. I kind of thought he would play bishop here, knight, but actually, yeah, something like this, and then I have h5, and black is slightly better. So f3 is very solid. Also here, I was up an hour on the clock, so I was getting optimistic. I thought with the rook on a2, I could never be worse. Here, I was also surprised by b4. I thought he would play knight f3. So after b4, I guess rook a2 is good. The rook's very active. Knight e3 is good. Yeah, bishop e1, and here, in knight b6, bishop, and here I started thinking, but I couldn't find a way to make progress because f3 was very solid. All his pawns are protected for now, and he's starting knight d2. I have many other moves, but at the same time, I couldn't see a clear plan of breaking through. I mean, I have two plans. I could either bring my king to the center, to d7. If it gets there, maybe I could do something. Or I could play maybe bishop e7, bishop g5. But I thought with the doubled e-pawns and no clear way to attack, I don't see the point of risking too much, so I gave a check. I mean, if he plays knight d2, then I have knight a4, turning knight c3, knight c4. But I guess even here it's just close to equal.
Very close to equal, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't think I played in an inaccuracy today, so.
Absolutely not. Now, at this point, you know that you might be slightly better, but you know that also the position most likely will end up in a draw. Does preserving energy with a looming tiebreak coming your way make any difference at this point?
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense now that you pointed out, but I didn't really think of that. But yeah, definitely. First of all, I don't have no idea what the time control is in the tiebreak.
15 plus 10.
For 2 games.
2 games, 15 plus 10, and then Armageddon immediately after.
If we require. Oh, that'll be interesting. I think Levon had a very interesting strategy today. Like, he just played very solid and didn't mind a quick draw at all. I actually thought he would push very hard with the white piece. Yeah, because Shaq is out of shape. He has 3 losses in the tournament.
Struggling a little bit in this tournament.
Yeah, so I thought it seems kind of weird that Levon be happy with the draw. I thought he'd push very hard with white. And I mean, if he wins the game, he deserves to win it. But I guess at this stage, as you can see in the last game, all the players didn't want to take too much risk. Yeah, like a lot of draws have happened last game. So
absolutely. Now, There is still one game left, and we don't want to jump to any conclusions, but it does seem like it's getting closer and closer to a tiebreak between you and Levon. You guys just played a mini match at the American Cup.
Don't remind me.
I don't want to remind you, but will that
I almost forgot about that.
will the result in that match play have any weight into this upcoming match, or you just forgot about it?
No, not really. I mean, I just take each game as a new thing. I mean, he also beat me a lot in the rapid chess on chess.com, so he's been beating me there every single week. So I definitely would want to try to get some revenge.
Definitely some revenge on your mind, Wesley. Thank you very much. We'll let you go, get some rest and get some preparation going, and we'll see you in a few.
Thank you, Christian, for being so positive.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian. Well done, Wesley, as the playoff will take place 15 minutes after the last game of the round. And things kind of blew up there in the MVL Peter game. He did follow your advice by going for, I went a little fast, by going for the fancy play, as you would put it.
Yeah, and here is maybe where Alireza's somewhat suboptimal time management may have cost him a little bit, even though I'm not sure if Rook B2 is as strong as the engine suggests. But it's a very easy move to miss when you don't have much time and you don't have much time to delve into the intricacies of the position. The point, of course, being that
the rook is trapped.
Yeah, we try to shoo the rook with the rook away from the e3 square. We sidestep the rook c3 move so that it doesn't come with a tempo. It's now hanging because there is no fork to the rook on c2.
Exactly.
And as Yasser is suggesting, rook c3 94 actually wins it. Somewhat shockingly to my eyes, the engines were actually suggesting that this might be best play for black.
Wow.
And now playing c5, knight c3, taking with the knight, and following it up almost immediately with c4, rook c8, rook takes c4, generating a lot of activity on the queen side and a lot of counterplay. And you have to look at the alternatives to understand why this would be best play potentially. Yeah, some kind of position like this. And the alternative after rook b2 is to play, let's say, rook e8. Admitting the previous move wasn't really all that great. White goes, let's say, knight c4, and you have to play rook a8 pretty much.
Right.
And this is not that much fun. This is exactly the kind of a position that
going in the wrong direction, aren't you?
That we wanted to get with white.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's winning.
No.
But it clearly is a very, very nice position to play, and you will be defending for the rest of the game here with black, which is why I think MVL would have been faced with a very difficult choice, because just straight up giving a full exchange there for long-term compensation, but when the alternative is this, you kind of have to ask yourself. I mean, he knows this will be unpleasant, but also if you play rook c3 and you just lose that and exchange down position, you end up feeling somewhat silly about the whole thing.
Absolutely. And again, in this position that you did achieve a moment ago, Peter, it's one of those things where we both have great knights, but White's knight actually happens to be doing a lot more than Black's.
It's a lot to do with the fact that White managed to play to a4, and the knight on c3 is kind of
looks pretty.
It looks empty, but it does not very much because there is nothing for it to pressure. Whereas the knight on c4 will constantly exert a lot of pressure against the weakness on a5,
tying up a whole rook. That didn't happen.
No,
much to MVL's, I suspect, relief. Rook takes, whether or not he saw rook b2 is another point, but rook takes c6, and again, you were talking about the time mismanagement perhaps in Ali Reza's. He didn't have much time to think about this intrusion of the rook, and the move e2, e4 is a bit of he's trying to keep everything alive.
Absolutely, yeah, and knight c4 is also a very telling move. It's a strong move, but what it also does, it very much avoids the potential for black to play knight e3 check, leading to what probably were drawn rook endings. So yeah, Alireza is keeping the position as complicated and as alive as possible. He's doing it on 3 minutes against half an hour, but I don't think that's even remotely 2 minutes against 20 now, because MVL after e4 has taken some time to choose. There's a number of choices here for black. You can play knight e7, you can play rook e8. I think the engine at some point was suggesting rook e8 might be an interesting finesse here, sidestepping the g file and just asking an additional question from white before you move the knight anywhere, if you move the knight anywhere. But black hasn't equalized completely just yet. You get the feeling that it should be a draw with precise play, but precise play might still be required.
But let's assume
white goes rook c7,
rook c7.
I think the point here is not really, like, eventually maybe we will take on a5, but for the time being I think white is aiming to kind of give mate.
Wow.
Knight a4, I want to go e5. I want to go e5, create a very, very strong threat of e6. I might play knight d6 next move. I might just play e7, e5, e6 and just get 2 rooks to the set. Like against king g8, I can very easily imagine just a very simple e5, e6 being quite strong, because if both of those rooks land on the 7th,
yes,
coupled with the knight joining them via, let's say, the e5 square, those do end in mates quite often.
Well, the knight on a4 being way
and the rook on
offside.
b3 not really participating in the defense either. And this is why MVL is thinking, because he's realized that he's not going to be asked to defend some kind of a 4 against 3. He's going to be asked to secure his king. And this is, I think, where the rook e8 move comes in. It just prepares to fight against those plans better. I'm not entirely sure why this is so much better, but it kind of makes it less comfortable for white to go for those exact plans, because maybe it wants to place the rook on e7 and only after that go after the queen side.
Right.
But yeah, this one is a very sharp position, whereas we still have one more game running, but that one is sort of continues being a bit of a non-event in the game between Bogdan and Fabi. Bogdan continues searching for things to do, but it's very, very difficult to imagine how he will ever make any progress.
And rook e8 was played by MVL. It's to move the engines like the most. It seems like the easiest way to solve any kind of problems, because the more I analyze it, e5, e6 was a problem in pretty much every variation. This move rook e6 is very accurate.
Right, just sidestepping the difficulties that e5, e6 produces, and
there's still some strange moves here. I mean, you could go rook d1, rook d7, for example, depending on where the knight goes.
I'm assuming the knight wants to go to c3.
Yeah, and after all the speeches that we gave, it actually goes rook d7, knight takes a4 here on my screen. Rook c7, rook f8.
No way, really?
Yeah, rook c7, rook f8, which looks very scary to me. Like knight d6, knight e5, even e5, e6 continues being an issue. Yeah, all of those moves. But the engines are very heartless. Yeah, they just kind of hold these positions and say not to worry.
Wow, I would be terrified.
Yeah, so would I. Yeah,
going backwards with the rook, getting passive. These pieces, like you say, offsides. E5, lots of times you just get mated or the pawn crashes through. That would be a very dangerous line in my view.
Yes, it's also dangerous for white.
Right? Yeah,
it's not dangerous for white when you have 10 minutes on the clock, but when you have 1 minute on the clock, you know, this pawn of b4 sometimes just promotes.
This is move 30, and you do obviously always have the bailout of taking on a5, and if you do that, you never lose. But you probably minimize your winning chances quite a bit. So yeah, Alireza is down to 47 seconds here, trying to assess whether he should play sharper, or if he should actually accept that safety is important and take on a5.
It is. The players have just reached move 30, so it is 10 moves to go.
And he's entering increment territory by this point. Yeah. We should just watch this from this angle, because it's going to be a very exciting time trouble.
What's your take, Alejandro? Rook d1 or knight takes a5?
I think he goes rook d1. I think he goes rook d1.
I think he goes rook d1. He goes knight d6.
He goes for the third option.
Or the third option, knight d6.
Okay,
this one I don't like very much.
Isn't he walking into a south pin there, Peter? Rook e6?
I don't like this. This looks artificial. This looks
What is knight d6?
This looks like a move you make on 10 seconds because you don't like either of your two main options, and you just decide to, play something. I think he wants rook c5, which allows an immediate draw, and perhaps black could even consider playing for more.
For more?
Well, sort of, not really, no. I mean, white really never risks anything. Maybe he wants e4, e5, and then rook c5 takes a5. But it doesn't look like you're ever going to be in time with any of this. Like rook c3 probably stops all of this dead in its tracks.
Alejandro, are we going to see a three-way playoff?
Three-way play, more exciting.
I'm saying knight d6 feels like a step in the wrong direction to my mind.
Yeah, it's still under control according to the engines.
Really?
Yes, of course. I mean, 0-0 everywhere.
Everywhere.
But you kind of get the impression that knight d6 is a step on the wrong direction, right?
Right.
If you're not going to couple this up with a rook coming to the 7th rank, I wanted my knight eyeing a5.
Yeah, it's you've committed to the plan of sort of attacking on the king side, but you've also made the attack on the king side weaker by blocking off the g file. And yeah, knight takes a5 no longer an option because you moved it away from the attack on those pawns. Yeah.
As expected, rook e6. Sorry to interrupt you there, Peter.
Yeah. So yeah, I think you end up starting to look for some bailouts here. Maybe rook d1 is what he wants.
Rook d1 is fine, e5 is fine, rook c5 also okay.
e5, rook d1, rook c5 are all that's crazy.
Yeah, I think maybe he wanted to play rook d1, knight f6, rook c7. I come to think of but after knight f6, if knight f6 is played, he will come to a very sad realization that rook c7 is completely impossible, because he gets hit by rook takes d6 and knight e8.
Correct.
Which is still a draw.
No. I'm gonna go rook a3 and take a4.
e6. You win that?
I think I played king f8 earlier. Yeah, a5 king f8. Maybe you still make a draw, but you are going to be stretched. You're going to be stretched there making a draw. Yeah.
No.
Knight f6 not on the board yet. Not the only move in the position either, but probably the most testing, because it, like against somebody on 30 seconds.
I'm thinking I'm playing rook a5. I'm trying to bail out after knight f6. I think.
But rook d6 knight e4 is even stronger.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that actually is a draw, because even though I win the exchange, a5 still falls. Yeah.
Correct.
a5 still falls.
Yeah, I think at this point I'm pulling the parachute and saying, okay, I'll take the draw and the triple zeros. What we're talking about, by the way, is that in case of knight f6, we didn't like this ending.
Yeah.
This ending, Peter and I were like,
But somewhat shockingly, the one where we blunder the e4 pawn to go with it is better for white than
exactly. This is the one we don't want, but the one that we do want is to blunder the e pawn, which was pretty fun.
Yeah.
We go rook c5 with a very simple idea of taking a pawn, maybe playing e5, and we fall for rook takes d6.
Yeah.
And then we're forked.
Continue blundering the same tactic, but yeah, here it actually is just a very, very easy draw for white because the pawn a5 falls.
Thankfully.
Yeah. How much? He's down to. Okay, it's not his move, but he did make this move on 9 seconds again.
That is to say, Alireza did.
Yeah.
Wow.
So last two moves were actually completed with 9 seconds on the clock, which is.
We've seen throughout this tournament that Alireza has been getting himself into time trouble. Is that a part of his game? I mean, is he noted for being a time trouble addict?
Not particularly. Not to my knowledge, but.
So this is like a bad thing that's just crept into his play, maybe because of the strength of this event?
Well, I mean, he's a bit rusty, and this is a very strong event. Those two things often combine into you kind of double and triple checking things that you, when your play is flowing, you make the decisions much faster. But he hasn't played chess since earlier this year, so well, not over the board chess anyway.
Again, the all-French matchup. MVL, well, I'm not going to say desperate for a win, would love to win. A win by MVL would get him into a playoff for first.
Yeah, sleeves rolled up and very concentrated, but White still hasn't really left the margins.
And once again, a reminder of where we stand with 2 games to play or 1 game?
With only
2 games.
Seems to only have,
yeah, we're expecting Fabi's game to end in a draw, but this game could still potentially
produce
the
a third tiebreaker.
Yes. Which is a very good
Knight
thing.
is going to go somewhere. I'm looking at knight f6, f3 and thinking, what exactly is wrong with f3? I'm not entirely sure. I think it's playable, but it's just probably not fast enough to create any serious issues.
Let's look at that, because we do have knight f6, and it does make sense, if you want to say, you attack my
well,
pawn, I defend my pawn.
restrict the knight on f6 and
Exactly.
re-establish perhaps some ideas. But you don't, considering the fact that rook c7 isn't a threat, maybe we just go rook a3 here and say,
do your worst.
Do go on, sir. Yeah,
What
please.
is the plan after rook b2? Where are you putting the rook king?
h3, I thought, yeah.
I'm not worried about rook e5 or anything like that.
I am worried now that you mentioned it exists, yeah. But I still have g3, g4 there, but yeah, I'm not. He's gone e4, e5, a move which we did not consider, and a move which apparently borderline loses to knight g4 now.
What a terrible move. What the heck? And
I don't know.
instantly knight g4.
He has 30 seconds. I mean, that's the only explanation I have for it. But, I mean, knight
What?
g4 hits the pawn, and you can't go f4 because knight e3.
Yeah.
Rook b2 is also coming.
This has gone off the rails a little bit. Yeah, this has gone off the rails.
This
He
is an
can play
absolutely
rook
terrible
c7, knight e5, f4, but there
Yeah,
is
he
a
can
very
play-
clever move there.
It
Sorry,
doesn't
rook
quite work out.
c7.
We need to show that. Yeah.
Rook c7.
Knight takes
takes
e5 and
f4. Which is ugly as it is, right? It's not the first thing you want to do, but it actually doesn't work. Because you
Yeah.
play rook d3 in this position.
Yeah, there's
really
nothing better,
good.
but it also doesn't
He has
work.
played rook c7, by the way.
Yeah, 5 seconds on the clock when he's done that. Yeah, knight takes e5 will follow,
Knight
and
takes-
after f4, MVL will consider, because there are other options which also look kind of
Very
promising.
tempting, yeah.
But rook d3 definitely leads to positions which are potentially very bad for white. Because the b4 passer is going to become sort of the
Very,
major
very strong.
player in this position.
Yeah, you can take my king side. I don't care.
Yeah, and the entire king side is actually likely to disappear there, but it's just probably not going to matter because the b pawn might just cost white the game.
Guys, I'm stunned because
I
this is
think-
just a suicidal play.
And
Yeah.
f4 play,
F4 play
it was the
because
only move.
what else do you do?
What else do you do,
What
yeah.
else do you do? Otherwise, you just
You were talking a moment ago about some exchange sacrifice, and like this is like one of the best exchange sacrifices, and you're
The
not
best
even in
exchange
exchange
sacrifice
that.
when you don't exchange
and,
the
and you haven't even sacked the exchange yet. I mean, you've got a protected pass, but
yeah.
I'm.
And I think
I'm
you do find rook
speechless.
g3 because I think you want to limit the material. You want to trade away the rook on d1, which
Exactly.
later would be protecting white against some of the problems with the b pawn.
And I cannot afford to take
No.
and take, so I have to go for this ending where the
Yeah,
b
now knight
pawn-
f7. Rook f7, king g8, rook d7 looks kind of horrible.
I'm just on the edge
Yeah.
of the precipice of
First of all,
defeat.
b3, but also I'm wondering if it's useful to include knight c5 and force your rook away from the 7th. Just play knight
do
c5 and
have
then
check,
king g7.
though. Check, and
Yeah.
maybe I
But
can.
maybe knight c4 holds here.
I'm
yeah.
struggling, but
yeah.
maybe I can make a draw this way, Peter.
Yeah.
But okay.
Yeah, the immediate b3 also, of course, very, very sensible.
The once again the clock times for MVL, he's got all the time in the world.
Yeah, he needs to assess this correctly. But I think just intuitively, you want
to play
you
rook
want the
d3.
rook on d1 because I was wondering why knight d3 is not stronger than rook d3, and it has to be an attractive proposition in general. But after knight takes f7, white actually gets a lot of counterplay against the black king side.
But
And-
there is also a white king side, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why you would be interested with white, is because like rook e2 check
Yes.
looks like a very, very serious move. But I suspect you can play queen f3 here, which is just so annoying.
No.
stepping into the whole thing. But
Really?
But the rook on
Yeah.
e2 is hanging.
But
I
even knight
understand.
f4 is winning, no?
Hmm?
Even knight f4 has to be winning.
Probably.
Yeah,
close.
maybe it's actually sadly something like king g1. I wanted to go forward, but hang on, knight f4, king g4, h5 check.
But just here in this moment, I do also have rook b2 check, don't I?
King h3.
And can't I set up those wonderful
And knight takes f7. And
thematic checkmates
yeah.
that we've all been taught? No,
But I think white is
yes.
sort of beginning first here, right? Because rook h2, king g4, you don't have a particularly good follow-up. I think you might be lost there with black, which would be really, really unfortunate because of how many threats you have. And if you have to play king f6, white has an all-important tempo to do something. At the very least, I can play knight g5 and make a draw, I assume, right?
I'm still coming to grips with this incredible turnaround.
Or knight d8.
that-
If I want to be ambitious, I can play knight d8 here and create an idea of rook f7 mate,
Yes.
which might be trickier to meet than you think.
And meets the eye. That's
Yeah.
exactly right.
So, yeah, I think the more you calculate variations like this, the more you realize this rook on d1 needs to be off the board. Kind of needs to be off the board.
It's got to go, huh? Just a second. Again, I'm just apologies that I just because this king is, you want to play G5, Rook H6. My mind is screaming that there's got to be some way of really.
I mean, if the H7 pawn was already on H5, this would be completely lost, of course. But the fact fact that I have the G4 square available to me, I think, makes a very, very large difference here.
Wow.
I don't think you do that. I think Knight D3 actually scares me. Rook B2 check doesn't really scare me very much. Knight D3 on the previous move. That one I was really wondering why the engine doesn't like. I thought Rook D3 is strong, but Knight D3 will be just as strong. And the move we are completely ignoring, by the way, is the second option of the engine right now, is the move Knight D5 G4, which requires basically study-like responses from white.
After all, this king is still in a kind of a tactical landmine.
And apparently you can go Knight takes F7 here. How easy is that to assess? Is in particular on 34 seconds.
Wow, Knight takes F7 here. That's really throwing down the gauntlet,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, you play Knight F7 because every other move I think you resign.
Wow.
Pretty much, yeah. But you have to really trust yourself here because it looks like if something goes wrong, you do get mated. But our counterplay on the king side here is very, very serious.
Very
for white,
serious,
of course.
yeah.
And.
If MVL wins, it's a 3-player round robin of, I believe, 15 plus 10, or just the 10 plus 5?
10 plus 5.
10 plus 5.
10 plus 5.
And that'll be... And if it's still tied, we just go to Armageddon. That actually doesn't make much sense, but we will figure that out when we get there, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, the nice part is that we've been telling the playoff rules in case of 2-player or 3-player tie. Thank goodness there was never an opportunity for a 4-player tie.
There was an opportunity today, but it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, but
we didn't have the rules.
He played the move Rook D3.
Rook D3.
Yeah.
Now the question is that a winning move, or is that just...
Engine suggests it is winning, pretty much winning, yeah.
Wow.
I'm actually surprised that they don't give a bigger advantage.
Okay, Rook takes D3.
All right, Knight takes D3 is clear.
Although,
and we've got to take on F7.
Yeah, and actually Rook F7, Rook D7 I think is a better chance than
It's
Knight
a much
F7.
better chance. Rook D7, Rook F7, Rook D7 is a much better chance than Knight F7.
Yeah, Knight F7, specifically King F8, Knight G5, and a very precise move Rook B6, which...
but Rook B6, the pawns behind, Rook's behind.
And white is never in time to set up any of those perpetual types ideas with Knight H7, Knight F6, and the B pawn just basically quins.
I think
so. You have to take with the Rook. You have to play Rook D7. And you have to hope that this is not as bad, but it's pretty bad.
I'm seeing a kind of a hand movement, hand gesture like, oh dear, what have I done? I'm an idiot from Firouzja. And how much time?
4,
3,
2,
wow. Yeah. Wow, 32 seconds.
Yeah, and
wow.
Yep, 2 seconds for that game, for that move.
And
all right, King Jade comes quickly because
during those 2 seconds, MVL's heart was beating.
And you can see
paused. King G8, Rook H7, Rook D7. Quickly, sorry.
Yeah, back to a minute. Yeah, I just wanted to say that some of those moves which were made on like 2 seconds were he was back to his clock banging best, but. Now that he's come down and chose what to take on F7 with, Rook D7 was already played in a very, very artistic manner with like a 1-finger push on the button. Yeah, and the pawn does need to go immediately. It's much stronger than Knight C5. Just going B3 here and starting to push.
No question about it. Pass pawns, push them, baby.
Yeah, and you get the feeling that it will actually cost white a piece. But you will get a number of pawns for it, potentially including the A5 pawn, and then it's not that easy to win. But he still needs to make 2 more moves here. They will not be.
Well, you can do a quick check.
Yeah, you can include, but that actually brings the king closer. Like I don't know if you.
Where do you put your king?
G7 F8, I think.
Okay.
But that actually also makes sense for white, right? It's because H7 will be hanging.
Yes.
So you not only get to move 40 this way, you probably actually improve your position by forcing the king away from G8 towards F8.
And as you say, at some moment, you probably reckon on having to give up a piece for that passer.
Yeah. But first, MVL has to play b3.
Wow.
Knight c5 throws away much of his edge. Yeah, but b3 is very logical here. I think it's very understandable that you don't want to spend any tempi on any extraneous things.
Yeah, sometimes the attempt to play for a win overwhelms your sensibilities here, and I think that Firouzja really went way overboard in this attempt, and well, now it's clear that only Black is playing for the win. In the other game,
the pawn got to h4 somehow. I'm kind of shocked. I'm kind of shocked. I didn't think it would happen in this game.
Sorry,
but the evaluation
really?
doesn't change. But the pawn did get to h4 somehow. Yeah.
But everything's stuck.
Yeah.
Everything is stuck.
Yeah, everything is stuck, and king c5, king b4 will start becoming a topic of conversation. So yeah, no, Fabi is still completely fine. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not as if anything changed significantly. Yeah. Rook d8 played by Alireza. King g7, only legal move in the position, is going to be made on the board. Yeah, I guess you give a check from d7 here because you do want your half an hour. It's a complicated endgame, and you probably recognize here with White that you can't afford any more mistakes.
Exactly.
So getting the half an hour and thinking in a more relaxed setting rather than 31 seconds is a sensible choice here. And the problem for White is that if you go knight e8 check here, rook takes e8 kind of wins on the spot, because after rook e8, b2, rook b8, knight b4, the pawn actually costs you a full.
We don't even get to sack the rook for the
move 40 made on 3 seconds, but it wasn't a difficult move, and here we are.
Wow. For MVL, this is just like a dream come true.
Absolutely.
I mean, as he, with his next move, will have made the time control, and you can see that he's like completely focused. We spoke about the very solid play of Levon and versus the very risky play of Wesley and their tie for first. If we start talking about MVL as being potentially, where did he come from, Peter?
Well, I think he had a kind of a willing co-conspirator today, because Alireza had a number of options during the game to make it into a much drier, much safer position, to limit the risk, to just be almost entirely safe or just entirely safe. But he wanted as full-blooded a game as possible, and this is what we got.
But MVL was never really in the mix, Alejandro, until the last 3 rounds. I mean, we hadn't been talking about Maxine's results.
Especially when he fell apart against Levon, right? We had that game that he had White in the Vienna against Levon Aronian, just completely got destroyed. Right. But he's bounced back here in the second half, especially a victory here against Alireza with the black pieces. Puts him in a position, tied for first. Didn't see him coming, but we did say at the beginning of the round, if somebody has an outside chance to join the leaders, that is going to be Maxime. We know that Alireza likes fights. We know that a player that would have given up on the tournament would have played some way to just kill the endgame into a rook draw earlier. Alireza had the chance. Alireza had many chances to kill that game and just say, let's go into a draw and don't worry about it. But he's a fighter, and sometimes those fights cost you. And in this case, MVL is the one that's very close to getting that full point, joining Wesley and Levon on 5.5 points. And that way we would have a 3-way tie for first and a round robin 10+5 tournament coming up.
Wow. So $100,000 for the first place, $65,000. You got to throw in, I think, was it 48? What's the
48 for third? But is the money shared? I think.
Well, that was my question. It's a pool of money, and then is it broken by first, second, and third, or is it shared?
There's a number of ways of dealing with this, and organizers choose whichever way they prefer. There's the hoard system.
Yes.
The most arcane of all the systems, I think, is what is called the hoard system, where basically the money is pooled, and then half the money it's split down the middle, and half the money is allocated according to
equally, and then the other half.
Yeah, and the other half is actually like the playoff is being played, and the other half is redistributed according to the percentages of the first, second, and third prize. So you get a kind of a a slightly balanced approach. Coming back to the position on the board in the MVL game, I briefly looked at some lines because knight c4 seems logical, trying to at least control the b3, b2 idea. And I was kind of shocked to see that the engines really like going knight c5 here. And I just wanted to see, like, I thought, am I blundering something? Is b2 not winning a piece? And instead of knight c5, of course. And to my kind of horror, b7, rook, b2, rook, b7, we win a piece in like 4 different ways here. But I understand it's sort of an onboarded engine, which perhaps isn't as deep as all that.
Right.
But some kind of a position, specifically, this is actually slightly more understandable. But if we look at the position after rook c6, after rook b7, we can play rook c6 here.
Attacking.
And the difference is we will be giving a check from c2, not e2, allowing us to take on b2 with the knight. So we go knight takes b2, rook c2 check, king f3. We go knight takes b2. And the machine here goes rook h7, knight a4, rook a7.
Rook h7, knight a4, rook a7.
Yeah, and instead of resigning, it says 0.9, which is basically a draw for an endgame.
Right.
Which is just stunning to me. The a5 pawn is alive. I will play rook c5 here. It's alive. It's about to start running.
You will go knight c3.
Yeah,
you will go a4.
Yeah.
You will move your rook.
So I'm wondering if this is sort of a function of the depth not being
No, I don't think so. I think this is probably closer to a draw.
Yeah, but it's a little bit interesting, no?
It's shocking.
One pawn for the piece here, and
we have a passer to go.
We have an outside passer on the A file, and I guess it just goes like G4, H4, I don't know, F5, GF, F5, G5, and then I don't know, some kind of counterplay on the king side. But like this is just so non-obvious to me that this is not completely winning for black.
Right. It definitely looks horrible.
Yeah, I guess I actually do go like a 5 GF G5 here, and start pushing. I don't know.
That's a dangerous pawn.
I have no idea. I have no idea. But
what every Russian schoolboy has been taught.
I just want to say that, you know, I've resigned in better positions. No.
You have.
Yes, you're right.
That would be my counterpoint. Like,
wow.
I think I've resigned in better positions than this. So
that's remarkable. But we know that that's what Alireza is hoping, that he's going to be able to sacrifice his knight for the pass B pawn, that he'll reduce the pawn structure as much as he can to try to scramble a draw out of this position. But it is a bit of a surprise. You were mentioning that there are 3 or 4 ways.
I mean,
why did you want to keep the rooks? Why did you want to play?
No, I wanted to attack on the pawn on a4 as quickly as possible. If you play rook
c4,
yeah,
sorry,
b2, rook b7. Yeah, if you do it your way, you go rook e1, knight takes b2.
Yeah.
You go rook e2 check, I assume, right?
Yes.
I go king f3.
Yes, I
You play rook takes b2, I take on h7. You haven't picked up the pawn on a4 yet, so I have to spend tempi attacking it, giving me more time to do, like, I don't know, play king g4, king g5, for instance.
Right.
And there I could see why there's a lot of counterplay. But the line I gave, with the rook on c5 controlling the white king, not allowing the white king to become activated, and also we're winning the pawn on a4 straight away by taking on b2 with the knight and then taking on a4.
Yep.
This one I thought has to be lost, but apparently not. Apparently, I mean, maybe it's lost long term, but the evaluation, like you learn to gauge sort of what various machine evaluations mean in various positions.
Right.
And when you have a piece for a pawn in an endgame, and the evaluation isn't -2,
that's shocking,
or not even -1 perhaps, it does imply that this is probably holdable with precise play. And yeah, to my eyes, I don't quite understand why that is, but you learn to trust those things.
Good point. Oh boy, Alejandro, jump right in. You're kind of confused as well. I suspect.
Not in a jumping mood. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm looking at the variations as well. Knight c4, you play out of necessity. Everything else just loses immediately. So you go knight c4, and the edges, they say, all right, go b2. And yeah, there's so many different ways to win this knight. They think there's a particular way they like more than another. Check here, check. It actually likes dragging the king to the queen side, and after king e3, we go another way where you can win the piece, knight b4. This is another mechanism to win this position. Sorry, the knight. The king on e3 is a little bit further away than on the king side, and it allows certain checks. in variations. This is very specific. This is very computer-like chess. And now, of course, I'm promoting because the knight is now blocking the rook. So knight takes b2 is kind of forced. Rook takes h7, and now you can go rook a2 and win this pawn. And because there are some knight checks and because the king can't really join that fast, it doesn't say black is clearly winning. It does still think f5 is a possibility, that even bringing the king to d4 and trying to catch the pawn that way is a possibility for white. So tons of ideas, tons of counterplays, and it's not clear at all that white actually is losing in this position. It just says minus 1.5, which to me means absolutely nothing. We already know this is a two-result game. It doesn't really tell us if black is winning or if white is still has this within a drawing range. Knight c4 clearly is going to be played. It's clearly the only move, and Alireza will fight. And they'll just kind of stumble into some endgame in which I don't guarantee MVL is going to win.
Yeah. Wow. Remarkable. I mean, everything to play for. Playoff certainly on the horizon. Will it be a two-player? Will it be a three-player? Stay tuned. The other side of this break as we will answer all your questions.
They will.
They will.
We'll just watch them.
They will. Okay.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of two unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
St. Louis University is celebrating its 200th anniversary. Offering world-class education in the heart of St. Louis, SLU attracts students and professors from around the globe. In 2015, SLU partnered with the St. Louis Chess Club to start a top-tiered collegiate chess team. On the very first year of the team's inception, SLU obtained second best university at the Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championships. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. There's my boy, look at that kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
Welcome back to round 9 of the Superbet Chess Classic in Romania with a couple of games still going and one of them incredibly important in regards to our final standings with Maxim Mamedyarov actually with very, very serious winning chances on the black side against Firouzja. And there's also the game between Bogdan Deac and Fabiano Caruana going on, but that one is a lot quieter and has much less bearing on the final outcomes of the event.
And when we left it just on our break, we just thought that knight c5 was absolutely boxed. There was no choice about it, and that after b2, our major
we thought rook b7 was expected. Yeah, but Alireza,
and we were gonna sacrifice a piece, Peter.
Later.
But the question is, did Alireza make the right decision by sacrificing the piece right away? Something that we rather dismissed.
I think in some human ways you understand it because you don't leave black a passed pawn, right? You eliminate.
Right.
Oh, that's actually not true. I can, if I want, play knight c4 here.
Okay, but
then you have to take a2 the roundabout way, right?
Yeah, I go rook e2 check, rook a2, rook takes a4. Honestly, it's a very serious choice here, but
by that time I am.
But I do give you a chance to
get some serious counterplay.
Utilize one of those important avenues towards counterplay that we were discussing earlier.
Just to showcase to everybody our discussion, something along these lines. I will get my rook behind the pawn, which is very nice. And I'll
King g5, I go rook b4 here, and I think I don't actually lose the pawn on b6 necessarily, because I think you can't take. I think if you take and allow me to play rook b6 check and rook a6,
I could lose
this one probably is losing, but rook a7 probably,
And that's very hard for you to trundle up the board,
Absolutely,
if you will.
yeah. And this is very serious counterplay. But the big sort of systemic question here in the current position is, black obviously can take on a4.
Yep.
White absolutely telegraphed that they will take on a5. h7 pawn is now completely safe, and we get this strange endgame. Yeah, first of all, I thought it's necessarily 2 against 1. Apologies, but it's not, because there is rook e2 check. So I don't know which square to choose. Let's say c3.
Knight c3, fair.
If you play a5,
which I
here,
definitely want to do.
I'm not sure. I think he is also not sure he's losing 3 against 2. But if you play a5, I want to go rook e2 check.
Okay.
Seemingly you have to play king h3, and I want to play g6, g5. And
you can avoid...
well, depends on how strong king g4 is, but...
Right. I'm just trying to trade off a pair of pawns is essentially all I'm after.
Let's go knight e4 here.
Okay, that case I have king f3. That's
rook e1.
That's legit, though, because I'll still get my pawn trades, won't I?
Will you? On which square and in which, like h4, gh, I'm winning very comfortably.
No, that's comfortable because the knight gets to f6.
Yeah.
So you start giving
checks,
right?
So check, king h,
now you have to decide.
Yeah, it's weird. All of these are extremely, extremely small margins.
Right. Everything is move on move, no question about it.
It does feel like I cannot really avoid trading h7 for a 5. And whether this is a draw or not, I really don't have a clue.
The other thing you were about to say, though, Peter, was that do you have to play f5? You're about to suggest that the 3 versus 2?
Even 3 versus 2 is not...
Like just by playing, say, a move like
king f3. Yeah, king f3.
Just say, go ahead, kill me.
You get the feeling this probably is winning, but it definitely requires precision technique, because...
Yeah, let me sidestep f5. I don't know exactly how I should be sidestepping f5. Maybe rook d6 to bring my... If I can get my knight to f6, I'm feeling much, much better about my winning chances.
Absolutely. I think what I want to say is I have some weird memories of not really playing, but like discussing, and analyzing is a strong word. I don't really analyze any games very much. If this knight on c3 was actually a bishop, this one is tricky and maybe not even, strictly speaking, winning for black. 3 against 2 with specifically a dark square bishop, and the pawns as they are on h2, g3, and f4.
Wow.
But I guess the knight actually in this endgame probably is just a much stronger piece than the bishop, because you can create all kinds of, like, no matter what pawn structure white chooses, you can actually, with the knight, attack the base of the chain, provoking weaknesses, provoking some kind of pawn advances which create further weaknesses, and eventually you do lose.
By the way, we do have the trade as MVL deciding where to put the knight.
I had a question for the grandmasters.
Please.
If you play knight b2 here,
instead of
knight c3,
f5 knight c4, yeah.
f5 knight c4, there's a tactical sequence that begins like this. The knight goes to c4, it attacks the rook on a5. f5?
f5.
Yeah, knight c4.
Knight to
You
c4.
cannot take on e6. The trade it just loses. Knight e3 check picks up the pawn. So you kind of have to go rook a8.
And take on e8, yeah.
And take on e8, and then take on g6. And how would you evaluate?
I think very much depends on how active the king gets straight away. I think, like my default setting here is this is winning for black, but I also am fully expecting it to be somewhat study-like. I'm not expecting this to be easy. I'm not expecting this to be easy, but I'm expecting this to be enough somehow.
Yeah, interesting.
I would think.
Does the engine say 0-0-0 or? Because we're nearing king of 3 only move drawing, but it actually is a draw after king of 3.
Yes. Wow.
But that means that what I said in the very beginning, that it's very tempy oriented. Like if king of 3 is the only move that makes a draw here, it means that you can't chill. You do have to create immediate counterplay, but it might be enough.
Yeah, you just get there.
And let's say after king of 7, I suspect there will once again be the one move. No, here actually everything draws now. h3 is a draw.
Wow.
Instead of king of 4.
And there goes that speech.
Yeah, the whole speech is, yeah. So this is just a draw.
Wow, I would have guessed.
At least I'm slightly heartened by the fact that Yasser is also wowing next to me.
I would have thought that it would have been somehow rather easy to wrong step white.
Yeah. Okay, now we're back to being only 2 moves being a draw here. Like passing here no longer makes a draw, but g4 does make a draw. I was wondering, g4 king e6. And
this is kind of what I was hoping to be able to do.
Even g5 is a draw, shockingly, because you're in time to play.
Yeah, but it has to be g5, right? What else could it be?
King e4 is also a draw, apparently. Shockingly.
Yeah, now king e4.
And now king e4. And we reach this position where we cannot.
The thing is, every time I go to g4, you have to give me a check.
Yeah, you can't allow h5. So.
And your knight's not getting. I mean, if your knight gets to h5, you win. We understand that, but it's just not getting there.
Wow, if my knight were on h5, it'd be a win, and to get there I need to go through g7, which means I need to go to e8.
You're never in time to organize all of that because the king gets to g4 faster than all of those things that you
you're one tempo short, right? Knight f7.
Just a second, what's going on here? Hold on.
King f4?
King f4, and I make a pass. Please go king g4.
Yes.
And I go check.
Actually, even with knight on g7, it's apparently still a draw.
No.
I don't know, king f4, you can't go knight f5.
You can't go knight f5 because h5.
Right.
Ah, yeah, that's clever. Yeah, okay. It doesn't actually get to g7.
But finally,
that would have been a bit mind-blowing if it was a draw.
Yeah.
Okay, this one is
clean, 0. Oh, good. Sometimes I question my chess knowledge. I mean, this one I would have thought was a win. But okay, so this happened from your knight b2.
He's got knight b6 instead. I wonder if he still wants to go f5 knight c4.
Right, f5 knight c4 is certainly on
we're
the
expecting
works.
Alireza to play f5 because 3 versus 2 you do feel like you're probably in a lot of trouble. Like you don't really
I know
feel
this
very
is crazy.
confident.
Can I pretend like I've got all the time in the world?
Yeah. That would be another idea that is very, very critical because if we get to trade h2 for h7,
I'm happy.
Yeah, you instantly feel a lot safer about making a draw. And h5 currently runs into f5 very, very clearly.
But knight c4 just looks so strong here.
Rook c5.
Rook c5, but then I get a super blockade, right? Knight e3 and h5.
Yeah, I'm not in time. Yeah, so
just a second.
Check, king g7, check, right?
Correct. Check, king g7, check.
I think I go king f7, right? Not king g7. I go king f7.
Yeah.
So that
and then
way,
I go rook e7 next move if you continue.
Yes, I was trying to get my pawn to h5.
Yeah.
Right?
And h5.
I mean, at this point, if 3 versus 2 is a draw, I'm done. I'm done with the commentary.
Yeah, I was wondering. No, I'm not gonna play that one out. We do have knight b6 on the board. Yes. Oh, pardon me. Knight b6 on the board, we are expecting f5.
And it's kind of curious because we are expecting f5. And if MVL goes knight c4, we now know this actually forces a draw.
Yes,
it's a mistake, which leads to a forced draw. But how easy will it be for Alireza to actually just swap the rooks off and say, I trust in my suspicion that this is a draw? Because I don't think anybody really knows This endgame with the knight and G versus G and H, I suspect very, very few endgame books actually feature it due to its rarity and similar, seeming, irrelevance.
And I saw it. I got it once in a game, and so I went to the Informant Endgames, the big books that they used to have. I saw it somewhere. I know that it's a draw. This is why I was asking, because I had seen it before, but it was so many years ago that I don't remember why or when or which specific scenarios, but I do know that in some variations, 2 versus 1 is just a draw.
Wow.
Still, obviously, very much depends on where things are, because if white doesn't get to, doesn't get extended enough. And
Generally I was neutral kings and the pawn's not being blockaded or any type of blockade, and
just holds.
Just hold.
Okay. That's actually very useful. Yeah,
and
I
again,
wasn't aware at all.
18 years old, and he's supposed to have all of this wealth of experience and knowledge about these esoteric endings.
With 12 minutes, you kind of hope for the best.
I think he'll be operating. He'll be operating on
Wow.
hunches. Yeah, he's operating on hunches here, but his hunches are very good. Like he is. We've talked about this before. He is one of those people whose natural understanding of how things are on the chessboard is extremely, extremely solid. So yeah, I wouldn't be like he sees knight c4. He knows f5 will have.
But you're dreaming to take all the pawns off the board. Once the pawns come off the board, rook and knight versus rook, easy draw.
Okay, next question then. With the rooks on, f5 gf.
Rook takes.
No.
Easy draw.
Easy draw.
You think easy draw?
Easy
right?
draw.
Okay.
I don't think you can make progress.
I'm gonna go with draw, but
I think it's an easy draw because I think that if you trade rooks with the h pawn, it's trivial.
On h7?
Yeah.
I was actually going to say that.
I was actually the opposite. I was thinking, wait a minute.
That is not obvious to me at all.
Hold on. Ali, just a second. Takes. We're going to construct something.
Yeah.
That's
rook g5 check, rook g6 takes.
Exactly.
Yeah, with the king.
And
don't trick me.
Yeah, and we're going to give you.
You're going to give me all this.
Yeah, we're going to give you all of this. And you think this is trivial?
No, this is just lost.
It's just lost.
Yeah, this is just dead lost.
Incredible.
It's too far away. You can't challenge it quickly enough. Yeah.
Not enough. Yeah.
No. It needs to be. It needs to be within reach for your pawns to start. Yeah.
What we know for sure, Peter, is that we have a playoff. We just don't know if it's 2 or 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
But what we really want to know is what about the money, Peter? I mean,
the graphic is coming up, but it's a bit tricky. But I actually quite like the solution in terms of what they do with the money in tied tournaments. I think it's reasonably fair.
All right. What is it?
It goes.
Yeah, but okay. So here we are. Yeah. In case of the three-way playoff, the spread will be. This is the players who will be contesting it, and the money is basically they separate an additional 10K for the winner of the tournament, and the rest gets split down the middle.
Gotcha.
Which I think is a very solid way of doing things. The winner has to get something. Like I think it's fair that the winner gets an additional little bit
in
of something.
Playoff.
Yeah,
absolutely.
In a playoff. But splitting most of it down the middle, I very much understand.
As opposed to the Hort system of 50-50. Yeah. Okay.
And in case of 3 players tied, I assume will see similar numbers. It will be obviously
similar
lower.
idea. No, you reserve 10K, winner gets 10, and split the rest.
But the number that is being split will be obviously lower because you you introduce the third prize, which is 48 grand, into the equation here.
I remember I was once playing in the very high stakes New York Open. That was in the day. The New York Open had been one of the most well-paid events. I think it had maybe 20,000 purse, 15, so on and so on. And it was one of those things where, like there were there was 12 players tied for first going into the last round of the game. I was one of them. I have won my game rather quickly, in fact. So I was in the Doug house, making my math on the prize fund. And every single player who could tie with me, I'm just dreaming of a draw,
All
right?
of them won, yeah.
All of them won.
Yeah.
I mean, I went from like 20,000 to 18 to 14.
But it was actually like an even split, right?
Yes, yeah. It eventually comes down to like $5,333.
I once tied for second in a New York Open, which I think was won by Pavel Blatny on 8 out of 9. That was a kind of a
big score.
Yeah,
huge
kind
score.
of a freak result because it's a lot of points, and for a New York
It
Open,
is.
those were very, very strong opens.
Exactly.
I think it was 95. Yeah, and I got my, I think 7.5, maybe even I was 7 out of 9, and there was a huge pile up on 7 out of 9, and Pavel just crashed.
Yeah, he was all.
He
by
had
himself.
probably the best result of his career. Yeah, he just destroyed.
Okay, this what's on my analysis board is not on the game
Yeah, and
board.
this is actually we should actually pay some attention to the other game because it's some things happen there which
really
which are difficult
What?
to understand at first glance.
What's going on?
Okay, we left it more or less around these.
Bishop e8 is a very clever move here, stopping king b4 because the pawn on 6 is vulnerable. Fabi ended up taking on a4, somewhat breaking up the pawn chain, king d5, king d3, c5, bishop b5, king e5, king e3. And here, after a very, very prolonged thought, he went with c4 check. And I think I now understand what's happening. Okay, he went c4, bishop c4, check on c5 and bishop f2. Okay, he found a very clean way to... For a second there, I wasn't sure why we're giving up one of our 2 remaining pawns, but bishop f2, bishop f2 does make a very comfortable draw now, I guess. Yeah, the pawn h4 is about to fall, and you can't really attack the pawn a5 quickly enough.
It's time for the professional knight f3.
Yeah, Bogdan is not going to play knight f3 though. I think he is
the professional.
Yeah, he's going to go knight f7 check and continue. But yeah, you're at this point you're probably not winning this game ever.
Okay.
Not that you were.
Let's
really.
get back to our playoff game. And whoa.
Yeah.
Remarkable
F5 not
restraint.
played, yeah.
Remarkable restraint by Alireza not to play the move f5, which, I mean, every fiber of your being is like, let's get these pawns off the board.
Yeah.
Could it be, Peter, that he was also... No,
I think he decided that game is lost. I think he decided that knight c4 wins.
That knight c4.
I think it's very likely that he saw knight c4 and he just couldn't bring himself to.
He analyzed something that went along these down this road and said, "Come on, 2 versus 1. Come on."
Actually, hang on a second. h6 winning?
Get out of here. What?
h6 winning here. Says my screen.
Get out. Only move.
Only move to win.
h6.
h6.
You know, I have this thing going on in my head right now that Alireza comes to studio
and says, "Yeah, I almost played this, and then I spotted this h7."
I saw
h6.
h6, and I didn't like my chances of holding, and so I had to go with g4.
Yeah.
That would be remarkable. Oh my God. h6 wins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Things that are not going to happen.
I mean,
for 500. Yeah, I mean it's
g4 instead.
Yeah.
Wow.
This feels like this should be convertible, right?
Well, let's
start
go with
by
the
giving
obvious. Let's bring our
or give a
knight.
couple of checks is also something that you. I don't know if I
Well,
should.
I want to bring my knight into
Rook a7, I guess, is the point.
Okay,
well, we go Rook
let's,
e7, right?
Let's trade rooks.
Yeah, we go Rook e7.
That would suit me. I'm
Yeah,
assuming
this
you don't
doesn't
want
really feel like it holds.
g4.
This doesn't really feel like it holds at all. I think you provoke some weaknesses and then you get to them and you win.
Wow.
Okay, if I don't give checks, where is the knight going exactly?
I thought d2.
d2.
Yeah, I want to go Rook e2 check and then knight f6 or something. Yeah.
d2.
I don't think we hold this with white. It feels very, very unlikely.
Feels bad, huh?
Yeah.
I won't argue with you there, Peter, at all. That knight c4. g4 just seems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You still fail to win this occasionally because it's still tricky. There is still the plan of h4, h5 to consider if white is in time to play h4, h5, hg, hg somewhere.
By the way, with apologies to our audience, it's just that we all had to wake up very, very early here in St. Louis. And so coming to grips with the fact that...
Like in particular, FG H6, H4, like how is this lost?
I mean, I just find this remarkable that this is losing to the move H7, H6, and we do have, by the way, knight D7 on the board. Peter, I don't know about you, but I just feel tasered after this H7, H6 move.
Yeah, I have no idea how to process it, to be honest.
Words fail. G4, knight D7, and this conversion just feels so much easier.
Yeah, this feels like a warm bath compared. Yeah.
What we just experienced there with F5. So we're at this moment predicting a three-way playoff, everybody.
Does seem like it, yeah.
And again, in that playoffs, it will be a round robin between the three players will play against one another, and the two top finishers.
Three rounds, yeah, because obviously one player sits out every round.
Yeah, and the two top finishers from the round robin will then go on to play a match, or if I just win the round robin, I'm the winner.
Yeah.
If I win 2 games, that's it. We're done.
Yeah, it's actually unclear what happens. Like if two people tie for first the round robin.
That's clear. We go to Armageddon.
Okay.
Then 2 people tie for first. Yeah, we go to Armageddon.
Gotcha.
Now, if 3 people tie for first, then we don't know.
Then we finally get the spreadsheet.
Then it's the Excel.
The Excel spreadsheet's coming out. Yeah. Okay. Very nice.
Okay. I'm glad I didn't get the Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah.
I remember John Donaldson doing that at an Olympiad, calculating, and he did it perfectly. He knew exactly that the U.S. had won the gold medal.
Yeah, but he did it with a notepad.
Not like the notepad.
Not like the app notepad on your iPhone. No, he did it with a notepad and a pencil. He went around the playing hall in Baku looking at the relevant games, writing down how they were doing.
Exactly.
Yeah, and he calculated perfectly, knew that U.S. got gold medal over Ukraine, I think?
Yes, I think
in 2016.
Ukraine. Yeah.
But it was a very hidden result.
Yeah, and I remember very vividly this image of Elianov winning, and then being, like rapturous hugs from his teammates as they celebrated their gold medal victory. No. But okay, they had a phenomenal result, and it was quite the tie. Knight D7.
King G3, Rook E3 check being played. I don't know why we're forcing the king to H4. There must be some kind of a concrete reason why this is good, because generally by this point I am very interested if I'm trying to hold this with white.
Yeah.
Since we have only this game, I'm gonna pass as white. I'm just gonna keep passing until you make a threat. I want to know how you win. So let's just put the king. I'm gonna put it on G2 just
to be yes.
Okay.
Okay. Knight F6.
Yeah, everything you attack, I defend, right? I go H3 or something.
Rook G3.
And I will put my knight towards the
you have to start giving checks at some point, because if you allow 95 unopposed, I think your position starts crumbling a lot faster than you suspect.
All right, I go Rook A4 or something.
Rook A4, 95, yeah.
Okay, knight, Rook E4.
Okay, time
we
to
go king.
Oops, sorry, that was a mouse slip. King.
Now we go king F7, king F6.
I go king H2.
Just to get out of any.
I mean, I'm just passing. I just want to see it. I just want to see it.
Well, in this case,
actually, somewhere around here, I want to play H4. Yeah, here Rook F3 wins the pawn.
You can't play king H2. I know what you mean. You just want to make a pass and somehow get out of dodge.
Yeah, that's a much better pass. Rook A4.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah,
and then
I want to include H5 somewhere.
Well, then you want to do it with the knight on F6.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Actually, let's not play
Let's put the knight on F6, and then, okay, he's going to just make passes.
Yeah, passes just lose to H5, I think. Rook A7 check is what annoys me, just trying to shift my...
Then I'll get in the rook check. Okay, if you want this, and you want this, that's okay.
And then I put the rook on some, like A3, H5, king F3.
Okay. We're helping you out here. It's a team effort. We're trying to get to the truth as well. We're not sure.
Yeah, let's say we get to this position. It's not an unreasonable position.
No.
By the way, we do have in the game.
But he's going king h4.
King h4.
Yeah, he's going king h4.
It's so hard to defend these positions passively. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you want to go ahead. So let me just refresh the board.
Yeah, the other one is going to be over in a second there.
And we finally... Did you just hit us with a commentator's curse and say... No, he did play knight f7. He didn't do the professional thing.
Yeah, much to learn.
Much to learn.
All right, and that's a draw between Bogdan Deac and Fabi. Fabi cannot be happy with this tournament. Kind of a lackluster, 50%.
Mm-hmm.
The one game he won, I mean, Mamed played knight a6 and somehow almost got back into the game.
Almost drew the game.
Almost drew the game. So definitely not a memorable tournament here for Fabi. An improvement from last year, but that's pretty much all you can say about it. But meanwhile, for the local hero, 50% against this field. That's
salute.
That's impressive.
Absolutely,
That
absolutely.
is very
Daniel.
good.
Yeah.
Very, very good. And he also played fighting chess. He hasn't tried like playing solidly for a draw with white. He continued trying to ask questions. Yeah, very, very creditable performance by Bogdan.
Now, once again, the one remaining game is the game that's going to decide if we have a three-way or a two-way playoff. And the king went to h4, and I don't like this. I think that he's unfortunately put his king in a pocket of trouble. I'll leave it at that.
But
where is
what
the
is
trouble?
what is the way to exploit it?
Let's say I just go king g7.
Yeah, that's what I was coming to as well. King g7, rook a7, rook d3 as a starting point.
Exactly.
And then, I'm not quite sure. Well, let's say I go just rook c7, rook a7 for the foreseeable, and I ask you the same question Alejandro was asking. Check. No, I mean, obviously, if you pick out, I give you a check on the 6th.
Peek out. Okay. Do I want the pawn on h6 or not? No. Okay, that's fine. I peek. You check. I return.
Yeah, rook c7.
Rook c7. I peek. Out.
Yeah, somewhere around here, I need to start considering king g5, but maybe it's a bit too early. Let's go rook a7.
Just chill. Just
What's the plan after rook c6? You're going forward?
I think
I wanted to go to king to
d5, e4, but then we go king g5 actually. Yeah,
no, that would be a tempo against the rook. King d5 hits the rook on
I understand. I
c6.
go rook a6 or somewhere, and
sorry, what are we talking about? Are we on
check,
the same
king
page
d5,
here?
rook a6,
and
king
I go
e4, king g5, and just pretend we have counterplay.
Wow.
It's not such a ridiculous pretense.
Rook h3, I want to play rook e6 check, rook e7, I think, to begin with, and then I start pushing the f-pawn, right?
Let's start with rook a, yeah.
Or yeah. Knight e4 check is
Knight
kind of
is
made,
on
though, yeah.
f6.
Is made here.
Okay.
Where's he going with this knight?
Yeah, he's
What
going-
is MVL doing with his knight? Sorry, I'm going to just repeat my position here. Get to the current position. Okay, he did, again, he put his king on h4, moved that, well, I didn't like that move at all. But knight f6.
Yeah, I guess you give a couple of checks. You force rook e7 so that your king on h4 at least has some squares, and you drop the rook back somewhere.
I'm thinking rook check, king f7, rook check, rook e7.
I think so. Your king
yes.
e6 doesn't seem to achieve very much.
No.
And now we go rook, I don't know, a6 or f2 or whichever square you like.
Okay. Now, I was reluctant to play h6 in previous lines. Maybe I just do it. h6. I'm not afraid of g5. I think that's helpful to me.
Probably, even though, like in this specific constellation of pieces, I am curious about g5.
g5.
And king takes.
And king takes.
I'm curious about this because knight e4, king h6, and you know, if I lose, I now lose some kind of, you know, there's going to be some weird tactical solution because the g6 pawn is very weak.
Mm-hmm.
You have knight h7, knight f8, but then I maybe am in time to play h4, h5.
Yeah, I don't like my rook on e7.
Yeah, the rook on e7 is not really well.
Okay,
you should start by playing some kind of rook b7 or rook d7.
Yeah, okay, let me get out of dodge.
Let's go h3. Feels like
useful.
It's useful to have the g-pawn protected.
I think it's useful also to have my king at g7.
Yeah,
Maybe
now
on a
95 is a strong threat.
Yeah, maybe on a good day, knight d5, rook f7.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like it's holdable, but it also feels like the biggest reason you lose this with white is you kind of, at some point, you lose patience and you make an inaccurate move, and then suddenly everything collapses.
Let's jump to Bucharest as Cristian is with Fabiano. Cristian.
Yes, thank you, Yasser. We are here indeed with Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano, welcome back to the studio. The final round, it felt like you were trying with the black pieces. Was that the strategy going into this championship round?
Yeah, I was hoping to get some chances. Of course, tournament victory was already out of the question after yesterday, after I ruined the chances I had yesterday. So anyway, I thought, if I win, finish on a high note, it's not terrible. But like, the thing is, I played a line which he wasn't expecting, but he was probably ready for, because Ali Reza played it in an earlier round against against Levon.
So this g5 long line, yes.
Yeah, and Levon played this, queen c2. I think he played king b8, and yeah, I think this was the line.
And it was the king e2 big mistake.
The blunder that he made in the opening. And these are super complex positions, so I was hoping that we would get something like this and a fight. But he played in a much more direct way. I didn't know the move castle. I thought knight e3 is kind of the usual stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And castle, but it seemed like bishop e6 is so logical. Yeah, f4 was the main move I considered. It's quite nice that it's knight e4. I have this knight takes e4. I think it's important. And a queen of6, queen e5. And
I think the guys in the studio were showing this beautiful line.
And this stuff loses king f7 or whatever. He doesn't really, he has a check but no attack. But yeah, I guess he was still prepared. Yeah, I didn't think knight e3 was dangerous, because I thought the queen b6 would be quite decent, because he has to start misplacing his stuff. Although, like, this was just very direct. I don't know if I'm forced. Like, I was considering this briefly. And when I played bishop e6, I was counting on rook d8, but then I started to wonder about this stuff. It's some total mess, but I thought, okay.
So you decided to shy away from that?
Yeah,
not going into any sort of...
I mean, like, maybe if I didn't know that he was prepared for this line, then I would consider it more seriously, but...
Did you still feel that he was somehow within his preparation or knowledge?
I guess he knew a little bit about the line, but it's such a equalish position, it doesn't really matter. Like, he can't pose me too many problems here. And we got a position where I'm down a pawn, but the bishop pair is definitely enough compensation. But the drawish tendencies are so high, there's really no chances for either of us to play for a win. And we played this on forever. At some point I played a bit strange, but I was basically tired of moving around, and I decided to provoke this h4 and then get my king active. And yeah, it can get sharp in some cases, but it's mainly if he decides to go for it, and then we have a pawn race. While he controlled my pawns like this, and yeah, now my king is centralized. It's clearly just a draw.
Now, obviously, Fabiano, every single tournament from now until the candidates is going to be some sort of preparation for that big event. How would you assess this tournament from your perspective?
I mean, shaky, not very good overall. Like I missed some chances. I played one quite bad game against Maxime. I lost that game. I was also very disappointed yesterday, because I still thought I had chances in the tournament, and I got such a dream position from the opening against Richie. And I think he mixed up his preparation or something, because the position he got was like the worst, the worst of all worlds. And I just ruined it. I played like this b4 very quickly instead of like rook d1 or something. I just have such tremendous pressure that I think I would have likely won the game if I had played a bit better. And then today might have been a different story. I might have still, at least had a chance to make like a four-way playoff instead of a three-way playoff, like we'll see. So yeah, quality was not really there. But anyway, I mean, I was fighting, I was trying. Hopefully I'll be more in shape for the next tournament. I still have one more. Yeah, for Warsaw. And okay, it's totally different. Rapid and Blitz. You know, it's not at all related to the type of chess we saw here, and of course totally different from the candidates. But anyway, it's some good training.
Fabi, thank you for joining us, sharing your experience, and we're looking forward to seeing you in a few days. Thank you, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Fabi. Thank you, Cristian. And once again, our standings with one game remaining, Peter.
Yeah. Only the Firouzja MVL game is still running, and that means that Maxim, with a victory, will join our two leaders on 5.5. Currently, he is tied with Lanier and Fabi on 4.5 out of 9, but he will definitely not lose this game. So he is guaranteed clear third.
No question about that.
That shouldn't even form a part of his
no, that's not an
calculations
issue.
here.
The question is if you were to, is it a 75% winning opportunity?
I'm actually very
MVL?
sad Cristian decided not to ask Fabi, because I think this is a position everyone should opine on, because of just how rare this material balance is. And I mean, Fabi sort of stated what he believes, because he did say he's expecting a three-way playoff in coming soon. But still, even this, you don't win every single time, even though
that's what I mean. Yeah.
We think there were probably better ways of trying to hold this for Alireza. But even this one, you definitely can and will mess up every now and again with black. It's not a guaranteed victory, regardless of what the engine says, until you start creating threats. And white obviously is trying very hard to make creating threats as difficult as possible for Maxim.
Rook e7, blocking the check on the board. Rook takes, king takes. That one, I'm going to say, is certainly a win.
Yeah, that one is.
I will go out on the ledge, if you will, and say that's a certainly win. I'm expecting that Alireza will probably just
the rook drops
drop
back somewhere. Yeah,
and then we try to chill. And as Alejandro would say, go ahead, do your worst for the next few moves, and he's going rook
a5. Perhaps hinting at some 4 or 5 somewhere, but mainly just choosing a square at random, because you don't really know where it's supposed to be. It's difficult to judge whether stopping 95 is important or supporting f5 is important. But you can't stop 95 forever. Rook d7 will prepare it in such a way that will be very difficult for you to stop.
Agreed.
Yeah, and he's also down on time, and he will have to play. I mean, the half a minute increment here. He's on 4 minutes, and
no more.
No more additions of time forthcoming.
Only
the half a minute increment here is incredibly relevant, because many of your moves will, be pretty much the only moves in the position. So you do accumulate. But also, if MVL creates a position where a precision will suddenly be required, it's very easy to burn all of your remaining time trying to figure out which of your potential, 2 options is the one that gives you the most chances of survival.
The more I'm thinking about it, the more I do like the move rook a5. It just gives MVL that one other thing that he has to think about, that there is this move f4, f5 in the position, and sure, white can play h3 and just say, do your worst, but the fact that f4, f5 can come at any time and create these 2 versus 1.
And the reason we're talking about f5 only with the rook on a5, of course, is that you absolutely do not want f5, gf, gf. You have to
no, that is dead loss.
f5, gf, gf, you resign.
Right.
Whereas f5, gf, rook takes f5 could very easily just be a draw. You just play h2, h3 afterwards, and it becomes very, very difficult to convert from there.
Completely agreed. Knight e4.
Yeah,
just making sure that
f5 g5 check is probably
what you don't
very strong,
want to achieve.
Probably very strong, but you can pass. You can pass
but this
somehow.
This is one of the reasons why I kind of get a little nervous about having especially if my pawn were on h3. Then I'd be really afraid that, I'd get into Zugzwang because my king could.
Yeah, it's easy to imagine actually getting mated if you do that. Yeah.
Exactly. But knight e4 on the board. Just again, ready to meet f5 with g5, and Alejandro just jump right in.
Every move looks the same to the engine, but I like knight e4 because after the moves knight e4, I'm even considering king g7, rook f7 sometimes.
Yes.
Just asking the question of how you're going to defend the pawns, and the moment you block them, that's going to be easy pickings.
Okay, so let me just make a pass.
Yeah, I was wondering if I can go king g7 and pretend I have a threat.
Okay,
I got something. Your rook's not on the 5th.
True. Applause. But I did stop rook f7.
Thunderous applause.
Thank you.
Best kind of
applause. But I was afraid of the move rook f7 because again my
understandably
king
so. Yeah, this does seem to be winning instantly.
Rather easily, right?
So yeah, it has to be stopped.
So thunderous applause, of course, but you still have to win the game after bringing my rook to the 4th rank.
But at this point, I can't remember if I finished that sentence or not. But my point is, occasionally you will make enough progress. He's actually going to play f5. Seems like I was wondering exactly how that loses. G5, king h5.
Can we put it on the board?
Yeah,
that
it looks
shocking.
Yeah, it looks very, very bad. But also,
yeah, f5, g5 is a draw.
Oh, okay.
f5, g5 is a draw.
Yeah,
just
you can't play that. You go king h5 and that's it.
Yeah, that's what I thought, that we're not in time. King g7, rook a6, and we're not in time to actually make
checkmate or some wonderful thing. You said rook a6?
And now you just have to give up g5 if you're going to ever make progress, and you won't.
Yeah, and we chill. We don't really play anything. We just play rook b6, rook c6, rook b6, rook a6, or whatever, and.
Wow. So just let me just see this because I'm still not sure.
Yeah, but this creates no threat, right? Rook b6, and then
you're going to give a check.
So I'll have a check there.
No, rook e6 also. Yeah, it forces your.
So just a second. So you're saying in the position we have on the board, you can play f5. What if I just move my king and say, congratulations, you want to take my
this
pawn?
is probably the stronger option. Yeah, creating a threat of g5 check, because now after g5, king h5, h6 will win. And rook a6 you cannot play, of course, because gf brings us back to that position that we...
This is the dream position that MVL wants.
Whatever he plays, he needs to do it soon, because he has 55 seconds.
And counting, and
yeah, he's gone
f5.
He's gone f5, and yeah, king g7 looks strong, yeah. I think
king g7 looks very strong.
I think it's... You should be able to reason out that you cannot play g5 check without preparation, because I was like your firm statement of it's a draw surprised me a little bit.
Yeah,
but the fact that I couldn't find a win after g5 check king h5 was worrying me quite a bit, because you would assume that with the king on h5 if there is a win it's kind of immediate.
Right.
And yeah, I was struggling to come up with something there.
Yeah. And let's jump to Bucharest and a quick comment from Anastasiya.
Once again, hello everyone, and here we are still in Bucharest. The last game is finishing right now, I mean the last classical game at least. And just wanted to tell you that the playing venue is really like full of people. I've never seen so many spectators all these days. And it's like, I think everybody understood that it's going to be a tie break, and all of them came to see the last time the top players and enjoy chess, the last hours of chess here in Bucharest. And I just wanted to update you with some information, because I heard Alejandro was struggling to tell to the public what will happen in case of tie. If all three players will be playing the tie break, then it's going to be the round robin event. And imagine if all the games will finish in a draw. So what happens in this case? I heard that it's going to be another drawing of lots, and then two players will play the Armageddon game, while the third one will be resting at that moment. And the winner of the Armageddon match will play another Armageddon game with the third one, who is still waiting. Yes, so this is how we will learn who is the winner of the Bucharest part of the Grand Chess Tour. So I'm looking forward to see what will happen. Still, we are not sure if Maxim will win this game. I can hear your great comments about this game. Of course, we will follow it here in Bucharest. So now we're back to you, to the studio, Peter, Alejandro, and Yasser.
Thank you, Anastasiya. I must say that when I came in today, I didn't expect that we'd have more than one Armageddon game, Peter. But if you're telling me we're going to have three, coffee, one more double espresso. Oh my gosh, we're going to be really here for some time.
And the thing that we very much appreciate the update, but the question which was left somewhat unanswered. So basically, hang on. Am I to understand correctly that basically the person who plays one Armageddon instead of two is just drawn by drawing of lots.
Correct.
I am overjoyed.
I'm sure by that point.
As our potential players in that tiebreak, I'm sure. This is tremendous stuff.
I kind of miss the fact that Fabby's not in this playoff, so that we could have a few more Armageddons in case everything went. In the meanwhile, by the way, F5, Ali Reza is down on the clock, but it's MVL.
Well, he knows he's now very, very close. He knows that this is probably now a calculable position potentially,
yes.
And he has time enough to burn, so he's doing
How
the right
much
thing.
time
He's
does
on
he have to
14 minutes against 1.5.
By the way, in the interview with Richie, I just couldn't help but feeling that there was so much, self-loathing going on there that it was a little bit getting too much.
It was like
right?
it was like looking in the mirror for me.
Come on, come on. He's not a terrible player. I mean, so why the self-deprecation?
But the combination of the result coupled with how that result was achieved in this tournament, I think is very easy. You can understand how it triggers those feelings, because not only has he had a really, really horrible result, but it was also, a number of very good positions blown, a number of straight up one-move piece blunders achieved in a single tournament, and he is currently, this is once again, it feels very disrespectful to the first GCT event to describe it as a preparation for anything.
Right.
This is like a category 21.
Exactly. It doesn't get any stronger than this.
So it's not really a warm up as such, but he is nearing the moment where he will be playing the most important tournament of his career, and
right.
He understands that you don't always do well, but the combination of not doing well and also clearly his brain malfunctioning on him time and time again over the course of the tournament is not enjoyable. And I could you feel the pain there. You feel he is really, really struggling with how this tournament came out. And
definitely, and again, it's so rare to see such a super world-class grandmaster just again picking on himself and saying I know nothing, it's terrible, this is I can't believe I did what I did, and so forth and so on. In the meanwhile, we do have an exchange, a trade, if you will, on the G6 square. Takes, and Peter, this is a kind of a dream for MVL now. I mean, it's 2 versus 1. Sorry.
Yeah. Generally speaking, trading pawns is in white's favor, you would say, but this is a kind of a trade, in particular because the king is on h4. It can be attacked,
right?
And you're very, very far from achieving any kind of a counterplay against the pawn on g6. This really does look winnable now.
You don't have any h4, h5 concepts with your king.
You can even play g5 check here, because king h5, king f6 will create immediate, very serious tactical issues for Ali Reza. So even that I think is playable. I don't know if it's the best move, but it's definitely something you can
about
do.
This one, because I do have check and I got.
And then I got king e5, king f4. I think I'm not that bothered by allowing king g6, because you're never playing h4 there.
Gotcha. Fair enough. Wow. Okay, so if that's the case, that's even more good news for MVL fans.
Yeah. More good news for Armageddon fans.
Yeah.
And just to remind everybody, playoffs will be played 15 minutes after this game ends, and there will be a drawing of lots for the numbers 1, 2, 3 in the round robin that they will play at the start. The player who wins the round robin will be our champion, yay, but if 2 players tie by scoring, for example, 1.5,
there will be a single Armageddon game.
There will be a single Armageddon.
And if all games are drawn, or if all 3 games are decisive in a way that everybody ends on 1 point, then there will be some flipping, And I have been involved in some high-profile flips in my life. They are fun. Fun.
Tense affairs. Okay, Rook rook a4 on the board, and are you advocating for g5?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Because you can't play king h5, and if you drive the king all the way down to the second rank with the pawn on g5, and you started thinking that my knight can hop somewhere to f4, to h4, and you calculate that white just never gets h4 in with the rook on the third.
So we give a check here. No, we give a check from d3. I think
one more?
useful, yeah.
Yeah.
King g2, and maybe knight c5, knight e6, for instance.
Yeah, knight c5, knight e6, something like
That's
that.
the dream.
I very much like this idea, just landing it on f4. And yeah, eventually you just will make enough progress to start picking up weaknesses.
The really sad part is you're actually attacking my rook, because otherwise I was seriously contemplating the move h2, h4, so that in case you were to take my pawn on h4, yay!
Yeah, something has been achieved, even though I'm not sure if it's a draw. But knight takes a4 definitely does win here.
And in the previous move.
Also on the previous move, yes. On the previous move.
Alejandro explained to me like one of his worst moments. Sorry, Alejandro, this is his playing, and it's just rook versus knight and some pawns on the board. So he's obviously winning with the rook, and so he made some move, and the knight took the rook. Alejandro looked at his score sheet and said, yeah, the knight attacked the rook. I didn't bother
I did
to
actually
notice.
look at my score sheet. I was like, that's his knight.
It's really, really, really true. All right. Well, again, from Ali Reza's fans' point of view, he's just hoping for a mistake.
Yeah, he's hoping something goes wrong for MVL here. And king h5, I think, loses. The cleanest way to win here would be to play rook d8, I suspect.
Rook d8?
Oh, no, rook
d8
takes
is,
e4, yeah. That would be the mistake that we're talking about here. Rook d8 doesn't actually create enough of a mating threat.
And then king f6? Oh, that is pretty.
And you can also do the whole thing. Like you can play rook d8 and then do the and then Ali Reza snaps on e4 and you go king f6 and you're like, young man.
Young man. Let me show you the voice of experience.
That is funny, yeah.
And our next stop on the Grand Chess Tour is Warsaw, Poland, May 19th through the 23rd. Superbet bringing you Rapid and Blitz.
Yep, those are the playing days, May 19th, 20th, and 21st. We'll have Rapid Chess, 3 rounds a day. And then we'll, of course, follow it up with the Blitz portions, 9-round tournaments of Blitz on the 22nd and the 23rd.
Yes, indeed. Something to look forward to.
There was a move by MVL.
He played with the 77
not
back, which doesn't really spoil anything, but also doesn't make immediate progress. But I think he's by this point very interested in also in the idea of giving as wide of a choice to Ali Reza as possible, because the position is bad, and getting him to burn more time is also not nothing.
But I love these incremental, creepy, crawly, progressive types of moves, such as king f6 and rook e6 in these positions. The whole idea being that when I do play g5,
I'll be good and ready.
Yeah, I mean, I will be absolutely forbear. By the way, there is okay, let me just show it. King f6. There is the simple threat of mate.
No, I think you go g5 check. I think you absolutely have to play g5 check. Yeah, because if you play rook a6 check, I think king e5 wins on the spot. I think g5 is just strictly the only move you can even make, because, yeah, this is bad. I'm not saying this is good.
No,
now I go king g4, h4, and I hope that somehow I'm in time, even though like the expectation is we're kind of never in time here with white.
Unfortunately for white.
Yeah, knight d6, rook e4 check, knight f5, something like this. Yeah.
Exactly.
I actually very much like king f6. I was also looking at that because the point specifically is that I think Ali Reza is planning to go rook a6 check in response.
And this is a check in case of h5. Sorry, you were about to say something, Peter.
Yeah, in the current position, if we go king f6, you would like to play rook a6 check and not commit to g4, g5, because g4, g5 is clearly not the move you want to be making, but king e5 just wins here.
King e5,
yeah, because we don't really need the king for that mating threat to work, and getting it to f4 pretty much ends the... I mean, rook h7 is pretty strong here. We don't really need to be...
The last thing you said was getting it to f4, and I went with the flow. But rook h7, yes, that is the goal of the game. Yeah, nicely.
And yeah, it feels like king f6 is at least a nice
That is checkmate.
That is checkmate,
Yes.
Tom. Tom needed some reassurance.
Some clarification.
Our producer wanted to make sure that checkmate was the goal of the game. Yes, Tom.
Very
sometimes
much.
we forget, especially in
very much
games.
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very much so. King f6 not played yet, and I'm very sure it's difficult to actually spoil this by now because White is so far away from like moving the king from h4.
Exactly.
I'm sure that's a great way to start a commentator's curse. It's very difficult to spoil the chances of White in this position.
Yes.
It's not so easy, actually. King f6, the engines, they still think it's winning. They don't think it's very clean because of g5.
Yeah, you do play g5 instantly, and you feel that actually you get squares for the king on h4.
Yeah.
Currently it has no squares, and yes, you hate the fact that your pawns got
advanced
and potentially blockaded, but the position is bad enough that maybe this is sort of the improvement you actually want.
Right.
At least there is a clear-cut plan after g5, king somewhere, king g4, h4, h5 is a dream. It's not going to happen probably, but it's at least something to look forward to. And king f6 in the meantime is played. Yeah, he has to play g5 check. If he goes king h3 back, yeah, he will be
no choice.
He will be doomed, I think. Yeah. Now g5. I don't know if king f7 or king e6 is cleaner. I'm guessing f7, but
I'm guessing f7 as well.
Yeah.
King f7 looks right to me. After king g4, knight drops back, h4, rook comes in with a check.
But yeah, but actually that line that you were giving, king h3, knight f5.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oops,
I want to give a check here and continue giving checks.
How do you win this?
Yeah, exactly. Like it looks completely winning, but I am going to give you tons of checks, and I check. I want it all the way on b7, and then I will play rook h8. And honestly, this probably is a draw now.
I didn't realize that you could defend the pawn. I thought you were going to g8. I didn't understand what the problem was.
Is this actually a draw?
Maybe not, because I'm not actually threatening h5 anyway, right?
I could probably play knight 8.
You don't have a threat. I can just play king c6.
Yeah, just
I don't know how you win it.
That's the other thing. Well, hold on. Yeah, you could win it. You just the king can't move.
Okay, yeah, actually now I'm running with the king towards f3 or somewhere, and then I will create a mating net.
By the way,
it's down to 10 seconds there. Yeah.
Come on. 5. Yeah, was there an alternative to king g4?
Not really, but
yeah, he just likes to wait till he has 3 seconds on his clock.
Living on the edge, yeah.
Yeah, these thrill seekers,
All right, knight d6 is winning. It seems like the only winning move, but that perhaps is not so shocking.
Yeah, you kind of imagine that this needs to be done because h4, h5 is actually coming very quickly. Yeah.
Right.
Knight d6 blitzed out. The big question is if I play. it's actually not even such a big question. I think the answer is it? Rook a4. Can we trade rooks or not? I think we can. My initial reaction was that we cannot, but I think we can.
Really? Oh, that would be the one thing that I would be seeking to avoid. But you're saying rook a4, you'd like to play this move?
Like is a strong word, but I think I can play this move. Yeah, he's played rook a4 because takes h4, knight f2 check. I think this wins.
Does it?
Wow.
Knight f2 check. King f3.
Okay.
Knight d3.
Knight d3. Okay.
Yeah, this is actually a draw against both moves. King e4 actually loses for some reason.
No kidding.
But king g3 and king g4 are both a draw.
King
knight e5 check.
Yeah.
King e4.
King e4 loses to king e6.
Still a draw. King e4. This is a draw. Yeah, we actually had this, but I thought I'm getting a better version. But MVL avoids it wisely.
I would never be the one to trade rooks in that situation.
Yeah, rook e4 is a draw.
Knight f5.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Knight f5 played. Knight f5 played, and h4, knight g7. And yeah, he's very safely prevented the h5, knight h5 idea. But how do we win this is the question now.
The thing is, you cannot create mate threats.
Because of stalemate.
Because of stalemate tricks, yeah.
Yeah, we might want to show that. So for example, if I pass and you go knight h5, and I pass and you go rook e3, it looks like you're threatening checkmate, which is very nice. And then if you go rook a7, you get out of the checks by just going king e8 and marching the king. But you actually don't...
No, this would be a mistake.
This is a mistake.
But rook a8 and then...
rook a8 is simply a draw.
Yeah. King d7, rook d8, and we continue those checks.
And those checks you actually do not get out of.
Yeah.
I think. I don't know.
Also, rook a6, rook g6 is quite strong, but
if you go,
if you go that direction, yeah.
And if I go the other way, it's a mad rook, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Rook c7 or rook a8, rook b8 doesn't matter. Yeah, we just give those checks from those squares forever. You can run towards e2. But yeah, once you cross the 6th, I give a check from the 6th, right? Like
yes.
king a6, rook b6 is a draw.
Because
and then you have a choice of, you know, giving up the pawn on h6 and maybe not making a draw with black, which would be
terrible,
unnecessary. Yeah, I would suspect. Or
okay, so that's the point. There is the stalemate theme in the position, and Alireza now actually played very quickly.
Yeah, he decided not to entertain those ideas. He put the king on f3 so that rook e3 doesn't actually happen.
All right.
Yeah, but I think after rook a7 or rook c7, whatever.
Oh, yeah. I like rook a7 much better.
I think you're actually supposed to go king g4 yourself here, I would suggest, because if you play, to go back to those ideas of the desperado rook if you go rook a3, because if you pass, if you play rook c4 instead, for instance, I give a check from a3, and now king g4 actually
is checkmate.
King e4 probably is the only move, but I suspect loses to something. And if you go back to the second, if you play king g2 or king f2 or whatever, I think now king e6, king f5 will win.
this wins. Yeah.
Now the king
starts running towards the g4 square, and there's just not going to be.
No, this is hopeless. Yeah, the king needs to stay on g4.
Weirdly, the king actually needs to voluntarily
step into
the mating net and try to provoke the rook to the third. Because if you try avoiding that, you're doing worse.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure how you lose against keeping the king on e4.
Yeah, that's another question, yeah. And rook d7 is a weird move to my eyes, honestly, because I guess he wants to have rook d6. He wants to play king e6 and have rook d6 as an option. Yeah, very cleverly, king g4 played by Alireza. Alireza recognized by this point that this is not mate. It's in fact probably just a draw if you play rook d3.
Can I play king e4? Pardon me, king e6 to go to
you probably should,
the e4.
Actually, yeah, you probably should.
I want to go towards the e4 square. If you give me a check, I will trade rooks in this case, firm in my belief that I will pick up all the pawns.
I think this is what MVL is trying to do. He is very clearly reaching for king e6. He wants king e5, rook b5, rook d5.
Precisely.
And that will win.
Exactly.
Probably, yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. He's ready for king e6.
Yeah. I guess the way to prolong he even starts with rook d6 and the kind of the very slow creepy Crowley as you described it earlier.
Exactly.
But it doesn't really change very much. He will still play king e6 next move. The threat will be king e5, and if the rook goes to e4, if it goes to e4 now,
which it has done.
Yeah, rook d3 is still a draw to rook e7. I don't think anything changed there. Or at least it's not, like you can go king g8, king h7, knight g7, but that doesn't really improve your position. So you do something else.
Not what we wanted.
Yeah, you do something else.
I'm impressed by the fact that this king is so useful on the g4 square. I'm starting to think that maybe I should just chase it out.
Yeah, rook d1,
flush it out.
Rook d1 in this current position looks like a very, very sensible move. Just sort of asking the question. Yeah.
Go away from.
Make a move. Yeah. Mainly just make a move.
Go away from the king side. And if the rook
d1 played, yeah.
If the rook was to go to the side,
we go king e6, king a5.
We've got the setup that we want. Maybe even
rook g1 is not bad, but I quite like just starting with king e6 and proceeding from there.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And he has done it, by the way, rook d1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this idea a lot. Get the king away from the h4 pawn.
It's remarkable that the king on g4, being in the mating net, is actually
the one way to invite a mistake. At least. Yeah. But MVL is too long in the tooth.
He's been around, right? And we can see Firouzja.
Yeah, he's on very low time again. They're down to single digits on the clock.
Hard to tell, but his fingertips are. It's the pan. It's the pan. I thought I didn't know if it was a piece that he was.
Rook a4, yeah. Rook g1 check is not a mistake, but I quite like just going king e6, king d5 here, and starting on the proactive plan of winning the game with the king march towards good squares.
Makes sense.
Don't see anything wrong with it whatsoever.
And again, after rook a4, king e6.
Yeah.
Any checks along the third rank? The sixth rank.
Yeah, we will play rook d6 quite happily here. And if,
right.
and if rook e4, king d5, you have to put the rook on e8 or somewhere, and then rook d4 check will probably just
and he's
win
done
quite
it,
easily.
by the way. So
rook
that's
a6,
why.
rook d6, yeah.
And very quickly, rook d6.
Yeah. This is no longer really even very tricky, I feel.
No, I think it's done. Yeah, you go king e5.
Yeah.
Once you get the rook to d4, it's just so comfortable to defend the pawn on g6 with king f5 or knight f4.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. Yeah. Yeah.
And we do get the very exciting three-way tie there, and potential for more shenanigans down the line.
Potentially 6 more games of chess.
I think it's actually 5. From that description Anastasiya gave, I don't think they play 3 Armageddons. I think they play 2. It's just that one lucky guy plays 1, and the other less lucky guy plays 2.
And the least lucky guy also plays 1.
Plays 1 but loses it again. But loses
Nice,
it, yeah.
nice. Rook a4 on the board. We are expecting king e5 to appear.
Yeah, I think that's
very quickly.
Pretty easy, yeah, at this point.
I would agree.
Yeah, it's not even clear how to create a single problem yet. This is just a very routine conversion from here. Nicely done by MVL. I wonder if he realized that 5 knight c4 was a draw. I'm really hoping they will not interview him right now with a three-way tiebreak in front of him. But
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're going to let him just get as much rest and recalibrate. Because, I mean, obviously he came in today thinking, ooh, those guys all draw and I win with the black pieces. Oh, aren't I a happy guy? But now that it's actually happening, now he's got to recalibrate and think, okay, how do I win a playoff?
And we can start sort of wrapping up the classical portion a little bit here. And I want to start by saying that dude on the left, who potentially has not lost a single game of classical chess in 2021. It probably is incorrect, but feels like it, right? Will have lost 2 with white in this tournament and will finish on -1.
Remarkable.
He will not be a happy camper about that.
No.
I think there are some people that leave the tournament clearly upset about their event. I think Firouzja is definitely up there.
Yeah,
Jan, Shaq, Richard.
Yeah, there's a number of very, very sad people with how this came out. And the important trick here is not to go rook d4, rook d3, because that would once again blunder into king g4 and h5. But yeah, black is winning. I think we'll leave you to watch the conclusion, because we don't really need to explain to you why having more pieces in this endgame is better than having fewer pieces. But yeah, I think it's the first setback he's had in a while, Alireza. I don't remember bad tournaments from him in quite some time. And it's coming, very, very close to the candidates.
That's a curious move, king f5. I was thinking king f4, but okay.
Yeah, king f5 is still fine. Yeah, rook a5, you play king f4 here.
Yeah.
It really shouldn't matter a great deal what you do, as long as you don't blunder into a stalemate or don't trade rooks in a way that moves your knight away from the h5 square.
True that.
Yeah. So, and he did not seem out of form. Honestly, Alireza played very, very interesting chess, very exciting chess in this tournament.
I think the number of setbacks, one in particular, I think he was just really thrown off in his game with Daniel Deac, where he was up a piece and he seemed to be cruising, and Daniel had no time and somehow outplayed him and got a draw.
That was late in the tournament, though, and yeah. He is still sort of playing exactly the same brand of chess that we enjoyed so much, let's say, in the Grand Swiss, where he very, very obviously plays pretty much every single game to maximize the chance of all 3 results, including, I think, pretty much all of his games with the black pieces were, as chaotic as he could make them. He is still the same Alireza who was absolutely just kind of setting the world on fire in particular late last year. But it wasn't clicking for him, and you could go down the rabbit hole of, you should not stop playing chess altogether for like 5 months, because because it will lead to this types of perhaps misfires. But this is the one where he can sort of afford to have some misfires. He will still be, desperately unhappy about how this came out. But it's, if it has to happen, you can
better now than in Madrid.
Yeah, you can sort of afford for it to happen now. Madrid would be disastrous. Yeah.
Exactly. And I do like everything.
There are some mating constructions here which are quite cute. Like you can actually, in some lines, give up the pawn on g6 to drive the king back to the back rank and then mate it there. I found one or two lines like this, starting with, let's say, you play. How did that go? King f4, rook a3, rook e4. At this point, you have to allow the rook e3 check. So you play rook a6, for instance, here, and you can play rook e3 check. King h2, king g4 if you wanted. This is even stronger. Actually, here I'm probably actually playing rook e2 check. Oh, that. And now after king g1, we actually win with knight g3, because king h3 cannot be stopped, and we do give mate here with rook g2 or rook e1.
Very, very nice mating pattern indeed, Peter. I like that one a lot. Not much to be done, and I'm just going to refresh my board, everybody. Forgive me for that, but we're up to date with the play. But I mean, the king marching its way to f3 and setting up a mate with the rook and knight.
Yeah, MVL is doing it the sort of the slow way, but he is still going to win very comfortably. Rook e4 is played with the intention of playing king f3 and then having rook e3 as a reply to rook a3 check. Yeah, which is showing sort of nice little understanding of things. You can, and here you go king f2. I think you just play king f2, provoke rook a2 check. You go king f3. And then once again, rook a3, rook e3 can be played. Yeah, somewhere around here, you can be excused to just kind of throw in the towel, because you like, by this point, you really know how this movie ends. Yeah.
Yes.
You still haven't even attacked the pawn on g6, and you are getting slowly driven into a corner. And the way you lose here is you actually get mated. You don't even lose all your pawns. You just get mated in the
corner. Like, for example, one very
white to move, so make a
I did. Yeah. But somehow I didn't want to register.
Yeah, something like this just ends the game. And knight g1, that's a very, very clean way to.
Now, in the past, they used to have the player who lost the most games won.
Yeah, because it also meant you won
those games.
And that would be MVL,
with his 3 victories and 1 defeat, MVL would have won a lot of tiebreakers of the past.
And a kind of a sleeper there, although we did mention it during the course of the broadcast, would be Linier, who is on 50%, but actually won 2 games
and lost 2.
Yeah, a very, very high percentage of decisive games for a tournament in which, in general, it's not that big.
Rook a2 check, king f3, as you said. It's kind of nice to get the king to f3 when your rook is not ready to give a check on the first rank, and you're now ready to play knight f4, and rook e2, everything, knight f4, king h2, king g4, everything.
And you can see in MVL's posture that by this point he is no longer concentrated. He knows that it's a kind of, he's not missing from here.
Exactly.
And you also kind of try not to look at your opponent, because you let your opponent suffer in peace. You know that Alireza also knows he's lost, so you try not to kind of annoy your opponent additionally by staring at him intently. And
maybe if you don't annoy him enough, they'll resign.
You didn't go to the Victor Korchnoi School of Chess. Do you speak English?
Why don't you resign? Yeah, I love that story. It's my all-time favorite story. But
it's so good. It's so terrible. It's good. I mean, it really is. King f3, rook a3 check.
Rook e3 played.
Handshake.
Kind of handshake. Yeah, really.
I guess not.
Rook a4. No handshakes.
No handshakes here. Yeah.
I'm of the knight f4 school of chess.
Yeah, knight f4, rook e2 check, and then
not a bad school.
Yeah, not a bad school. King g3. I guess. I guess the simplest way and the way that kind of.
And there it is.
There it is. Yeah.
Wow! What a result!
Wow!
Yeah.
if we only get one victory per round, this was the victory that makes the playoffs that much more fun, guys.
And we had at least one victory per round thanks to this game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were in danger of having an actual 5-draw rounds, but no.
But no.
No.
Well, that sets up the stage, guys. It's a three-way playoff for the winner of Bucharest 2022. Superbet Chess Classic here in Romania to start the Grand Chess. To remember, the winner of the playoff takes home an extra 10K, but also those GCT points that are so important for the tour players as they go off to the playoff. That's the amount of money they get.
That's
67,667.
Plus, I assume,
10.
Plus 10 for the winner.
Yep.
So they're going to be playing a three-way tournament, basically, for $10,000. And you got the breakdown there. And of course, we know our players. Wesley So and Levon Aronian. Wesley led from start to finish.
Right.
Levon joined him a little bit there near the middle.
Yep.
And Maxime, near the end, was like, hey, this is my time to get on +2. And now we have the 3 players.
Hat tip to Firouzja for getting one right, but shame on you guys for not getting either of the other two. I really was hoping that you'd do better.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
But we will take a break and get ourselves sorted for a very exciting playoff. Don't miss it. See you on the other side of the break.
Absolutely.
A St. Louis Public Radio journalist's most precious possession isn't a notepad, camera, microphone, or recording device. Their most precious possession is credibility. A journalist's work revolves around the truth, finding it, verifying it, and reporting it. Great journalists work hard to find the facts and put those facts into context, examining all the arguments and including differing opinions, amplifying fascinating voices from our community, telling captivating stories, offering facts that may have been omitted. We work every day to earn your trust. For news, turn to St. Louis Public Radio.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is
And we're back with the three-way tiebreak there at the top, with MVL winning that dramatic game against his countryman Alejandro Firouzja. And
this will be the first game.
Yeah, this is the first one we will watch. Wesley has the white pieces against Aronian after the drawing of lots, which means that he will be black against MVL, and MVL will be black against Levon, I would assume. That makes sense.
Next two games. And here's how the playoff scenario works.
Yeah, we can
three players.
Yeah, we can ignore the top line there because MVL did win his game. They will play a single round robin with everybody playing each other once, which means that one player always sits out, and we get one game to watch. All of the games will be 10+5, and if there is still a tie, there will be an Armageddon game with 5 minutes to white, for 4 minutes for black, and draws for black. And the interesting one, of course, is what happens if everybody finishes on 1 point, which is not unheard of in such a small tournament.
Exactly.
There will be an additional drawing of lots, which will determine who gets to kind of get seated in the final.
Right.
And the other two players will play the same Armageddon 5 against 4 game, and whoever progresses, you don't actually have to win to progress in Armageddon, gets to play yet another Armageddon game against the guy who was on the sidelines, grinning as he watches them slug it out. Yeah.
Absolutely. I was thinking about this during our break, Peter, and no, seriously, amongst these three players, I can imagine them playing this playoff and getting 3 times and getting 3 different results. I mean, I really think that all of these players are that close.
This is about as closely matched as it can get, yeah. All three are tremendous players.
Jump in on this thought, Alejandro.
I mean, they know each other so well, right? These are some of the more consistent tour participants. They've been playing against each other in rapid time controls for many, many years. They faced each other at Grand Chess Tours. Maxime and Aronian specifically have had matches in World Cups that have gone the distance, really the distance. So they're very familiar with each other, especially familiar with rapid time controls, with everything to play for.
Yeah.
And in these playoffs, I've always felt that nerves play such an important part. I mean, it's like, yeah, all of these guys know all the good moves, but it's just that keeping calm at the board. And,
absolutely. It becomes
and once again, I think
more and more crucial.
Because they're such great veterans of the game, they know how to do that. They keep their emotions in check.
Yeah, and the man on our screen, I think,
Wesley
is very, very hard to tilt. One of the most solid performers in the last number of years. Like very few things seem to throw him off his game. Very solid tournament from him. The other two had a bit of a topsy-turvy event. MVL actually lost the game and won 3, and Levon only had 2 decisive results, but could have had 5.
And 3 of those were losses.
Yeah, and Wesley had a very typical Wesley event where he won the 2 games where he got good positions with white and was, I think, entirely untroubled.
Yes.
I can't remember a single, even slightly suspect position
of Wesley's?
For Wesley. Yeah.
No.
He had some additional chances. He was definitely better against Fabi in round 3 with the black pieces.
When he was a pawn up,
I mean, the
forced
games
to
that
draw.
he drew, he was up a pawn, right? He drew against Fabi up a pawn. He drew against Richard up a pawn.
Yeah, he was definitely better in the final position today. Whether this advantage was enough for a win, he clearly didn't think so, and maybe he was right. But once again, definitely pressure on his side. Draw from a position of strength, so to speak.
Yeah, very smooth event, and not so for Levon.
And playing very much against the tournament joker here.
I'm sure Levon would appreciate that. I mean, he'd be very sympathetic.
Yeah, I think he will also have an opinion on who the best joker ever is. I'm pretty sure.
Right.
But yeah, they know each other inside and out, and this is going to be very interesting to watch. And also, I actually kind of like it's 10+5 because I think they're both kind of. It's a very grueling event. Every day is a difficult game, and it's. I think sort of by this point it's more enjoyable to play shorter time controls, and 10+5 is significantly shorter than 15+10.
Absolutely. What's also extraordinary for me is that in this time control of 10 minutes and increment, the quality of the game can be so high. I mean, it's extraordinary to me how well these players play, whether it's 3+2 or 5+3 or 10+5, and here we go. We are underway as Wesley So.
Yeah, their classical game was somewhat uneventful, right? It was something very, very solid. Like,
so solid we forgot about it, but this was not going to be solid. This has been trendy. E5, really?
What you doing?
Not B5.
Not B5.
B5.
Not
B5 everybody's playing.
But Levon sort of refuted it from the white side a little bit, right? I think his last few kind of refuted, not refuted, but Levon was actually instrumental in, I think, putting the first serious dents in this idea of B5, beating, I think, Hikaru, and he maybe won one more against Linier as well, I think, right?
I think so, but the Hikaru one was the big one in the Grand Prix.
Yeah, and this is all theory, E4, E5, knight f3, bishop b4, check, and yeah, queen takes d2 here. These positions are solid. The pawn c4 never survives, but in the time that white needs to win it back, black will finish development and generally not stand all that poorly. Knight d4, for instance, you can go knight e7, knight bc6, and just more or less instantly get into some kind of an endgame where, yes, white is ever so slightly better, but it's not much.
I actually had a bad experience in that specific variation against Anatoly Karpov. Bishop takes c4, knight c6, knight takes c6. And you might think, yeah, kind of equalized, but it's
a bit worse.
Yeah, he definitely outplayed me thoroughly, I want to say, and won a very nice game.
Karpov is, definitely towards the top of the list of people I would not want that position against.
Well, much to my discomfort, I certainly found that to be the case. Bishop takes c4, knight c6. I mean, it shouldn't be a bad position for
it shouldn't be that bad, let's put it like this.
No, it should not.
You can also start with knight c3, which gives you an additional option of perhaps meeting knight bc6 with long castles. Getting similar endgames with your king already on c1. I don't know if that's an achievement or not. Or you could still go knight takes c6 and get pretty much the same position we were just discussing.
Yeah, maybe the king on e3 would actually be not so bad.
Not playing knight bc6 here, I think, very much does invite long castles, though.
For sure. By the way, for a lot of amateur players, they're told that they shouldn't be playing moves like bishop b4 check and capturing because they're developing their opponent's pieces for them.
But you also got rid of the bishop on f8, so you can castle easier, and also these days, you know, the very simple fact of life is that in the opening, you do what the engine tells you.
Well, there you have it.
How can you argue with that, right?
Peter Svidler.
The Peter Svidler School of Chess. If the engine tells you to do it, you do it.
Bedtime stories.
Yeah.
That was an expensive course.
I remember years before, maybe not very many years, but some years before I started doing courses for Chessable myself, I remember I came to Hamburg to do some commentary with Gusti, and as is often the case, I was staying with him in his very nice house by this point, and he was in the process of finishing, I think, his magnum opus, the E4, E5 course he did for Chessable. And yeah, one of the things he told me is that I'm running out of ways of not saying that I'm giving this move because this is what Leela tells me to do, to play in this position. Because obviously, you know, you're faced with a dilemma there of, you know, you're considering the strength of amateurs these days and the fact that every single amateur out there who is interested enough in chess theory to purchase a course like this will have an engine.
Yes.
You can't ignore what the engine says because they will be able to point out the things you've missed and will be kind of unhappy.
Furious that you didn't double check their software.
But also if you every time a somewhat alien looking move appears, if every time this happens you just say, this is here because it's the first line
of the engine.
Yeah, at some point it will become repetitive.
Yeah.
So you start looking for synonyms and ways of saying this without saying this. And his is a long course. And he was kind of
20 hours later.
kind of running out of adjectives to use. And yeah, he was
My silicon friend has recommended. By the way, just being told, and I find that rather preposterous, that long castles was a novelty because
I think it's
there
just
seems to be two choices, really.
It's just a
Bishop
function of how rare this position is. I'm pretty sure if there were more than like 3 games here, somebody would have played long castles. But yeah, it's a very logical move. I'm more surprised by the fact that after knight c6, queen e3 hasn't been played yet. I think queen e3 is like by far. Okay, this explains it. Because you definitely don't play the same endgame now that Levon has given you additional options.
That's what I was thinking as well. Queen e3 sure had my attention because you can recapture with the rook and, well, at the moment, black's queen doesn't have a very good square, but Wesley spotted another potential weakness.
Yeah, c7 is just weak. Yeah, c7 is weak, and this actually spells trouble. Yeah.
You're not holding on to that pawn, but there's tactics in the position.
What's the tactics?
The Indians want to go a6. This is the best move in the position.
And here we go.
Let's see if you find knight takes.
You have to take with the knight.
And go rook a7.
And you go rook a7. And this defends the c4 pawn. And more importantly than defending c4 is that b5 is coming. And that is a good structure.
Yeah.
That is amazing. That is,
that is
right.
quite striking, and it does seem to be sort of far and away the best option black has here.
A7, A6, forcing white to go through with his threat.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if, let's say, after something like queen f4, we're supposed to sacrifice that queen, which I would be interested in particular in a rapid game. Like if you play queen f4 here, I go ab, rook d8, rook d8.
And that rook on a8 is smiling, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very strange position. I'm not sure this is good because knight takes b5 might be decent with the intention of meeting rook a2 with either the immediate bishop c4 and then some tactics, or maybe king b1 and then bishop c4 works. I mean, this is a whole rook I'm trying to give away here. It's not mine, which is why I'm trying to give it away.
And we appreciate that.
He's got a couple of checks.
Oh, hang on a second. This is so beautiful. Can we get to the final position there?
Please.
I said king b1, right?
Yes.
King b1, rook d1, check. And you have to play king c2 because if you take on a2, you get chased to a4 and mated there.
Sweet, sweet.
This is very cute. Completely irrelevant, but very
Where's
cute.
the mate?
It's not mate. Is it not mate?
I don't see
Life
it.
is just so unfair. I thought bishop c7 was mate, but you have king a5. Knight c6, king b5.
By the way, apologies. What will not happen? Oh my!
I think black is actually. I think black is actually doing maybe okay here. I go king. If you play king c5, I go b6 check, king d5, rook d1 check. King takes c5, f6 check. I win the queen, and then
with a slight pull in the endgame, no?
Yeah, then there's some kind of a really strange endgame which I can't assess immediately. Yeah, okay, but yeah, things that are definitely a lot more fun for us than they are for the players.
And nothing relevant because bishop e6 was played very quickly by Levon Aronian.
Not a6.
No, he played bishop e6. Okay. Challenging Wesley to take that pawn on c7. You have to trade queens first.
Well, I've got queen f4 as a starter.
Queen f4 is also a move. I'm a little worried about knight, I think, g6?
Yeah, that is a clever inclusion. Yeah, that is a clever inclusion.
No.
G8, A8, C7. Though.
Correct.
Yeah, G8, A8, C7 is...
It feels like a pinball.
But I'm guessing this position is not that clear, actually. Like we go rook, I want to say C8.
Yes.
Knight E6, FE.
FE.
Yeah.
You think the pawn on D3
and bishop C4, knight E5, or
survive?
G3, knight D3. Yeah, maybe this is
I don't believe this pawn survives.
That is not great. But Wesley chose
Queen
D8
rather
instead,
quickly.
Yeah.
Wow, I thought queen f4 was definitely a boss move. Queen d8.
And then rook takes d8 as well, just forcing the most straightforward way of picking the pawn on c7 up.
He took with the a rook, correct?
Yeah, he took with the a rook, and then knight takes d8 doesn't make any sense to me. I think we take with the rook, and after knight c7 we look for a good option here. And knight e5 being the most obvious one, but there might be something smarter, even though I'm not entirely sure what.
As we look for...
Yeah, because the pawn on c4 is very, very definitely hanging right now, and we don't want to be giving up for nothing.
Well, rook d4 might walk into some kind of... No, f3, knight b5.
Rook d4 exists,
Something about knight e5 I just don't trust. It feels like you're on the edge. Peter.
The entire position looks very, very risky, to be honest. Like, I just don't like this for black. I like none of this for black. A 493 check, yeah, these positions tend to be quite dangerous.
Indeed, they do.
Even though here I definitely take with the rook. I don't create this quote-unquote passer on d3, which will just get picked up, it feels like, in 5 moves. I take with the rook, and I hope that I don't lose very much here.
Yeah, but I think a symptom of the position, Levon didn't go for any of this. Play the move knight a5 instead of e5.
This I really hate.
Okay, well, knight e5, I think would have got refuted. Knight a5, we understand why. Not a beauty.
No.
That is not a beautiful move.
Yeah.
And Wesley's saying, okay, you go ahead and enjoy the discomfort of discordant pieces while I finish my development.
This is a bad
D1.
endgame for black, yeah.
Oh, boy.
You're not guaranteed to win it with white, but you have much the better over here.
Every reason to be
More
happy.
active pieces, monstrous knight on c3, which cannot be challenged by anything. Horrible knight on a5, the pawn on c4 continually weak.
Right.
So weak that I very much would like to force knight takes e6 and then play e6 and b5. And this feels like maybe the one way black stabilizes here. But you need so many things to go right for you.
Tried a7, a6, Levon. On the board, a6.
But while the knight on c7 is alive, we're not playing b5. This is why I was also connecting it with the idea of getting those pieces off. And yeah, Wesley's just never taking on e6 here unless he's completely forced.
And compelled
the knight on
yeah.
c7 is just very, very strong.
Well, now Wesley actually does have a thing, because, truth be told, knight takes d1 and knight c3, pardon me.
To e3, yeah.
Yes, to e3, thank you, Peter.
Makes perfect sense, yeah.
Yeah, the pawn
But
on
I mean,
c4.
I like the c3 square so much that I feel that it's interesting but unnecessary. We can do this, and let's say, I mean, b5 knight a6 is immediately horrible.
And he is
if
done.
if you play bishop c8 here,
in order to play b5.
In order to play b5, if all else fails, I can actually play a4. I don't really, with the rook's gone and the queen's gone.
I got a feeling that
knight d5 is also
knight d5 also very strong.
Might just start claiming some very seriously important territory.
Yeah.
This is borderline lost, I think.
It really feels it, and it just right out of the opening. In fact, pardon me, the bishop is still on e6.
Yeah. Interestingly, it is Wesley who is down on time here, despite seemingly a dominant position by move, whatever it is, 15-16 now. Lev, I think, rushed the opening a little bit.
A little bit. It seemed that he didn't equalize fully. I'm not sure where he went wrong exactly, but the variation he chose, running it straight into this endgame, very bad. I mean, this pawn on c4 is just going to drop.
Yeah.
King on d2, knight somewhere, even a4.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say a2, a4 is not going to be a problem at all, and yeah, these pieces don't work together very well, and white is just...
And I'm just not sure how you get b5 in ever, because I also have possibilities of going not a4, but knight a4. And when...
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think knight a4 is a threat, like immediately a threat.
Very poor. You're just getting into c5,
c5 or b6.
Or b6, yeah.
Yeah.
No, this is just bad. And yeah, I think the start of Levon's problems was that he played castles prior to playing knight c6. I understand why he didn't want that endgame, the one that we were describing, the one you struggled against Anatoly in. But I mean, probably you didn't have this position. I would assume you just lost.
No. He got a position where he got in f4 and f5 in a kind of a Lasker style, and I was
cramped. Yeah, but not like this. Looks like it might actually be lost. It's not cramped. It's it's much worse than just cramped.
We do have, I believe, king f8 on the board.
Yeah, he has played king f8, but getting that king into the game is going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, king f8, king d2 feels much more useful
for
white.
Just go king d2, king e3, f4 at some point.
I liked what Alejandro was saying, that knight a4, knight b6, and king c3. That just, wow. Once you see that visually, you're going, I'll sign up for that.
Yeah, but king d2 is probably not spoiling anything.
No. I like king d2 as well. I'm just saying that now it
bishop
comes.
c8
bishop
played,
c8.
yeah. And yeah, now there's a bit of a choice, because without knight e7 check threats, I like knight d5 less, even though I suspect white is still much better. But you have a choice of still playing a4. You have a choice of...
I'm liking a4. That just puts the kibosh forever on b5.
Or we've been talking about a knight a4. There's no b5. You can't go b5. Knight c5 picks up the pawn on a6.
Well, you can, but it costs you the a6 pawn, which you probably don't enjoy very much. Yeah.
Fair.
And another point I wanted to make is that yes, the king is on FA, but getting it much closer with the knight on c7 always.
It's not going to be easy.
Yeah,
that's right.
It probably costs you material. Like eventually, you have to start shedding pawns here, and yeah. What's your compensation?
And
for
here
it?
it goes.
B5.
B5. He's got to get his pieces into the game. And
Yeah,
we're
knight
expecting
c5.
knight c5. Knight b6. Excuse me.
Okay.
I apologize.
I think it's similar. I think if you go bishop b7, then we can win some tempo.
Knight c5. That's so ugly.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty.
That's cruel.
Come on, that's pretty.
That is very pretty, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just bad for
really
Levon. Yeah, it's just.
And knight takes c8, knight takes a6 is a very nice way of clipping a pawn.
Yeah, he is now basically looking for the best way to give up the pawn on a6 and maybe bring some pieces back into the game. Like knight ac6 here, I guess he is. Yeah, that's what you play.
Yeah.
And you actually hope that white has nothing stronger than knight c8, knight a6, because then you play king e7, knight d6, and you at least get some pieces to function. You're still probably completely lost.
It might be one of those moments where king c3, you don't even have to do anything with the
king
white
c3, a2, a4, knight d4 actually is something that black wants. So king c3, I very much.
Yeah, start with king c3. I don't think any human plays the engine move here, which is knight b8.
Knight b8?
Yeah. You gotta defend your pawn on a6.
Oof.
True. True, by the way.
That is a large oof. And the problem is, like, if you go knight b8, a4 just collects your entire queen side.
Yeah,
Black is lost. Black is just lost.
Yeah.
And Tom said, Zugzwang, I'm telling you, it's working. It's working. I mean,
magic is working.
I mean, the production teams, asking for their master certificates. Chess mastery. You watch enough of our broadcasts.
It's been enough broadcasts by this point. They should be familiar with some terms.
Yeah. And Tom says he's working on it. We're working on his German.
His German.
F7, F6, and now it's time for the harvest.
The harvest commences.
Yeah.
But just the question is how, right? Do you go a4?
I very much like the idea
A4.
of going a4 in pretty much any
that's such a
position,
pretty move. Such a pretty move. It just makes sure that the queen side is well and truly shattered.
Yep.
And
there it is.
Wesley recognizes, gold when he sees it.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you sometimes when you finally get rid of some of your weaknesses, your position kind of starts to breathe. This is not the case.
Yeah. It's like after takes on a4 with black, you kind of want to trade your 3 pawns for the 1 white pawn.
And you're not going to get it either.
You're not even close. You're not even remotely close.
Right.
Yeah, the entire queen side is going to disappear. You will be 2 down, and your position will remain more. You can lose in a very spectacular fashion by going ba4, bishop takes c4, bishop b7, where knight d7 actually is mate.
Oh, that's pretty. I have to show that to our audience because that's not
a usual construction.
Pattern that we're used to seeing. That is
not something that happens very often. Yeah.
Pretty.
Yeah, and the next one is MVL on the white side against Wesley, and then we will conclude with Levon trying to, we assume, come back.
If necessary, right?
If Wesley actually wins the second one,
that's it.
The tournament is just over. The third one probably doesn't get played. Knight a7 played. Yeah, you can even maybe. But I mean, eventually you have to start cashing in. Like take, king before king c5 is actually if you want to continue really like the dominance,
overkill.
There's no reason not to, right? King b4 looks like a great move here.
Wow.
Yeah, king before king c5.
On that subject, Peter, that you mentioned of you lose a weakness, you get some play for it. It reminds me of Dr. John Nunn. He played the Tarash against Ulf Andersson, lost an isolated queen pawn position after 100 moves. The second time he played the Tarash, he blundered the isolated queen pawn on move 15, made an easy draw because he didn't have to defend anything for the rest of the game. There was no weaknesses for Ulf to attack.
Yeah, it's a known phenomenon, but
not here.
Clearly not very true here. Yeah. And Wesley is very much
aware.
He's going
that
to F2, F3 is also.
Wow.
That's a lot of patience. That is a lot of patience.
I
for this
see
young
you're
man.
also a man of culture.
Wow. F2, F3. Just.
I see you're a man of culture.
If you go bishop b7.
It's always met by knight d7, knight c5. Doesn't really improve anything. Although I think I do it here just to then bring it back to f8, to c8, and hope that
drop the a6 pawn, though.
But honestly, whatever you do here.
Yeah.
Whatever you do.
But F2, F3, okay, boss chair.
F2, F3 is just such an annoying move to face.
Right.
Yeah, like.
Wow.
There was one thing that could potentially hang in the future, so now it's no longer hanging. Now it's no longer hanging.
In which variation was it hanging? None, but now it's...
By the way, if Wesley was behind on the clock,
He's
somewhere
comfortably
midway,
ahead,
guess what? Levon's got a bad position in the bad clock time, too.
45 seconds, and G5 does not help your position.
Yeah, but it avoids mates.
That's true.
Definitely gives himself a G7 square for the queen, for the king. Yeah, but
it certainly does.
Yeah, but as I said, like eventually you just go knight c8, knight c8, knight a6, and you win very comfortably.
Agreed. Just taking off the pawn. We had previously also mentioned
that is not bad,
positional overkill with king
b4
to king c5, but it's certainly Wesley just enjoying the moment. With an extra minute,
Extra minute.
Extra minute.
Extra position. He's good. This should be smooth sailing for Wesley.
Yeah, I still remember there was a
finally
knight takes the the harvest. Yeah, it was the return of Garry Kasparov, and Wesley played a blitz game with Garry, where Wesley absolutely destroyed Garry, and Garry came in and said, I felt like the amateur versus Paul Morphy. I mean, Wesley can make you look bad. I mean, he's really good. And knight takes a6 on the board.
Relate,
Yeah, this whole structure on the queen side, as Alejandro mentioned, you can take that pawn on a4, but after bishop takes c4...
Yeah, bishop, even king takes is not bad, just to get it to c5 as early as possible, take away some squares from those knights.
Exactly. This pawn on a4 is not being traded for this pawn on b2. King takes c4. Looks like a very good move. Peter, I like that a lot.
Yeah, I think it actually is slightly cleaner than bishop takes.
Well,
but both are completely fine.
Well, the beautiful part is you put a white king on the c5 square, and it starts to dominate these two knights. The knights are just black knights are just simply awful.
Yeah, he has played king takes c4.
Very good.
Worms the cockles and so on. Yeah,
Exactly.
knight c6. We go king c5, I think here.
King c5,
Yeah.
bishop d1.
Yeah, bishop d1 not bad, but I kind of...
King c5 is simple. I like that too. Knight c5. No. We're the vultures, just picking bones. That's all we're doing here, Alejandro.
Yeah, knight
10
e5,
seconds.
and then
His bones are pretty clean. His bones are pretty clean.
Yeah, they've been
picked
gnawed.
over. Knight c7 to d5.
Knight c7 is good, but you could also just go king b4, knight c5, take on a4, and yeah, you like everything is so well protected on the king side that like there's just no counterplay you need to necessarily worry about.
Thanks to f2, f3.
But abandoning the very beautiful post on c5 feels like aesthetically it's not as pleasing in some other as some other solutions might be.
But a pawn's a pawn.
Yeah, I mean, a4. This is the way you eventually.
He just needs to
win.
remember he does play on 5-second increments, so he doesn't want to leave himself no time.
No.
Yeah.
5 seconds is generous. I mean,
5 seconds is pretty good.
These players are really, I want to say, very well trained in 3 versus 2. So they're used just to having only a mere 2-second increment. Okay, finally, Levon, this got...
Interesting that he played king b3 there and not king b5, but none of this should matter, really. I mean, I think he just kind of tuned out the fact that the b5 square existed at all, because I don't think you ever not play king b5 there.
Let me catch up with the players. How would I do that? How do I refresh my board?
That's an interesting question. I think possibly clicking there might work.
There
or
we
not.
go.
Well, they're on a blitz mode.
There you are.
No, that's not good.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a good enough shot at the moment.
Yeah.
The knight on e3 is going to come to f5, where it controls the king completely.
And is
Yeah, I have to go back and.
At some point you go.
Yeah,
to
it's
c3.
the sort of making a final progress is the question, but yeah, eventually
Two
like,
extra pawns.
Yeah, b3,
Yeah.
king c3.
You just can't post enough questions with this material balance.
Yeah, just go b3. Now king
Now
c3
king
is a
c3.
threat with ideas of b4 and making further and further progress. Also, you have
Yeah,
zero
just-
weaknesses and you are two healthy pawns up. So, yeah, like king b4, and now, yeah, you just need to create one threat here.
Knight
somehow.
e3.
He's looking at h4, which I quite like. Just push it to h5 so that h7 also becomes a future target. GH is too horrible to contemplate, although, yeah, maybe everything else is even worse. Yeah, he goes GH, knight
Knighting,
takes, I
knight
guess.
takes
Yeah, like
h4.
we're not spoiling our structure but for no particular reason.
Yeah, I don't like giving up the f4 square either, that the knight could potentially go g6, f4. But
Still, of course, completely winning. but,
Of course.
Yeah, 97, 95 is, you know, arguably counterplay of swords, but not really.
I just have to give Levon a lot of credit because he just had such an awful position. He's doing his best
He's
fighting.
level best trying to find some chances, but yeah, you just... The issue here is that your position cannot really be improved. You can just sort of continue making moves. But let's say, even if you... Bishop d1, yeah, nice. I think he just goes king d2 here. And
Exactly.
that knight ending is completely lost, for instance. If you go for that knight ending, I think it's just completely and utterly
After
lost because of
king
your...
d2. Yeah.
Because of your weaknesses on the king side, you never hold that.
Exactly.
But he's down to 8 seconds, yeah. Stranger things
King
have happened.
b2.
Yeah, this is not like 93 check
Whoa.
now, and you probably have to take that move back. But he will gain
Yes.
some time. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you have to play king d2 here.
Come on. King d2.
Yeah.
Whoa.
93.
Also winning.
Still fine. Yeah. Yeah. F6 is way too weak for black to actually sustain this. But yeah, 94. I guess you go. Yeah. King b2 was king b2 93 check actually was maybe slightly suboptimal, but. Yeah, this is the issue for Levon here, is that, yeah, he's won the pawn on b3 with check. His position is still completely lost. Like, we go king d3 here, or even bishop takes b3, but there's no reason not to start with king d3, because
I
the
love
knights,
king d3.
the knights
are
cannot
stuck.
really unstick.
Unstuck, unglue.
Yeah,
Actually,
so
except with
Bishop
king
b3,
c5.
knight f3, I wasn't even sure I was winning.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Take on d... Ooh.
Knight g4. I would
No,
have actually
take on
gotten rid of
b3.
one of the knights. Yeah, I'm very
Yeah.
worried about blundering some forks somewhere. but-
Exactly. Bishop takes b3, knight takes b3, knight g4 really looked like the way to go. He played knight g4 immediately, and as you said...
F5 EF,
whoa, he's leaving Levon.
Knight a5 doesn't
F6?
that ain't it. But maybe there wasn't an eat to go for. Yeah, just f6 and
F6 looks
F7.
like... Ooh.
Right.
Very conservative, yeah, knight g3. I mean, it's still winning, right? It's still 2 pawns up, but yeah, game probably could have been over by this point, but I don't see how it still doesn't end exactly as we've predicted. King e4, bishop b3. This is an improvement for black, for sure. Yeah.
Levon is amazing at finding these resources that you really would imagine he has. So look at the cheapo he's about to try to execute. There's a fork, which is one reason why you and I would have taken that knight on d3 a long time
Had
ago.
to go at some point, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I would have limited the number of knights. The first opportunity I got, I would have gotten rid of one of them. Yeah.
I totally agree with that sentiment. Okay,
G4, and then I think we can reasonably safely trade on
G5.
D5.
Okay,
Not being allowed, yeah. We go
one
G5
more,
here.
G5,
We just
yeah,
go
that's an easy
G5
move.
here.
Hold on,
F6.
knight d4 check, right?
Oh, hang on, yeah. Let's not blunder.
Please, guys, don't
It was
blunder.
actually still fine. G5, knight d4. No, that wasn't fine. That
Okay,
wasn't fine.
okay. Is it time for bishop g8? So you
Takes h5.
what?
Wait up. How? Those ones you sometimes don't win.
What? And he's not done it.
He's not done it. He's improving on it. He's gonna.
Oh my gosh! Has Wesley given?
No. You got king f3. Yeah, king f3.
King
knight
f3 you
d4,
can
king
still play,
f2.
but you will not be able to play king g3.
King
You'll have to
f3,
play king
knight
g2.
d4, king f2.
Or
Takes,
G2, yeah.
H5?
And then you go takes H5, yeah. You have to. You have to.
Those aren't always winning, and he's done it.
Yeah.
And there he goes.
You have to take, right?
Yeah. I mean, it probably is winning after knight f5, knight e3, specifically after knight e3. It might be the last, last moment to do it, but
it's winning, but this game was so close.
How does Levon do this? I mean, he's always skating on thin ice.
Yeah, this is kind of
somehow
some kind of dark magic, but yeah.
Right? It just feels like
he will convert this still, I guess. Yeah.
F5, king F4, knight
King
G4.
F4, knight G4. Yeah, the knight on H6 is way too passive for Levon to hold this.
And time a factor?
No, not really.
No, not
5 second increment.
anymore. Yeah, not anymore.
Because
Levon came way closer in this game than he had any right to.
Did he ever?
No.
Oh my goodness.
No, that was incredible.
I mean, he
resistance.
almost pulled it.
Yeah, he almost got there. Yeah, he almost got there.
Wow.
F6, king F5, king E6.
Yeah, that rather plays itself, doesn't it? F6, king to F5, and he's done it. And the king is marching through. Ooh. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. What cheapo can
as long as you
possibly set up?
As long as
find one.
Yeah, as long as you don't play H5, H6. As long as you keep this construction,
king.
Black cannot just challenge it at all. Like king E6, king E7 just wins the game. Yeah. You're done. Yeah.
Yes.
Even for Levon, this will be too much to overcome. Yeah. Just go king
G8,
E7.
king E7, and now it's a kind of,
yeah,
as Tom would like to tell us, Zugzwang.
Zugzwang.
Knight G5. Knight H6 and F7 is not bad. You could also go Knight E5 if you want to be a purist of some sort. Yeah, it's like
purist of some sort.
A purist. I'll play
I think at this point, Wesley, any win he'll take.
I'll just play H6 and just say, okay, well,
a purist of some sort.
A purist of some
sort.
And I'll just play H6.
F7, king G7, knight G4, and this is where Levon resigns. Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
I like
With 2
H6.
seconds, he did it so casually.
He did it? No.
Oh,
no,
seven,
no,
sorry.
Seven. No, he wouldn't. There's no reason to go down.
And that's
there
it. Finally, Wesley takes down Levon. That was a marathon game, considering the position of the opening was just terrible. I mean,
how did he
position.
survive this long? That was just
Yeah.
That seemed like it should have been over and done with. But also, Wesley never really let go. He did not win it as quickly as he could have,
or as cleanly.
But he controlled all the forks. When he got flustered by this 94, 92, 94 idea, he refocused, realized he can't step into the threefold, and the night ending was won very, very cleanly in the end.
And our first result of this playoffs, Wesley So picks up a full point, and he will play against MVL.
That's the next game. He'll
MVL with the black pieces.
He'll be black against MVL.
Yeah.
To
a
make
win
it-
for Wesley just ends the tiebreak there and then.
Exactly.
Any other result makes the third game a necessity.
Exactly. Here, I just want to say at this exact moment, I mean, after the mooking, how you don't take
just
get
snap,
rid of
just
this
snap on
knight.
B3 and go
I
knight
mean,
B4.
you trade off the bishop, you never get forked anymore. Bishop takes B, and look what happened, because down the road, you guessed it, suddenly right here in this moment, you could lose your bishop. There was a knight check, and then it happened again. There was another opportunity right here, pardon me, where, again, if you're not paying attention, there's a fork. You get rid of these tricky knights, Peter.
Yeah,
that's the moral of the story.
I think the conversion would have been much calmer had he done that, but
Good enough, though.
Yeah, the result is in the books.
Yeah, it worked exactly well for Wesley. Yes, it took a little longer than you would expect, but computer said he was always in charge. He was always +4 from the moment that he got that endgame and never let go. Yeah, a little dodgy here and there, considering the amount of resources that Levon was able to find, but everything under control.
Wow, very impressive victory. Very impressive victory for Wesley.
Absolutely, and he has a bit of a breather. They will play in about 3 minutes from now, so I'm guessing it's like a 5-minute break. Yeah, MVL white has white against Wesley.
Now, I'm guessing in the case of MVL and Wesley, where rapid and blitz chess are concerned, those guys probably played 100 games with one another.
Well, including
including
friendlies of some sorts and like Buckhouse and things, and probably more. But
right.
It's actually difficult to get to 100. I'm not sure they played.
That's a good point.
100, but they played, like I think, sort of.
Tossing their chess.com.
60 easy, but yeah, it's also Googleable. So yeah, Alejandro is already doing it. So I'm not.
He's curious.
I'm
okay,
not
what's
going
the
to-
over and under on 60?
I'm taking over 60.
Over
under
60.
80.
Okay. And Alejandro will deliver the verdict.
I'll go with 73 altogether, classical and rapid and blitz combined.
Oh, I'll go over on that.
You go over 73.
He's just texting. He's just texting his friends. You know? He's not looking it up.
I mean, somebody said 73. I was like, well, I don't have to look it up anymore. 73, 73. What do you want me to do?
No, he's guessing.
Oh, he was guessing. Fine, I'll Google it.
So, you know, I'm already there, yes. So it's actually higher than, way higher. Whoa.
I said over.
Yeah, you were absolutely right. It is actually over 100.
Ooh.
How many?
Do I get a T-shirt?
No.
Hello.
But you can buy one at
It's
Cubatique.
Cubatique.
20% off today, by the way.
Yeah. So
on the whole catalog.
On
hello.
the whole thing.
Yeah.
You can buy the whole giant chess piece.
But you got to use the code.
So it's like 25 classical games, and then their scores are level, 19-19 with 57 draws in rapid and blitz time controls.
No, I thought Wesley had a big edge.
No, that's yeah, actually
19, 57 draws?
No, that actually is including the classical. So Wesley is ahead in rapid and blitz by 3 because he's down 3 in classical. And
That's what I said.
Yeah, and the total is 105. Yeah, I really underestimated how much they played against each other in the last couple of years.
And here's one more. English from MVL. Doesn't want to test Wesley in this E4, E5 lines.
C4.
C4. American pausing. A win wraps up the tournament.
Yes, that's all he needs.
But a draw is not bad.
No, a draw's not bad.
Draw's not bad. That would force MVL to win with black against Levon.
Yeah.
Draw works really, really well when you think about it.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is like a soft match point here for Wesley.
Yes.
Soft match point.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Now, when you're up against an MVL, and I mean, I know he's got it in his repertoire, you're never playing the Grunfeld, right?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
So a
but
move like D5 here against MVL,
I mean, I think you
experienced.
think about it. I don't know if it's part of Wesley's repertoire to go D5 immediately, but well, there you have your answer. E5 instead.
Right.
And
yeah, I'm curious what MVL will do here. I think he will just play some kind of a
E3.
reverse Sicilian E3 or A3
or something like that, right?
Yeah,
He's not
some
going to
kind of
go
a
into the
quiet
G3
move.
channels.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of choices, of course, including also D4, which has more or less been refuted.
No, I think
or-
this has been shelved. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that the takes and bishop before lines have been analyzed enough to convince most people that it doesn't work.
Yeah.
He actually does play G3. I think I played this in one of the Sync Cups here with Wesley, in one of the Syncville Cups that I got invited to
With Bishop
as
C5?
a wild card. Yeah, this is like the
yeah.
main move these days.
Well, Sasha Grishuk, thanks to your bud, has made Bishop C5 almost single-handedly, proved it to be
I think
playable.
Possibly Boris of the really, really high-profile players. Possibly Boris played it slightly earlier than Sasha, but yeah, Sasha played a ton of that, and then it became absolute mainstream. Was played in World Championship matches since then.
Which is extraordinary because at the time that I was playing my Englishes with Bishop G2, I mean, Knight B6 was
Such an
played.
automatic.
Yeah, like
Played
nobody
instantaneously.
even thought about anything else,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
But what we see on our screens is exactly why they play Bishop C5. They keep the knight on D5 because tactically it works out. You don't have to move it after Bishop G2 when the bishop is on C5 specifically and not on E7 because the pawn F2 will hang in some variations.
Yep.
And then they prepare for and play knight D5 F6 if allowed. White, of course, could take on D5, but Black is not that unhappy about those positions either.
We're
Yeah,
expecting,
and I think
bishop
it's
to
quite
go.
clear why you would prefer the knight on f6 to the knight on b6. It's just much more.
Help me out here. I think it was at the American Cup where Ray Robson played rook takes c6.
Yeah, that
and
was...
knight takes e5, and we were looking at each other saying, "How do you allow?"
Yeah, that was a weird one, but it was a completely different line.
Yeah. How do you? So the idea here, Peter, is that you imagine that you play knight a4, and you're thinking to yourself, "My threat is rook takes c6," and
I
it
saw
was
the
allowed.
game, and I was also very, very surprised by it. But it wasn't here because the bishop was developed to b2, which makes the whole thing even more puzzling.
Right.
Since it also gave up the pawn on e5. Yeah,
that was the point.
Yeah, the entire game just.
There was no bishop b6, by the way.
Yeah, he played rook
apologize.
e8 instead. Yeah.
Rook e8, which is kind of extraordinary. If he puts his bishop back on f8, and you were telling me about the Joko piano where the bishop on a7 went to c5 and back to f8.
Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. And what you get here, like if you compare this position with your typical knight b6 positions, is black managed to develop very, very naturally. Black definitely did not have to and will not have to commit to f7, f6, which is a move that you often feel semi-obliged to play in those knight b6 lines because the pawn on e5 is constantly ever so slightly vulnerable, and you're not in time to play rook e8, bishop f8 often. And here, yeah, black has just a very, very healthy setup where no particular weaknesses. I think the bishop does go back all the way back to f8. I don't think you play bishop a7 here.
By the way, I think we do have a3, a5, knight a4 on the board. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, I
then
think
you go home.
Yeah, I think we go to
f8.
f8. Bishop d6 would be the other choice. Yeah, I don't think bishop a7 is very much on the agenda, but bishop d6 looks normal. Since it connects your pieces a little bit better, allows you perhaps to meet knight c5 with queen e7, which is not insignificant. Yeah, and generally you want to play knight c6 d4 here, which more or less instantly equalizes, at least equalizes for black. The one kind of a poor minor piece here that you have is the knight on c6, which is sort of slightly in the way. If you get to put it on d4 and perhaps trade it off and play c7, c6, blunting the bishop on g2, you're instantly completely fine. Yeah, pretty much in every single case.
Something to be said for maybe bishop e3.
Possibly, yeah. He chose the immediate knight c5, and here my question is, can I maybe kind of take the bull by the horns, snap it off, and go e4?
b7 is.
We're going straight into it.
Not
Next takes e4, and what is the problem here?
I go rookie 90 rookie. I go 91.
Yeah, but then after bishop g4, you might be worse.
You might be regretting this bishop g4, knight d4 coming.
Just sec.
I don't like this.
Yeah, this doesn't look. I mean, you do have f3. Oh no, you don't have f3 because queen d4 check will pick up some heavy pieces.
Yeah, and I'm not a big fan of this either. Sorry. Knight c5, by the way, I've been told is a novelty up to this moment. Everything was theory. But now with this move e4, I guess, whether I like it or not, I'm going to be forced to take it.
And we were actually following a game in which Kirill Georgiev beat Anish Giri with the move bishop d2, e3, I think that you were advocating for instead of knight c5.
Bishop d2 to e3 seemed like a decent move.
Yeah, Anish had a perfectly reasonable position in that game, but then got somewhat outplayed.
And we do have, by the way, after e4 takes, knight takes e4, and the rook actually dropped back to c2.
Do I throw in the move bishop f5 here?
Right.
I don't see anything. I mean,
wrong.
Knight h4, bishop h7, yeah, we're still not unhappy about that, right?
And I think
knight
he
h4,
agrees with
bishop
all of
h7.
us, bishop f5. And the point is that if the bishop moves, then you take on d1, and all these discovery attacks on c2.
I'm not a happy camper in those
maybe
cases.
it was playable, though. Can we
Queen
take a look?
c1?
No, let's say bishop b3.
Really?
Yeah, queen d1, rook d1, and if you take, let's say, on g3, I want to go rook c6, and I want to claim that this comes out okay for what?
I could also start with knight g3, which might be...
What about knight f2?
Rook c6 anyway. I'm playing rook c6 anyway.
Yeah.
Knight is hanging.
Knight f2, I want to go rook c6. Yeah, okay, this one works. Yeah.
This one works. Better.
This one works.
Yeah,
okay,
sorry.
So he's gone queen c1, and now you do have to consider whether you want to leave white with that bishop alive or not.
I don't think you do. I would be surprised. This bishop is
Come on, where's my pawn grover?
Can I grab a pawn?
I can play knight d6.
Sweet! Ka-ching!
That's a pawn. You could sacrifice the exchange, but this is like the worst version.
Yeah, this is
of the rook c6
far worse.
Maybe it's not that
Knight d4,
bad of
bishop
a...
b4.
Well, I still got a pawn with a tempo, right? Hello.
Nah.
Look.
Nah, queen
Nah.
d7, you're worse here. You're
There's no
significantly
way.
worse here with white.
Queen
E2 is
f6,
hanging.
whatever.
E2 is hanging in the end. You're kind of busted.
No.
you know.
Nobody believes you.
Nobody
believes you.
You guys
Yasser.
are worse than Ben Larson, man, and he was pretty bad.
It's good company.
I mean, I'm not feeling the love here in
There it
St.
is.
Louis.
Pawn Grover after your own heart, Yasser. Knight
boy.
d6 on the board, hitting that rook on c2.
Wesley is going to get a gold certificate to the Pawn Grubbers.
As we're being told by Tom brilliantly, if he wins,
he wins.
Yeah. But what he means, of course, he wins the entire tournament. If he
Right.
does. Levon Aronian would, of course, not. Actually, he wouldn't even play against Maxime.
There would be no reason.
Yeah.
Rook c5, rook e2, bishop f4. I kind of expected that, but
Rook e2, Pawn Grubber. I'm telling you, gold membership to Wesley So in the Pawn Grubber Society.
Society grew from association.
Association.
Bishop e3 chosen by MVL, trying to pretend that the rook on e2 is in some kind of trouble.
And
But
it was a
it really
premeditated sacrifice.
Yeah, but
Queen
this
f6 attacks.
I like bishop e4.
I
like bishop e4 a lot. Yeah.
I mean, queen f6 is no.
Not bad.
No, I mean, knight d2. Actually, I missed knight d2. I thought it was just kind of forcing the rook to be allowed out because the b2 pawn is hanging and there's no comfortable way of protecting it. But knight d2 is a reasonably comfortable way to protect it.
Queen f6, knight d2.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm very much on board with bishop b4.
There's also a tactic here of rook c6 and knight d4, right? Because then rook.
Yeah,
doesn't have a square.
it's hitting a lot of units. Is this rook takes e6, knight d4, which
I like bishop e4. Get
Bishop
rid of all of
e4.
that, yeah.
Bishop e4 is getting my nod as well. Not only do you get out of rook f5, but you also defend c6. You neutralize the bishop on g2. My goodness, you add it all up, and it's a really good move.
Yeah.
Yeah, once you spot it, it's hard to play anything else. Huh?
Yeah, you just need to make sure that there's no way to attack the rook on e2 here because it is currently slightly
Yeah, that is the most
stuck,
important. But there isn't.
Yeah, as soon as you realize that white lacks the pieces to attack it effectively, yeah, you like bishop b4 here.
And there it is,
yeah.
bishop
Wesley very much on point in the second game in the row here.
Well, I mean, he came for this playoff, and let's face it, Wesley is finding all the right
All right, so how's this go for
Rook
Maxime?
d1?
He has to play rook d1, right?
Yeah,
What
only
other
if-
ideas do I have here?
None, and try to meet queen f6 with knight d4.
d4, I guess, yeah, but it doesn't seem like it's much of a winning attempt, frankly.
Well, I got to do something.
Yeah, it's still the best play. Yeah, you have to, otherwise the opposition just kind of collapses.
At least in this case.
Yeah, and here we can even start by taking on g2 because knight takes e2 is not a winning attempt either. Like, it's just not.
I am sad to say I do remember Nepo committing suicide in the Dubai, sacrificing and forcing Magnus to sacrifice an exchange, which was completely winning.
That game was just like the tell us you want out without telling us you want out.
Yes, exactly. Okay, we don't have queen on f6 on the board, but we are suspecting that will be Wesley's choice.
There's also not that many choices because I think king f1 is a threat if I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, that is actually a very but I mean queen f6 just plays itself. You don't
d4.
You don't not play.
All right, here's the question: do I take on d4 because knight takes d4, bishop takes d4? It's a bit annoying actually.
Is it?
I think so,
Why?
right?
And then bishop f1.
And then bishop f1 because the queen doesn't stay anywhere where it hits f3.
Oh yeah, that is a good. Yeah, I thought just queen e6 and why is that a problem? But yeah, bishop f1. Yeah, he does take on g2. Yeah,
He does take
Wesley.
on g2.
Wesley is just very on point.
He's pretty good. Pretty good at chess.
Very on point.
And he's just saying, look, if you want my rook at the cost of your light squared bishop, that's okay with me. I will set up all kinds of nasty attacks on the light squares.
Yeah, I think.
And poor MVL is saying, well, maybe winning with black against Levon is a better chance.
By this point, I think, yeah, he needs to make sure he has a game to come back to.
Exactly.
Yeah, he needs to make sure there's still something to play for, because, yeah, I think the only way he doesn't make a draw here is that he loses. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So king takes
so
g2.
Now we take on d4, bishop d4, we put the queen on some good square. I'm guessing e6 is the most natural one.
I think e6 is absolutely the most natural square.
And after rook takes c7, the question is whether black is winning somehow, but if you want to make a draw, knight b5 makes an immediate draw.
Well spotted.
Actually, like, white still has to make a draw there.
Oh, no question about it.
Queen e4 check is a very large threat, but I think maybe rook c4 holds. Maybe, I don't know.
It's a big maybe, yeah. I start seeing knight e4, knight g5.
Right. Yeah, there's...
and actually, yeah, you can... Oh, he's gone queen g6, which is a similar idea. I don't think it makes too much of a difference.
Okay.
Because we still have access to queen e4 check if we wanted.
Rook c7 is more or less box. Because otherwise...
Otherwise, what is your play for the pawn here?
Exactly.
It's very unclear.
Now here the question...
The difference here, though, is if you play knight b5 here, rook c8 check now becomes available, which wasn't available
with
earlier.
our queen on e6.
Yeah, with the queen on e6, which maybe makes white's, equality chances much higher.
Anything to be said for knight f5 to h4?
Knight f5, knight h4, yeah, but I guess we go queen f4, we stop it, right? He's gone knight f5. I'm expecting queen f4. Stopping knight h4 check has to be a very, very high priority here. You don't want to get mated.
I'm sorry, but the choice between g6 and e6 is very peculiar.
He's gone rook c8 check, also understandable. He wants to limit. Yeah, maybe he wants to take on b7 there and pretend he's playing for a win.
Well, there is a rook e8. No, what am I saying? That's not a white rook on e2. I was going to go rook takes, queen takes, and play rook.
I thought you meant rook e2 e8 in response to rook c8, which was actually a very
it was like
move.
a white. It's supposed to be a white rook going to the 8th rank.
It's been a lot of hours.
It really has. Good morning, St. Louis.
Yeah, queen takes b7. Queen takes b7 seems very risky, but I guess he feels.
But what else, right? Because you need to cover the diagonal. It's not so much about the pawn, which is nice.
Yeah, but how do you reply to queen g4 though?
Queen g4 in this position.
Queen g4 with the ideas of knight h4
with
check?
all kinds of ideas.
Knight h4, knight takes d4.
I'm also just simply attacking the bishop on d4, so you have to somehow address that as well.
I'll move the bishop to c5.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah,
bishop c5. Bishop c5, but bishop c5, rook c2. Right?
Rook takes b2, maybe wins or something. Yeah, like rook b2, queen b2, knight h4 is mate.
Oh, that clears some cobwebs, doesn't it?
That hurts.
That bishop c5, rook b2.
Man, that hurt my feelings.
You still have queen d5. You don't have to actually resign, but it's a cute mate.
No, but after rook c2, I think you do resign though.
Yeah, rook c2 does win. Yeah, rook c2 attacks more pieces.
Wow.
h3 on the board.
Queen takes g3 though. He hasn't blundered it, but like, is it
what?
Queen g3, king
queen
f1.
Takes g3.
King f1 and the rook on e2 is hanging, but like queen e5. I mean, I don't think it's great. Queen e5, which one's on d4? Yeah, I mean, Yasser had kind of a not exactly.
Yeah,
right.
I had the wrong position.
You actually can't defend both things.
That's hilarious.
How do you,
he made
MVL, my man, yeah.
MVL with such an MVL move. What a resource.
H3.
Queen G, yeah.
Queen G4.
I stopped at Queen G3. I thought, okay, H3 is clever, but yeah, I thought, okay, blunders the pawn on G3 cannot possibly be good, but
Queen G3.
Queen G6 played. Yeah, this is a huge improvement, obviously, for white.
I was about to say that.
But still, what do we play? Huge improvement or no? What do we play?
Bishop c5.
But now I can take and go queen e5. You've given me a square.
That is brilliant, of course.
You've given me a square.
Bishop c5 allows queen takes g3 check, and against king f1, queen e5 will defend the rook. That is marvelous.
That is really funny, that it's actually a...
And time
makes the
is a
position worse.
factor?
Yeah, king f1 maybe.
He sidesteps
king
the
f1.
queen g3 check.
But now after rook
motifs.
c2, and
Knight
yeah,
takes
eventually
d4.
some threats will start, yeah.
Jeez.
Knight takes d4.
Still, like, fantastic play by MVL.
It's ridiculous. That's that was
spotting that
hilarious.
h3 is possible is like remarkably good.
But knight takes d4, rook takes d4, queen b1 check, queen takes...
King takes e2 though is quite strong, right?
Yes,
it
a lot of hours
Yes,
of
it is.
commentary, guys. But
Yes,
why not just move to rook c2?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was
Rook C2.
suggesting. Yeah,
Keeping ideas of knight g3 alive,
and you can
too.
lose the game immediately by playing bishop c3 and allowing knight e3 check, for instance. Yeah, there's a way to lose on the spot. Yeah, I think rook c2 is completely fine.
I like rook c2. It makes a lot of sense.
Rook e4.
Wow, that's fancy.
Yeah,
We're not guessing any of these moves.
Yeah, that's very fancy. The question is, can I not play? I mean, I think what he isn't. No, that can't be right. I wanted to say bishop c3. He wants to take on g3, but I don't think that works.
I'm not sure. Maybe it does.
Queen f5 check, king g1. I think we
Yes.
don't have enough checks there.
I don't see why you would have enough checks.
Yeah, the queen on b7 is just such an important defender, even though. Yeah, and
By the way,
MVL wants to play queen
reaching
d5
for
here.
that defender, and he has played
taking away some squares from the queen on g6. Yeah, it is now better for white, I would assume, right?
It's extra pawn.
Yeah, because we somehow weathered the storm.
It's the same position, but the pieces got all pushed back.
Right.
Yeah,
All black pieces
h3
got
h3 is
pushed
just
back.
yeah.
Yeah, h3 was
H2 is
great.
just what a resource.
What a great resource.
Such cool under severe pressure.
Rook is maybe having to back up to e6. Rook, I'm not sure.
To have a reply to bishop c3. I think it actually is
Exactly.
very important to have a reply to bishop c3 here.
Exactly.
Because white is very close to completely stabilized.
And by the way,
But actually, I have queen f3 there. I can still play bishop c3.
Rook e6 on the board, and since this has been such a great turnaround by MVL, I mean, wow.
Yeah,
we can play off.
Yeah, we can still go bishop c3 here because rook d6, queen f3 keeps everything together.
Yeah.
By the way, how ridiculous is it for us to imagine that MVL wins this game, loses against Levon,
and there we go. Yeah,
we have two Armageddons.
Let's go.
But we thought only one could win the maximum.
Yes.
And MVL, if he were to win this game, he'd only need a draw to win.
Yeah, he would need to draw with the black pieces against.
And again, I
against
mean, we're
Levon,
talking about MVL just winning. I mean, how did he tie for first to begin with? And now, how could he win this playoff? He was
Bishop c5.
Bishop c5.
He's still walking very much on the edge here. Yeah, and now.
Oh dear! What is knight g3?
Yeah, queen h5 is apparently very strong here with pieces starting to hang. I guess the point is after king g2 you have rook e5. Oh dear.
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Queen h5. Great move.
Gross.
Sets up this
why
incredible
don't you play?
tactic.
Why is it on c5?
Yeah,
And
why is it?
look at
Why is
that.
it not on
He's done
c3?
it. He's done it. If you go king h2 to defend the pawn on h3, there's a
Rook
remarkable...
e5, queen e5, knight h4. Yeah.
And rook e5 spears the bishop. One of the weirdest skewers you'll see along the fifth rank.
And does this end? Like, do I go queen d3?
But there's queen g6 there in there. You don't actually win it back. Yeah, you don't win it back.
You don't win the knight. We should probably put that on the board.
What is that? King g2, rook e5. What was the line?
Queen d3 takes on g4, but you don't actually win the piece back because queen g6 actually solves the tactical issues.
That is an issue.
He is going to play king somewhere.
No, I think he's going for the rook, but I'm not sure what that could be.
Yeah, rook e1 also. Yeah, you can't play. You can't play any rook moves here. Rook moves all lose.
All
on the
lose
spot.
immediately.
All
Yeah,
lose on the
that's
spot,
okay.
Yeah.
But what else is it? It's a king
King
move.
g1
Yeah,
maybe,
king
but allowing king
G1.
takes h3 is completely insane. Like I don't know if you can play like that. What even can you play now?
Well,
I mean, you don't want to know the best move.
Yeah, I have back to I have good eyesight. But yeah, the move that you're supposed to play here not to be worse is kind of unplayable.
It's what,
and the second
g1?
And the second
G4.
The second best is king g4, king g1 actually. G4 makes an immediate draw by force. G4, queen h3, queen g2. Best move is queen b3. We go queen d5, and there's a repetition.
Repetition, got it.
Yeah, bishop c5 was just such a strange move. Like if you realize,
and he's reaching for his h
No,
pawn.
wrong pawn. Wait, what happens after rook e5 here? Rook e5, queen takes.
Rook e5, queen takes now,
It's
but
not
you,
an
you
issue.
can start with queen
Yeah.
e2 and then rook e5, and that wins a full piece apparently.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Queen
e2, rook
e2
e5.
check.
Oh, well, that
Rook
actually makes a lot of
e5.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
The rook is hanging on d1.
Findable.
Very
If he
findable.
saw rook e5 after king g2, he should see rook e5
Yeah,
in that
I don't
spot
think
as well.
that's going to be a difficult tactic for
Queen g2.
Eddie. Why did he go for it?
Misses it. Misses it.
Ooh, we missed it. He missed a queen e2 check and rook e5. Not that difficult.
Yeah, black clearly has enough compensation though, because
enough,
H3,
yes, but
H3, H4 definitely.
Remember that winning here ends the tournament.
It's a big miss, but we went from white being much better to white being lost to white being now perhaps equal, but. Yeah, I don't think black risks anything anymore with the setup with the queen on g4 and the knight on f5. And you
queen
do
e2 and rook e5 was
that basically ended the game.
Tactic,
ended the game on the spot. Yeah.
Time is a factor, Peter.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's a minute and a half against a minute and 20, and with only a 5-second increment, this will become obviously a very significant factor. Yeah, MVL is continuing to kind of push,
protecting the bishop.
Well, the bishop's not hanging anymore. That's a big plus.
Yeah, but you can go
AB. Any knight g3 sacrifices about
Still doesn't feel enough, because the bishop on c5 and the queen on d5 control so many squares that it doesn't really feel like...
Yeah, and also queen d3 is always a check.
Yeah.
Just trade something.
Nice, that's important.
Yeah, weirdly I don't see anything forcing, but you can throw in maybe g7, g6, so that queen d3 is never a check.
Rook f6?
It's right there.
f6 is a very solid move as well, yeah. I guess we
gotta move.
Because he didn't want to go to the H file because
we're definitely running here.
He didn't want to go to the G file because of H4. Sorry.
And then we're better again.
I mean, do you really run here?
Of course, the F2 pawn's defended by the bishop.
Yes. Oh, you run.
And remember the tournament situation, Alejandro.
Yeah, he has to play for a win. I think
it's the only way.
Yeah, he realizes that a draw. I mean. He still has chances, but if he feels this is playable, he has to play.
I feel that this is a game with 4 acts, and what a drama is going on in this playoff.
This is so impressive.
This is crazy.
And I kind of thought he will play it, but still, seeing him actually do it on the board is very, very impressive.
And queen g6 is a kind of indication that Wesley didn't see any way of pursuing the attack.
Yeah, we can go king c3, king b3 here. I think it's reasonably safe on b3.
Solid.
I quite like it on b3.
I like the king walk right across the
perfect move. Rook e1 is the best move on the position.
Rook a6. I couldn't see a reply to rook a6, which is why I wasn't suggesting it.
I think you just
a2 is covered.
A2 is covered. Yeah, rook e5 or something, and.
Well, I mean, something to be said.
Seriously,
for
like rook e5, and maybe like where does the knight even go?
Oh my word!
What a strange position. The king on d2 is
the knight goes to d6. That really is the only square. And what?
But then you go h5, and where's the queen go?
Yeah, and then we go queen d3 check, and we win that endgame, right? Just h5.
And here we go. Here it comes.
H5, no checks.
H5 is the
and then queen d3.
We think that's the winning move for MVL.
And the queens come off. So. And once the queens come off, like you're just completely and utterly winning in that endgame.
Precisely. Your king is so close on the queen side, and he's reaching for...
No, he's going for h5.
This is so unbelievably impressive.
This is such a game.
I mean...
What a game.
I mean,
h3.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it included some blunders, but like still, this is so unbelievably impressive. Yeah, queen f6, queen d3... he hasn't even played queen d3 check.
Queen f6... Threatened, by the way, queen takes e5. If you weren't watching, there was a knight c4 check. But queen d3 we thought was curtains. He didn't do it. He played f4, not bad.
Oh,
but
knight
maybe
f5? So
back?
Take?
Queen check and then check start, yeah.
And then there's a whole
they might end soon.
series of checks.
And not good for white.
Hold on.
But we could play queen e4 here.
Queen e4, queen d3.
Yeah, all of those things should be winning, yeah.
Sorry, let me get rid of some arrows. We can put that knight in a pin.
I like queen e4 slightly better because I want to be able to meet rook a2 check with king c3, but I suspect both moves should win here. I just goes g4, just so cool under fire here. Knight h4.
Oh, knight h4 cannot be. That cannot be the reason you play knight f5.
Queen d3 check.
But now he goes g6 and he has knight takes g6 or queen e4 g6. Yeah, and this. I mean, I assume white is winning.
Still flares. Hold on, there's bishop e7.
Bishop e7, the game kind of continues because rook a2, queen a6, you don't have time to pick up the knight. 10 seconds, remember, it's just such tricky knights.
Yeah, he could have probably put this to bed by now, but yeah.
b5.
Wow. Yeah, I'm no longer sure he will win. At some point, I was so impressed by some of his decisions. I thought,
MVLs.
Yeah, he just wins. But yeah, now it's back to being a horrible mess.
Because rook check and knight could potentially jump to g2. I'm not sure about that, by the way, but rook check and
no, the knight has to stay.
G2?
The knight kind of has to stay on h4 because hg you have to have knight h6 as a reply. I really like rook a5, by the way. Just introducing an additional kind of point of uncertainty there, like with the pawn hanging.
And now with the bishop hanging.
Now even rook c5, queen b6. How easy is that to win on 10 seconds?
On 10 seconds?
But he goes queen d4, yeah.
On 10 seconds, you never win it, I think.
Yeah,
well, queen d1.
Queen d1.
And he played
and
that
it's a
like...
three-result game.
He
Three-result game
This is
here,
back to
guys.
being a 3-result game, yeah.
Yeah, he played queen d1 with some
Oh,
type of rocket.
1 second he played queen c2.
Yeah, queen takes g4 maybe, but yeah, queen a1
Queen
check as
A1.
well. Yeah, king c4.
Now it's become 2 seconds, 1
Ah,
second.
that was less than a second.
Queen a3 wins. No, doesn't win. No, c5 is protected. I thought it was winning material. I think hg though. Like
HG gets mated.
You get mate.
No, HG, what's going on? That blunders the... What just happened in
He just
the last
blundered a
couple of moves?
He blundered.
He blundered a rook.
All of them pieces. Queen c1 check. Yeah, Wesley wins, I guess. Yeah, queen e2 is even cleaner.
No,
Yes,
it
yeah.
wasn't. Queen c1 was cleaner.
Oh, and now he's saying, I'm not even giving you a draw.
Now, it's a 3-result game.
Back to me, and Wesley is like, why did I give that check? What am I
queen
doing?
C1, queen c1 was yeah. Now can we go king d6? I think.
And
king
now
d6,
we got
attack
queen
the
e6 check on the board.
No,
It's
this is why
coming.
you go king d6. Yeah.
And then I got
stop the check from e6.
Oh, very good, very good.
Attack the pawn on f7.
Understood.
And b7 at some point will become a topic. You know, it's a.
And
he's done
white
it.
is better.
No.
White is...
F5 is... No, he's
Queen
on
c8.
F7.
And he loses on time.
He loses on time.
No.
But he was
loses
also.
on time.
But he was
What?
lost.
But he's losing F7 check as
He was
well.
looking all the pawns on the king side with check and white
Queen
was winning.
takes F7 check. What a turnaround. Wesley was claiming tournament victory. And Levon is saying, Ani, the best thing that can happen just happened.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It is his only hope now. Wow.
Right?
What a finish there.
There we see Levon with his wife, Annie, and he's sitting there going,
Oh.
come on, MVL, give me a chance to climb back into this playoff. What did we just witness here? I mean, it was just like, that was a hot potato kind of game.
What did I
Peter.
just watch? Yeah. What did I just watch?
And how did Wesley lose on time? Okay, so Wesley's got 10 seconds.
So here
he kind of blundered with this queen e2
Yeah, queen
check.
e2 was a bad move.
And
queen c1 just finished.
And queen takes.
And king
now
d6
king
is
d boss.
King is
boss.
best move, yeah.
It's brilliant.
And he wanted to play queen f5, which would have actually, I think, kept the game alive potentially, but I guess he got scared about b7, understandably, because b7 is not something you want to allow. And he chose to attack the bishop on c5, kind of, I guess, forgetting in the heat of the moment that f7 was hanging.
Right, but in this time, his clock is ticking. There you see it, down to 2. And now he reaches, and it's too late. He wanted to go to F, and he missed the clock as well.
The stutter step there with queen f5
Right.
cost him the game. Because who knows what will happen after queen f5? Like, there's no telling. Like, absolutely no telling what will happen after queen f5.
Where's Shaq when you need
that was a game.
Come on.
Come on. Yeah.
Wow.
That was a game and a half.
Oh my goodness, what a playoff. This is ridiculous, Alejandro. Final thoughts.
Final thoughts. We have one more game left. These two guys are playing. Then we're going to have 2 more Armageddons after that. We have plenty of chess.
Thank you
coming
for
up here.
joining with us. We wish you a hearty good evening.
Plenty of chess ahead of us. We still have one more game coming up in a couple of minutes. At least one more game. Levon,
2 Armageddons.
And Levon is going to be white.
Against
in a must win, yeah.
White in a must win.
Yeah.
And should he win, then we will have 2 Armageddons.
2 Armageddons, not 1, but 2 Armageddons.
Not one, and not 3, necessarily 2.
Yeah, but in a way, this is also, I mean, I understand I'm stretching the point a little bit, but in a way, this is also an Armageddon game.
Yes, of course.
Because it's a must-win game for white.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Basically, you
This is not a Marshall compensation.
So, I mean, everybody, when we came into studio this morning, very, very early morning here in St. Louis, we understood that the longest broadcast we could possibly have is a broadcast that went through a playoff with an A Armageddon. We had no real, no idea that there could be two.
Yeah, but honestly, yeah, I mean, I wanted to say something incredibly boring. I don't want to.
But here's what's next.
Playoff game number 3, Levon Aronian with the white pieces against MVL. And remember, for MVL, since he just beat Wesley, a draw is enough to clinch first place.
Yes, it is.
In the Superbet Chess Classic Romania 2022. So he just needs a solid game. He just needs to defend against Levon. But Levon is looking and saying, hey guys, if I win, we start the whole thing again. Everybody starts from 0. We start drawing for the Armageddons, and things start anew. So Levon's looking at his second life.
Yes, exactly so.
A place where he's been here before.
Double elimination.
Double elimination in the America's Cup. MVL is giving him a breath of fresh life here at this position, and Levon needs to take it.
Yeah.
Wow.
And somehow it would feel very appropriate, right? If it actually went to...
Somehow I feel, after this chaotic game that we just saw,
to a bunch of Armageddons.
I have to say, this moment where we reach this moment where after Queen H5, H4, Wesley posted up. No, it was the H3 moment. That was the moment.
No, H3 was fantastic.
That was
fabulous.
So we just saw this incredible move, Queen G4. And, you know, there's all kinds of threats. This bishop is hanging on D4 to the knight. This knight could potentially go knight H4 and crushes onto light squares. And MVL played this move H3. And then the moment we saw that, we said, blunder alert. Queen takes G3
It was actually
check.
the best move, but after King F1, you're supposed to see Rook E7 here.
Nobody saw Rook E7.
Like, how do you see Rook E7?
Rook E7, I didn't see it. Did you see it at the time?
No, it's just impossible.
But it's a marvelous concept, this idea that the queen is on pre, the rook is on pre, pawn on F2 is defended by the bishop, and it just holds. And this move, H2, H3, and I think that really rocked Wesley's world as well, because when he played the move Queen G4, you know, it's like, okay, let me get in there, buddy. I'm ready to go. Marvelous stuff, Peter.
Yeah, fantastic game, despite potentially like 10
Oh yeah, we're not going to go through every single missed win of that game.
Just that one moment was enough.
The just moment was good, and
wow,
right,
great stuff.
But it featured like some absolutely fantastic decisions. Finding H3 in that spot by MVL, also, you know, stealing himself to play King E1 D2, sort of.
And King E1 D2 was really cool.
Yeah,
and like I think that was such a great decision.
Into the mouth of the lion.
Exactly. Walk right into the attack, and here it is. This King E1, and let's get going. And as we get ready for this third and final playoff, once again, it's situational rapid
final. The jinx.
Yeah.
The jinx is coming. But okay,
all
simple scenario.
Levon needs to do is win.
Levon wins. We go to 2 Armageddons.
I enjoy this.
Yes.
Let's go for
Let's. What is this position C4?
This exists.
It will be 2 Armageddons if Levon wins, but if MVL manages to hold off Levon, that will give him tournament victory. This is incredible. And we have some kind of random Sicilian as the choice of Levon.
C4.
Yeah, they don't want to test MVL in the main line of the poison pawn Najdorf.
No.
Kind of understandably so. Quite a fair here to begin things.
There we go. Thank you. Just had to get that my lead chess. H6.
You know
what?
What? I mean, what? It's
what? Is he going to play G5 in a must draw? Is he actually planning the
no,
C3 G5?
He must be like planning. I don't know.
Whatever. Yeah, okay.
I'm confused.
Close this window.
H6 a novelty. That's funny.
Uh-oh, I've got something going on.
Yeah, H6 an actual novelty. Well, I'm not surprised. A4 played, and what on earth is the point of this move, H6? It can't be that bad.
Close this window.
But what is it preventing?
I have no idea what this is about. Like zero clue why we.
H6 is funny, actually.
Zero clue why we spent the tempo on this. Like no idea whatsoever.
Wow, I understand H3. h6 is a
Yeah, I think it's aimed
curiosity.
against h3 because he's waiting to pounce, right? He
h3 g5.
h3 g5. Yeah.
No way.
And you've got a hook.
No way you play h3 g5 at this tournament situation.
And honestly, I think
No way.
I think if I were Lev here, I would very seriously considering playing h3, which I think is a bad move, just because it provokes
g5. And look at what he did provoke,
Yeah.
by the way. He did provoke bishop to g4, h3. And if you thought you didn't understand why he played h6, now you know.
It's
His
just to
bishop
save the
is
bishop.
not correct.
It's just to save the bishop.
That's right. Knight h4.
I mean,
bishop
did Maxime actually spend the time to analyze the bishop c4 Sicilian? Because
nothing would shock me anymore. Like
we're done with the shocks, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, it's,
Knight f2. Let's go.
Yeah.
f4, f5.
No, but this is like the perfect position for Levon considering the tournament situation. I'm very much doubting he's doing well, but who cares?
But no, he's got the kind of chaotic position that he needs.
It's absolutely irrelevant what the evaluation here is, because you know, 32 pieces on the board and like a huge big mess.
There's only one result that counts for him.
Also, I'm not sure he's
win.
doing so poorly because like I really dislike. But maybe that's fine. Yeah, maybe that's fine.
This.
I am honestly surprised at how poorly the engine thinks of this position for Levon.
Really?
Yeah. It's like,
oh, but you can't stop d6, d5, and then things start kind of spreading out.
Well, how bad is it? So I take.
Yeah,
you have to
h7.
take it.
I'll develop my
d5.
pieces.
Bishop has to go. Yeah, we
away.
castle. Yeah, we just castle into it. I have no problems castling into it. Here.
Yeah, I'll keep developing.
Yeah, bishop d6 or what have you.
And it's
I
that
certainly
simple.
see castling into it being fine. You could start with queen d6 too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but even this, like I don't really see why we're doing so poorly.
I'm not saying poorly. Wait for white or black.
I mean, I was being, polite to
By the way,
my
that
elders.
doesn't work around Alejandro and I. I mean,
yeah, being polite to my elders, my elders and betters. Yeah.
No, that's not. No, that's not the way we roll.
We had it that way. Yeah, all the way to bishop a2 has already been played onto the board. Yeah, MVL castles without a moment's hesitation. Queen d6 was playable, but yeah, queen d6 actually maybe with the idea of castling queenside, right?
Yeah, exactly. Queenside g6.
Wow. So
was actually maybe a much more critical choice.
I don't know if critical because this is also bad for
castles.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Bishop f4 hasn't been played yet. This one,
excuse me.
This
that was our analysis.
Yeah.
Queen f3, knight d4, queen g2.
Yeah, but I don't think d5 ever really hangs in those types of positions because c2 is hanging.
Knight f3, bringing
Queen
myself.
Queen c7. Hello.
Well, okay, I gotta cover g3. What can I say?
And then rook a g8, and yeah, the bishop on h7 looks silly, but the white setup in general just looks very silly.
How about knight e2 and no, knight e2? You're going to play bishop f4. I get that.
There's also something to be said about knight b4 at some point.
Yeah,
no?
and
because
followed
bishop
by
b3
c5,
c4,
yeah,
right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's just very
C7.
comfortable for black, and I keep on trying to find a way to revive the bishop on h7 immediately, but we just don't have to. We don't have to. Yeah, we can play without for a while.
Well, the big issue right now is we've got to stop queen g3, which he does.
Yeah.
King g2, rook d8, defending the pawn on d5.
It's such a logical move, rook d8. c4 is so much stronger in every
Bishop
variation.
d2 played once again kind of in full expectation of having to deal with the potential opening of the g file eventually. So you play bishop d2. But yeah, what your next moves
Did he do
are?
it?
It's all been played.
It's all been played. The bishop is
night
on
before. I guess with much regret. If you want to keep the bishop, you put it on b1.
And there's no choice. He does it immediately because he knows there's no choice.
Yeah.
At what point? How much do I have to prepare bishop takes f5, knight h5? Quite a bit, right?
Yeah, knight e2 exists, so yeah, quite a bit. Yeah.
I'm thinking that from White's perspective, he's got to play knight e2 and c3 as soon as possible to liberate his.
Bishop d6 played by MVL.
Yeah, to liberate his position.
No, this is just very, very comfortable for black. h6, eh?
h6 is the new way to play the Sicilian.
H6.
Haven't you heard?
Who knew?
Because the strong bishop on h7.
Yes.
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 Again, I'm thinking knight e2. You play it quickly. You know your position's
Rook
not that
F8,
great.
yeah, I don't even have to react, I think, to bishop takes before ideas. I'm pretty sure I'm
I don't think I was ever really intending bishop.
Yeah, then I drop it back to c6, and yeah, I'm just really not sure what white ever wants in this position.
I love your rook f8.
Yeah, rook f8 plays itself, right?
Yeah.
Put your rook on an open file.
Yeah, I keep on looking at some tactics, but yeah,
knows those principles.
No tactics involved. Yeah, goes rook f8.
Exactly. Okay, well, even so, I got to do something. c3, knight c6, knight e2 to g1, trying to get some squares and play for my pieces. The rook on a1, the queen on d1, particularly pathetic at the moment for Levon.
Yeah, you have to somehow crawl out of this corner, and
that's
if you
what
play
it is.
c3, if you play c3 and bishop c2, I'm wondering if c5, c4 is also an idea, but I'm not sure I need to give the d4 square to the white pieces. I wanted to secure the e4 square for the knight on f6.
Understood.
But I'm not 100% convinced
that it's necessary to even give me.
Yeah, I mean, we can play slower.
The problem that I'm seeing also is that if I play c3, knight c6, and you might even have h5, h6, h5.
Eventually h5 will become playable, yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of opportunity. What did he do?
He took on b4, but I think that was
that's
a necessity.
Big oof.
That's a big oof.
Yeah, and he went bishop a2 back, trying to at least
put his bishop on b3, and
but
he's eyeballing.
Like in a kind of a perfect world, you just get mated on the dark squares here somehow.
This is where h5 terrifies me.
g5 and maybe even something like knight e4 might work in some positions, but
why? Yeah, why?
But why bother? Yeah, why bother? There has to be actually like g7, g6 is now I think very playable.
Yeah, g6 is what the producer has told us, but bishop c5 I like.
Yeah,
just go bishop c5, rook e3. You don't really want to play d4 ever. g6 played. g6 by MVL. On point, on target, opening up a position for his bishop finally.
Yeah, maybe queen g2, but I guess we can even spend
your
the tempo.
bishop c5 and rook e3, right? I mean, that's a very uninvited guest on the e3 square. But g7, g6,
starting to dig out that bishop on h7. That makes perfect sense. And white's position, like this king on g2 without the dark square bishop to cover it, it's just the moment one bad thing happens to the white position, probably is the first and the last.
It's missing the dark squared bishop. It's also missing the light squared bishop. It's not going to get back to the defense.
Can I suggest queen d2?
Yeah, but my point was, even if the best move I have is king g7, I'm still kind of fine making it.
I was hoping that I was going to scare you.
I'm not very scared about this.
Does rook e2 work?
Rook e2, bishop f4 is interesting. Knight h5 is kind of a move that I would like to make, maybe.
Repulsive. That is repulsive.
Also,
rook e2, bishop f4. My gosh, talk about being on the back foot there. Ugh. Nope. He took on g6.
G bishop g6 played. Yeah, no, this is just
took on g6 and bishop takes g6
position for white. Yeah.
was played, and the bishop is digging itself out of a hole, and
queen g2,
queen d2, tickling.
And honestly, like I already start thinking that maybe knight e4 kind of wins in some of these positions, but there's absolutely no reason to hurry with it.
Exactly.
We just play king g7. You don't have to do anything spectacular. You're just better.
I'm kind of
in a must-draw game.
I'm a little partial to king h7 only because your king, white's king is on the g file, and maybe on a good day something could happen on the g file. Pardon me.
Stop defending h5. Let's go.
Yeah, h5, g5, knight e4, right? Yeah. Something along those lines.
Something along those lines.
Yeah, and this is better than my original suggestion, simply because.
Oh, there it is. Knight e4 on the board.
Yeah, he is enjoying himself.
MVL in his element now.
GG.
Oh boy.
And then e3, bishop before check, and like white is just.
Just getting destroyed.
Getting completely destroyed. Yeah. So.
Well, he's playing pieces down, isn't he?
A number of pieces down. If you don't take on e4, you're kind of completely lost. So you kind of close your eyes and go d takes e4, like.
And for MVL, what a turn of fortune when you think about what he was suffering a moment ago against Wesley, and Wesley had it all under control. Now he's a man in control of his own destiny and winning with the black pieces.
This just looks completely winning.
I think it's just done, yeah.
Wow.
You don't even particularly need to calculate. It just looks like
Look
it
at the
never
time
ever folds.
difference.
He goes good. Yeah, I mean, once
Knight
you don't take
e4, and he just dropped back with his queen.
Once you go queen g1, you kind of know the game is up. I assume there is some kind of, I mean, bishop g3 probably wins on the spot or something, yeah.
There's no immediate wins, but pretty much every move keeps
all the
advantage,
pressure,
all the pressure,
advantages. Maybe bishop f4.
Queen e7 I quite like.
Guys, any move wins. Yeah, every move wins. It's okay. We just need to let Maxime choose one. The position plays itself out. Every move that black makes that creates a threat is difficult to answer. Even a move like queen c5 is difficult to answer.
Yeah, it looks horrendous. And you know, the shocking part about this position is that this is actually equal material. We haven't sacrificed anything yet.
Yeah.
Anything to get here.
We're doing this for free. Yeah,
exactly. We sure are.
We're doing this for free with black. Yeah, he's gone bishop g3. I'm guessing rook f1 is the only move.
Dropping in, threatening potentially knight f2.
Yeah, that was my initial impression, but I struggled to find any kind of a killing blow after rook f1, so I went back on it. But I guess white still has no threat, so we can go, I don't know, h5, h4 here. I like cemented there.
At some point, you just take on e4 and hope for the best, no?
And we do have rook f1 played. I like h5, h4 a lot. I like bishop f4 a lot.
Yeah, maybe not the cleanest, but should still be very strong, right?
Yeah.
h4 played.
As Alejandro says, he's got his choice of wins, unfortunately for Levon.
As Levon, I think you have to close your eyes. Take on e4.
Right.
Pray that you don't get mated.
Absolutely.
Because what move do you have in this position?
Well,
bishop into b3.
If you're going to suffer, you might as well suffer on a full tummy. Take the knight. Take the knight. Close your eyes. Yes, I'm lost. Yes, I know.
But
yeah, it's exactly that kind of a situation. Yeah. Even without the tournament situation to take into account, you just can't make. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
like you just do it.
And by the way, the good news about takes knight. You know what? That bishop on a2
is now
alive.
finally alive. Yeah. Unfortunately for you, you probably get mated on the king somehow.
Give me one turn. All I need is rook f6 and queen f1, and I'm back in with a shout.
Yeah,
a strong shout.
How is the queen e5 takes g5 looks kind of good, but I don't want to give you time to play, I don't know, king h1 and then maybe rook g1, queen f1 or something.
Actually, rook e5 is the only move the engines think is completely winning. Everything else is still playable for both sides.
Rook e5.
Yeah, rook e5.
Rook e5 take on g5 also is very, very logical.
It's very logical, but I also feel that this isn't as clean optically as the lines without h4 and bishop g3.
Yeah, bishop g3 felt a bit like you were getting a bit sidetracked.
Right.
Yeah.
Come on, he was cementing his bishop over there next to white's king. You can't begrudge him that. Rook e5 is it's a nice follow-up to the whole adventure. Began with bishop g3.
It's a reasonable move. I think
clock times, Peter?
4 minutes against 5.5. 4 minutes for Levon.
4 minutes against 5.5. Well, dare I say it? It's crunch time. Yuck, 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 yuck.
Oh my. I think we're going to have to put a maximum on the amount of hours per broadcast.
Yeah, exactly.
It's done. It's like fried.
It's like the pilots. The pilots, can only be aboard ship for so long. You know?
It was the very cheerful yuck 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 yuck. that did it for me. Like I thought.
I lost you on that
one. Boom! Rook e5 by Maxime. Takes his time but finds the move. I don't know why it's like so crushing, but you can kind of understand.
Yeah.
But I thought king h1 c3 couldn't.
Queen d7 I think ends the game there, right? Because you can't protect the pawn on h3.
No, I was thinking about queen d7, but knight e6 and I don't know.
Ah, okay.
You make pretense.
Yeah. Okay.
I understand. Yeah, bad, but I'm surviving.
King h1.
Sort of surviving.
Sort of surviving.
No, after rook e5, rook g5. Yeah, rook e5. Let's say we go c3, rook g5, king h1 here. And I thought queen d7 just ended the game, but there is knight e6, after which black is obviously much better, but the game is somehow still afloat.
Right, still flares anew, as they say.
Yeah, and as we saw from the previous game,
yeah,
the game's not over. Anything can happen.
Yeah. Queen c8 may be stronger.
Queen c8 might be a slight issue.
Yeah, that might be a bit of an issue, yeah. Knight g1
when you put it that way, Yasser.
I understand. Hey, guys, you know, like, we're all a little ropey over here. Rook.
We're all a bit loopy over here,
yeah. Oh boy. On the other hand, other suggestions do not come easy. I don't want to play queen d. Can I?
Actually, kind of do want to play queen g2 just to make it kind of make it end. Please make it end. Like queen d2,
put me out of my misery.
Queen d2, e3, queen takes b4, rook takes g5, king h1. And I still have knight f3 as a response to bishop b4 check, so I'm not dead to the most obvious move in the position. I assume I'm dead to something there.
I assume so too.
Yeah, I think oh no, damn! I thought I found something very beautiful there to show, but.
What's wrong with rook g5 here?
Rook g5, king h1, and yeah, this is the position I was talking about. Like, how do we put the? Yeah, this unfortunately loses the bishop d6 check, or it would have been a better move.
Oh, nasty.
But you can go like...
Who put my queen on b4? I didn't put my queen on b4.
You even took a pawn, dude.
Okay, well, then it's okay.
Rook g5, king h1,
yeah.
Bishop b4.
Knight f3.
I'm not sure bishop b4 is good, honestly.
You're attacking my bishop.
I'm attacking this bishop, yeah. I don't know if this is great.
Again, the clock times, guys?
1.5 minutes for Lev. MVL sitting solidly on 5 minutes.
Oh, he's doing great on his clock as Levon's is ticking down. Anything to be said for queen c1?
He's gone rook f6.
Rook f6.
Yeah, you have to wonder what the reply to rook takes g5 is, though.
Against rook g6. Although I don't know why you want my bishop.
That doesn't improve anything. He just goes king h1 here.
Well, the difference now is that any queen d7 moves, he does at least have
queen f1.
Yeah, so give him... And those knight e6 tactics...
I mean,
Tacticos, knight e6?
Bishop e5
Bishop e5 looks pretty,
Bishop e5 probably
game
ends
finishing,
the game,
right? Because takes...
Bishop e5, oh, that's
with the idea of taking on d4 and
d4,
going
queen g3. None of this taking on f6. None of this taking on f6 business.
Being a boring person, yeah.
Okay, one more look. Bishop e5, queen here.
Yeah, I take on d4.
Take on d4, and then you drop with the queen.
No, I mean, here I just take on d4 twice, honestly.
Even that. Yeah, sorry.
Here I just take on d4 twice.
So somehow, in my mind, I had a pawn on c3. I don't know exactly how it got there.
Not yet.
But rook f6 is going to be walking into this incredibly powerful bishop to d4 retreat, and that's Johnny Ballgame.
Yeah.
It's Johnny Ballgame indeed, Yasser.
Seems to be maybe the only clean solution here, but it should be very logical. Yeah, there are some pieces we can attack here with tempi, so why not attack them with tempi?
Well, the engine thinks that b3 is also winning, so you can
followed by bishop e5. Followed by bishop e5. So yeah,
b3 followed b4 b3. Okay, that's it.
There you go. Take on g6.
Levon takes on g6. Yeah, but this is white is also. I mean, black is also now
up material.
Sort of up material.
And he's got the attack and c3 on
at least
the board.
Supporting the knight on d4. Yeah, giving him queen f1 in case of queen d7. But yeah, there has to be a way to win this by force. And
at least he's not forced to resign, right? You keep the game going. You keep the game going. You hope your opponent blunders.
That's what it's all about.
That's about what the fight is about here for Levon. He's doing a good job. He's done a good job throughout the tournament, not having to resign so many positions where you're like, okay, dude, that's it, resign.
Yeah, just Could you please? Yeah.
Could you please?
Yeah. Apparently, rook d6, rook f6 is the way to absolutely put it to bed here.
I'm going to be teasing Levon for ages. I mean, it's going to be like, Levon Aronian teaches you chess. And we're going to have all of his games from Bucharest, where he was on the back foot. And time again, he saved lost positions.
Yeah, MVL is so on point.
By the way.
So on point.
along with...
Because you kind of do want to stop queen f1. Queen f1 would allow white a semblance of stabilization there, but now it always gets hit by rook df6 and has no squares. Again, has to go back, basically.
I actually love that move.
That is a great move.
It is
such
a nice move.
And then when you put the rook on f6 and you take on d4,
and now queen d7,
something is going to land on
now
g3 or
major
f3.
threat, yeah.
And at some point here, Levon remembers he's playing for a win.
No draw.
No draws.
No draws.
By
Also,
the way,
no mas.
along with the $10,000 bonus for the winner, the winner will get 12 GCT points. For this first competition, first leg.
Not 13. Yeah, the one slight dampener on the proceedings. Queen d2 played. But yeah, you just go queen d7, I guess, right? Or rook d6, like queen d7, forcing
something.
Not really forcing knight g1. I thought it was forcing knight g1, but there is queen e3, which I assume loses to rook g3, but why bother? Rook df6 is also, of course, completely okay.
Absolutely.
Levon finding a way to continue, though, once again. Yeah,
right?
Queen d2, queen e3, maybe the one way not to give up straight away.
Bishop takes d4. You're going to recapture, I assume, with the pawn, in order to keep the rook out of g3. And
don't make me make moves in this
I know.
position.
I mean, yeah, exactly.
Don't make me make moves in this position.
And
friends don't let friends play.
Right. Friends don't let friends drive. Right? Yes. Very nice.
Yeah. Rook df6, rook g1 played by Levon. So he's actually
quickly. Look at him.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, I've got to do something, and I've got to do it fast.
Well,
Good move by Levon. I mean, rook takes, knight takes, and we're still kicking up a fuss.
Very much so, actually. After rook g1, knight g1, it's not even that easy, is it?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Apparently rook g3 is -8, but
only. Ooh, your vision finally gave up. It's bishop g3.
It's bishop g3. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, that would make more.
That makes more sense.
Rook g3.
Rook g3 is a move, man. It's funny. The more you look at it, the worse it is.
When Peter Svidler cheats, rook g3, he cheats in the best way possible.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, queen d7 chosen by MVL. It's pretty clean. Yeah, queen e3, bishop g3.
You gotta take and go knight g1. That's the only, literally the only thing here.
15 seconds for Levon Aronian, and he has captured.
There it goes. Yeah, and knight g1. But yeah, the position remains
horrible.
Kind of horrible. Yeah, all the endgames are lost as well. Like if I take on c3 and take on d4 here, like all of those positions are also completely lost.
Exactly.
Because black
Levon having to defend the pawn on h3 has played the move knight g1.
Yeah, rook g3 looks natural, but.
I'm just kind of like reeling from b4, b3 at a certain moment. It was like, what? Come on.
Come on. Yeah.
Oh. We have had, I want to just say a big shout out to the players. We had a great deal of fun analyzing your games and sharing our views with our audience. I thought this was a great fighting event.
Yeah, absolutely.
The number of decisive games may not have been that high, but boy, they were full of content, and it was really a great joy to follow these games. And working with yourselves and the good folks in Romania, Bucharest, that was really fun too. So thanks to everybody.
Yeah, down to 30 seconds, and the game is still somehow
It's still going, yeah.
I know.
The reason we're still here is because this could still turn around, guys.
Levon somehow has gotten MVL
and it's 20.
to 20
and
seconds.
It'll soon be 15, and at that point you start getting nervous.
Exactly, and why he hasn't played rook g3 yet?
Because he's nervous. Because
and it's 10 seconds.
9.
Take on d4, dude. Just take on d4.
And
what?
Yeah, that takes a4.
And according to the engine, he's barely better.
But he only needs a draw, though, so
Yeah,
it's...
at some point we remember that we only need a draw.
He's doing it from a position of strength.
Yeah, he's clearly kind of let go of much of his advantage, but yeah.
But it's still...
Yeah, you're not losing this many.
Queen F4. I'm telling you guys, Queen F4.
Yeah, Queen F4, E3, 92 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
results.
Don't go E3.
Oh,
Don't go E3.
Look at this
Don't
cheapo.
do it. Don't do it.
Lev with the
All right,
Lev with the cheapo.
Man, Lev, yeah.
Oh, wow. And again, 3 results possible.
Bishop takes B7, put it back on G2 and play,
yeah, why not?
I don't even know why he didn't take on B7.
Yeah, if you're playing Bishop G2 anyway, why not just, snack on the B7 pawn as well, yeah.
Wow.
And
Knight of 3.
Guys.
The game is flared anew.
Guys,
Yeah.
this is a new game.
This is a whole new game, yeah. White has
Queen to E4.
I
Look
mean,
at this.
Knight
H4, Knight F5. And we could be in for 2 Armageddons. Knight H4, and it could be 2 Armageddons coming up. Look at this.
95, I guess. I don't know.
95 certainly
But
has
it doesn't
my
do
vote.
much, yeah. And the B pawn will start being a distraction, yeah.
Oh, D pawn is rolling.
Okay.
The D pawn is rolling, guys.
I'm telling you, D6 is the big threat.
I think Queen D6, right?
Yeah,
But
Queen D6
now
is
I
a
can
very
reposition
sensible
my
move.
knight.
Knight D4 is a move.
was gonna say
G5 is a
Knight
move.
D2.
Oh, Knight D2 E4. Knight D2 E4 was a kind of a more cultural.
D6.
D6 is
No,
coming.
No. Rook takes D4.
Rook
Apologies.
takes D4.
Oh, yeah.
But Knight E2?
Yeah, redo it. Yeah, go. Yeah,
One
Knight
more
E2.
time. Let's
Yeah.
reset the.
Rook F6. Rook F6. Hold that.
No, Rook F6, Knight G3, threatening D6.
Yeah, Rook F2, but he goes Knight
What?
G3 anyway. Yeah, Knight G3. It's a whole new thing. Yeah.
It's a whole new world.
It's a whole new thing.
Yeah, Knight G3.
Wow. Guys, this is.
Lev is.
I'm telling you.
I mean, what is today?
It's not Friday the 13th, but it could have been. It feels like it was. My goodness. How to play chess
Check,
with Levon Aronian.
King H2, yeah, Queen G2, we can go Queen E4 if we need to. And we kind of need to. We can't trade queens here.
No, we cannot.
We
But
can't
we
trade
have
queens,
to
yeah.
defend G2, and we do have to keep.
Yeah, this is King F8 is a very
Very good
yeah,
move.
because Knight F5 allows Queen F4 check, and as we mentioned, yeah, you can't.
Time to push the H pawn.
No.
King H3.
I would have played Queen F4 there, but okay, yeah. I don't know
King
why we allowed
H3?
King H3.
Get the
D3.
king out of Dodge.
Rook G2 is a threat, right? Finally.
G2 is a threat in every single position.
Something
yeah.
like D6, perhaps.
But Queen takes D6, unfortunately.
Okay, threatening Knight E7.
Yeah, you're threatening
Alert!
Knight E7.
Alert!
Right?
Rook E2.
Queen E7 is a threat, right?
Rook E2.
Rook E2.
Queen
Guys, I
C4.
just have a feeling.
Queen C4, let's go.
Queen C4.
Oh, still a game.
Threatening mate.
Is it threat of mate? Where's the mate?
Queen C8 is kind of, I mean, with not
It's kind of a mate, but it's not mate.
So you can go B2 here, but
I don't know if he can go B2.
He's done it. I don't know if he could do it either. But what is
yeah,
check?
then it runs. Yeah, then it runs.
What
I
about
think he's
check?
still.
Again we're running?
No.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But there are no more
Maxime.
checks, and Black will have checks. I
What
think
about
Maxime
Queen
actually gets
F8?
there. Queen D3 will win, right? Queen. Yeah.
He flagged. He flagged. Oh,
Wow.
That is quite something. Yeah. That whole tie break from start to finish was quite something.
Guys. That was an adventure and a half. I mean,
Yes.
wow. Maxine, our winner, and our great congratulations.
Yes.
End the suffering, Peter. That was terrible.
Yeah. Technically he won both games on time, but he was winning in both final positions. So,
right.
Yeah, that's not really how it ended. But yeah, Alejandro is standing there with this kind of a glazed look, just kind of trying to process what we just watched.
What did we just watch? What happened? What happened today? I remember calling a Levon draw against Shaq like
like
2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah, exactly.
The symmetrical position, and suddenly we had all of these rapid games, and I don't even remember the Levon Wesley game anymore. I have so many things on my mind. I'm going crazy, guys. I'm going absolutely crazy. Let's see how this finished up, because it is MVL that crowns himself winner of the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic in Romania, obtains 12 GCT points, and goes home with $77,000. Not bad at all, an extra 10 over Wesley and Levon, who split the GCT points in that one. Wow, it's just, wow. And of course, down the list, Fabian Lanier gets 6 each. That's quite valuable for them. Bogdan was the wild card for this event. Firouzja and Nepo, 3.5 each. And a disappointed Mamedyarov and Rapport there with 1.5 points, rounding out the table.
So many stories about this event, and again, a big shout out to Bogdan. I mean, to score 50% of this field is really most admirable, and
absolutely
well done to him.
Definitely, you know, after today, the talk of the town will be, of course, that tie break. But if we take the classical portion into account, I'm pretty sure the Romanian organizers, who definitely wanted a Romanian wildcard in the tournament,
right,
they would be delighted with this result. They
No
should
question.
be delighted with this result. Yeah.
I'm a little stunned about Ali Reza pushing MVL into the playoffs. It seems like at a certain moment there, Firouzja just kind of lost touch with reality. He was pushing an advantage that was no longer there.
Yeah, I think he kind of, as you described, even though we criticized some of the decisions, let's say the decision to keep the knights on the board mathematically made his advantage smaller. But the way MVL reacted to it actually gave him an additional shot in the game. And then he left himself too little time and perhaps overstepped the mark. Like, he made one aggressive move too many.
Yeah.
And ended up paying the full price for it.
Wow, and for Wesley So, who had played such a marvelous tournament, undefeated, cruising in the playoffs, he just looked regal, and then suddenly it was like
for the first game and a half of the playoffs, it seemed like there will not be a game 3.
Exactly.
And one precise move in that game against MVL in game 2 of the playoffs would have actually stopped the playoffs.
Stopped the playoffs. We need to rookie 5, I think, or rookie 5 a little bit earlier.
Right.
Would be the end of the game.
Right.
But yeah, MVL capitalized fabulously in that game, and I mean, the swings later in the game notwithstanding.
Great.
And there were some swings.
Yeah. There were some swings, and you know what the surprising part is? White was never better. White, there were some draws in that game, but at no point did Levon fully make it all the way back where he was winning. Remember, he needed a win.
Yes,
the draw was no good.
Right.
If he found a perpetual, he had to say, no, that's not good enough.
And here's the final look as he flagged, as he was making a smooth knight G3.
But
and there you go.
It's
on time.
Yeah, he is potentially lost in that position.
Yes. In that final position before the move knight G3, he's already lost. But before he plays queen C8, it's still a draw. Some crazy. Actually, I'll put it here because we have time to kill.
Sure.
King G8, this was the position that they had, and Queen C8 check was a losing mistake according to the engine, of course, on 5-second increment.
Right.
Difficult. This absolutely.
Bishop E4.
Bishop E4.
Defending against the
Queen
promotion.
G1. Yeah,
to defend this, you have Queen G1. So you can hunt this king, not this way, but that way, where it has no defense.
Would have been a good move on 3 seconds.
And on 3 seconds, you're starting to wonder what you do.
Levon is a hard man to kill. I mean, look at that move. Bishop
That's funny.
E4.
Rook E4 is also a draw.
Rook E4 is a draw. Yeah.
You're not going to mate with just the queen and the king.
Rook E4 doesn't lose.
That is a lot.
That is funny. Oh, come on, Peter. I mean, you just got to appreciate the beauty behind that move. And as it uncorks Queen G1.
Yeah, if he actually goes Bishop E4 there.
This is like arbiter. I want this guy wanted. I mean, like, wow. Great fun, guys. It really, really, really was. And we have more coming up. Not a joke. Seriously, Warsaw. The Grand Chess Tour will continue in just a few days. It's the 18th, isn't it?
It starts on the 19th. I think the opening
Everybody's
ceremony is on the
opening
18th,
ceremony on the 18th. And that will be 3 days of rapid, two 2 days of blitz. And I understand we have a different Romanian player. Originally,
we'll wait for final confirmations.
Okay. And let's jump to Bucharest for our closing ceremonies.
After 9 days of intense and emotional chess action, we are finally ready to crown a king. I am joined today by Augusta Dragic, the Superbet Foundation president, Michael Khodorkovsky, representing the Grand Chess Tour, as well as our victor, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Michael, I'm going to give you the first words.
Thank you, Christian. We just concluded probably the most exciting start of the season for the Grand Chess Tour, with a three-way tie for first place, with the clear winner right now, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave from France. I would like to congratulate our winner, as well as all players who played here, an exciting first leg of the Grand Chess Tour. I also would like to thank our sponsors, Superbet Foundation, United Properties, First Bank, and many, many fans who actually crowded not only this hall, but also were online, and tens of thousands of viewers today look and watch this exciting round and exciting tie-break. And I would like to pass the microphone to the president of Superbet Foundation, Augusta Dragic.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure and a great honor to have again Grand Chess Tour, and thank you, Michael. Thank you, all of you, to have it here for the third time in Bucharest, and to see how many people, so many kids there are around. This is the big pleasure of us to have as many kids around the chess. So I'm thank you for the players, and especially for Maxime, and I'm happy to be now the second time in the position to offer you a prize. I remember last year on Zagreb, and I wish you to happen on this situation as many times. So congratulations. Thank you to everyone, and please.
Thank you.
So, here is the prize. It's yours. Congratulations.
Maxime, first of all, I would like to give you the word. Tell us about your initial thoughts and feelings right now after these incredible tie-breaks.
Of course, I feel very good, but I'm surprised I haven't fainted or something. It's been a very long day. But yeah, all in all, very good day for me. Like I won 3 games, so that's definitely very positive. I won the tournament, you know, after helping me come back from you know, tough few months where I was trying to qualify for candidates and didn't manage. So of course, it's a boost of confidence, and in general, of course, I would like to thank first of all the organizers for putting up a great event, an absolutely astounding event, including the opening ceremony at the Parliament. And of course, I would like to thank my family, my friends, everyone who has cheered me up in the last few months and helped me, you know, get back my energy.
Maxime, you came into today's round with a titanical task ahead of yourself. You had to beat Alireza Firouzja, one of the hottest players on the circuit, with the black pieces. How did you approach today's game?
I decided to play a very normal game because I knew that Alireza would not back down from a fight, and actually tried very hard to win as much as he could, and at some point it did backfire badly.
You won that, and then you had to wait and see what Wesley against Aronian happened. And Wesley won. You were facing Wesley after that with the white pieces almost in a must-win situation. How did you live that moment and that game?
Yeah, that's right. I was in a must-win situation, and I hadn't done any preparation because I was just trying to recover from from the exhausting game I played with Firouzja. So I just figured things out at the board. Of course, opening didn't go well, and at some point there were some very scary moments. But I did find some tricks. This H3 move, for instance, where queen takes G3 doesn't work. And in the end, I think it was a comedy of blunders, but with such a complicated position and 5 seconds per move, it was bound to happen.
That was an incredible display of intense chess, exactly what we like to see here at the Grand Chess Tour. Maxime, you have so many fans around the world, here in Bucharest as well. What do you have to say to them?
Yeah, just thank you. It's always great to feel the support, to feel people rooting for you, and like again during the event I was approached non-stop by all the Romanian chess fans. I probably have received tons of messages by now, but I will check that later.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic winner, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Thank you, Cristian. And we definitely, to all of the fans, join in our applause of what just an outstanding effort. I mean, it takes an effort like that, Peter, to win a tournament like this.
Absolutely. First and forever. Very, very nicely played by Maxime. It actually is kind of rare in a tournament like this to be able to win 3 games in one day, and he did win every single game today.
Not bad.
not bad at all, considering the level of opposition. And yeah, he should get some food into the system at some point.
Yeah, and let's count down our top competitors, starting with number 10 and going all the way to number 1, Peter.
Yeah, Richard did not have a good event. Yeah,
that was a tough event for Richard.
All of his courage, all of his creativity were not rewarded, as he made some of the great howlers at this event. Ooh, blundering a rook, blundering a piece is not good.
Yeah, and similar things could be said about Shah. He did manage to win a game somewhere along the way, which makes it feel slightly better, you would say.
But as a defending champion after a +3 effort last year,
but the game that he won, sus.
Very sus.
Yeah, a bit sussy,
It was amazing. Thank you, Shaq.
Continuing on the topic of people who will be kind of badly disappointed by their results, Jan Nepomniachtchi, who left a lot of equity on the table there.
He certainly did. He certainly did.
Including a full point swing against Shah in the game that we were describing, which is quite rare. And next to him, tied for 7th, is Alireza Firouzja, who actually lost 2 games with white.
Wow.
Yeah, both of his losses came with white, one against Nepomniachtchi early in the tournament, which was an absolute brawl of a game.
Yeah.
And also today, where he clearly could have made a draw. Like for the first half of the game, he could have made a draw on every single move of the game. And continued pressing and pressing and pressing, and eventually being very short on time, pushed it a bit too far.
And a local hero, Bogdan, with 4th position at 50%. Our salute to this young player.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. Could have arguably scored even higher than 50%. Definitely a very, very credible performance.
For Fabi, not a performance that he's going to be proud about at all,
No.
Ollie. He just didn't seem to get into his groove.
Not his proudest moment, not his worst moment, certainly. He's had disasters. Even in Bucharest last year, I would say, was a disaster. But this year, not great.
Tied for 4th.
Yeah.
Picks up 26,000, maybe 1 or 2 rating points as well.
No, he lost.
He
rating
lost
a
2
rating
and a half.
points.
Yeah,
Sorry.
But, yeah, and then we have one more person on 50% there.
But how we got to that 50%, Peter? Come on.
Yeah, it was not very linear type tournament.
4
right?
decisive
4 decisive games.
Not
for him.
much over. Yeah. He and MVL tied for 1st in the number of decisive games in the tournament.
2 wins, but 2 losses for Lanier.
And also.
And Levon, the man with the cat with 9 lives. Boy, did he survive and somehow got a
He tried to use one
playoff.
against Maxime, but he just didn't have enough. He just ran out.
He ran out of them. But Levon, a salute to you, my friend. That was really a remarkable performance. Very, very strange performance.
But Wesley, what a tournament. I mean, it was a very Wesley event. It was very smooth. He gets 2 points early, doesn't risk, just gets very nice positions, pressures a bit when he's given a chance, doesn't take risk, finds himself in second, and he was moments away from
One
claiming
move, two
third.
moves.
Yeah, moments away.
Yeah, from
and that
being the
game
overall
he
winner.
won the first game of the tiebreak. That game he won against Levon. It's just a positional masterpiece.
Truly,
considering it was a 10+5 game, just a very, very clean game. And then just one more correct decision against MVL, and the tournament is over in his favor. But no.
And look at who our winner is. Maxime, coming out of nowhere, we thought that his tournament was more or less lost when he lost it in round 7. What was his? Which game did he lose? Which round did he lose?
He got destroyed by Levon.
Yes, in the
Round 6, I think, in the Vienna.
In the Vienna,
Yeah.
he walked with his king.
He
to
walked with his king to D4, got mated. Yeah, that was
we thought that was goodbye, MVL, but boy, did he come back today.
He came back with a fury, right? I mean, he came back 2 wins after that to be able to catch up to the leaders.
Yep.
I think that was a great fallback there for Maxime. I love this tournament, guys. This was fun. I've casted a lot of round-robin tournaments of this type. Some of them are absolute snooze fest. I remember so many events where we look at the games and we just have nothing to talk about. And this one, man, they just provided entertainment, fight, brawls every single round. So many of these rounds, we thought, okay, one decisive game, but who cares? The content was there, the fun was there. A lot of people tuned in to watch that. And remember, we have more tournaments coming up for you. We're gonna take a 3-day break.
Yay.
I don't know about you guys, I need it. I need a 3-day break. And we're gonna come back with Warsaw, Rapid and Blitz coming up. The Grand Chess Tour continues. A full summer of chess coming your way. This is gonna be a lot of fun. I had a ton of fun casting this one with you guys. Can't wait to start all over again in a few days.
I second that completely. A big shout out to Firouzja for his correct picking of Levon to tie for first. That was very, very good.
The prediction game was convincingly and crushingly won by Firouzja.
Yes, it was.
Who picked the only one of us who picked somebody who is actually in plus by the end of the tournament. So well done to you, VAR, and thanks very much to our production team who made it all run smoothly despite all of our attempts to derail, sabotage, and
the broadcast.
otherwise destroy the broadcast. Thanks to Tom and the rest of the production team. We'll be back in, I will continue insisting it's 4 days time, not 3.
Excellent.
15, 16, 17,
I get
18.
an extra day.
More rest time for me.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing your days with us during these broadcasts. I hope you enjoyed them as much as we enjoyed delivering them. We'll see you for Warsaw. Bye for now.
See you then.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.